And thank you for being with me. Special CNN coverage of Super Tuesday starts now.
We're closing in on the first results from a blockbuster night of presidential primaries.
The Democratic candidates who are still in the race are being tested like never before.
Right now, the Democratic race is going coast to coast, and two leaders are going head to head.
The Democratic establishment is getting nervous.
Democrats want a nominee who's a Democrat, a lifelong Democrat.
14 states are voting as the field has been shrinking.
I am running to defeat Donald Trump.
Right now, I can feel the momentum.
Who will rise or fall on this Super Tuesday? It's America's choice. Tonight, the 2020 hopefuls compete for hundreds of delegates that decide the nomination. Bernie Sanders aiming to lock in his lead and spread his political revolution.
I hear the establishment saying, oh, Bernie can't win. Take a look at this crowd today and tell me we can't win the election.
Joe Biden on the rebound after his first win was a blowout.
We are very much alive. This campaign is taking off, so join us.
The rest of the pack seeking a path forward. Mike Bloomberg making his primary debut with millions to spend.
If you are ready to clean out the Oval Office and get things done, then welcome to Bloomberg 2020.
Elizabeth Warren finding new fire on the attack.
You don't get what you don't fight for. I'm fighting back. We can do this.
Now, it's time for voters to have their say.
It's time to get up, take it back.
The Democrats are taking their fight to new battlegrounds.
I'm absolutely certain we're going to defeat Donald Trump.
And this is the most important primary night yet.
We want to welcome our viewers here in the United States and around the world. I'm Wolf Blitzer in the CNN Election Center. We're counting down to the first votes on this Super Tuesday. It's a critical night for the Democrats. After 3 momentous days that left only a handful of candidates fighting for the presidential nomination. We're following primaries in 14 states across the country with new results coming in all through the evening. At 7 Eastern, polls close in Virginia and Vermont. A half hour later, we'll look at results from North Carolina. At 8 Eastern, voting ends in Oklahoma, Tennessee, Alabama, Massachusetts, and Maine. At 8:30, the focus is on Arkansas. At 9 Eastern, all polls close in Texas, Colorado, and Minnesota. Texas has the second biggest pool of delegates tonight. An hour later, we head farther west to Utah. And at 11 Eastern, the top prize, California. It has more delegates than any other state in the nation. A total of 1,344 delegates are up for grabs on this one night. That's about 1/3 of all the delegates at stake in all the contests this primary season. We'll get our first clues about the outcome tonight when we roll out our first exit polls in the coming hour. Jake Tapper, what are you looking for tonight?
Well, Wolf, there are nearly 10 times as many delegates on the line tonight than in the first 4 contests combined. That gives Senator Bernie Sanders a chance to rack up a commanding lead in the delegate race. But Joe Biden is now in a stronger position to get in Sanders' way after that South Carolina blowout Saturday and the endorsements of former rivals Pete Buttigieg and Amy Klobuchar. We're going to be looking to see if one of them or neither of them is on a path to the nomination. Don't forget, Mike Bloomberg will be on the ballot for the first time today, spending millions, hundreds of millions, as he challenges Biden to be the leading moderate alternative to Sanders. We'll see if Bloomberg or Elizabeth Warren can win some of those precious delegates in any significant way. How Warren does in her home Commonwealth of Massachusetts tonight may be crucial in any decision she may make about her campaign. Our correspondents are fanned out across the country covering the primaries and the candidates. Let's go first to Ryan Nobles. He's covering Bernie Sanders. Ryan?
Jake, there's no doubt a lot of voting that needs to take place here tonight, but the Bernie Sanders campaign knows that in the very near future, this race is likely to become a head-to-head matchup. And this is something they've been preparing for from the very beginning. And in fact, the campaign sending a memo to its supporters saying that they're prepared for that head-to-head matchup, and they're specifically prepared for it to be against Joe Biden. And in an interview with me this morning, Faz Shakir, the campaign manager for Bernie Sanders, told me that he views Joe Biden as the perfect foil for Bernie Sanders. He said that both Sanders and Biden have been serving together. They've been a part of some of the most important policy decisions in American history over the past 2 decades. And when you compare the Sanders record to the Biden record, Shakir argues that Sanders has been on the right side of history and that Biden has been on the wrong side of history. Jake, the Sanders campaign is ready to make that argument to the American people. They believe that argument begins tonight on Super Tuesday. They still view this as a relatively long slog till the primary day. They know they have to win a head-to-head matchup, and they believe that head-to-head matchup starts tonight. Jake?
All right, Ryan Nobles, thanks so much. Arlette Saenz is with the Biden campaign. Arlette?
Well, Jake, Joe Biden says that his hopes are high heading into the Super Tuesday contest after a race-shifting 72 hours that featured a decisive victory in South Carolina and a trio of endorsements from his former rivals. A Biden advisor I spoke with said that their long-term strategy of using South Carolina as a springboard for the nomination is playing out in real time right now, with that wave of endorsements across the country and also an influx of cash. Now, the Biden campaign is hoping to do well in southern states with large African-American populations like Alabama. They're also seeing some signs of hope in Virginia as after a few endorsements from that state had poured in. One Biden advisor I spoke with said that they think they have a chance of doing better everywhere after these past 3 days. But one thing to remember is that Joe Biden is outspent and is outmanned on the ground here in many of these Super Tuesday states. So the question for Joe Biden going forward is, can he convert the biggest 72 hours of his campaign into actual results at the ballot box and momentum going forward?
All right, Arlette Saenz with the Biden campaign. Thanks so much. I'm here with my colleague Dana Bash. Let's take a look at the 14 states that are voting right now. These are the Super Tuesday states. Obviously, American Samoa is also part of this, although not on this map. And right now, we're going to be just looking as to see what is going to happen. Now, keep in mind, obviously, this is not the same thing as electoral votes. It's not winner take all like in Republican primaries. So Sanders theoretically could do well in the West. Biden could do well in the South. We also expect, of course, Sanders to do well in the Northeast, although Elizabeth Warren has her home state there as well. And, you know, what's important here is that there are a lot of different strengths and weaknesses that the candidates have. We do expect that Biden will do better in the South. We do think that Sanders will have a good time in California and perhaps even Texas.
That's right. And you just kind of alluded to this. The states holding contests today really are representative of the Democratic electorate as a whole. Very diverse, ethnically, economically, and geographically. That means we're going to get a better picture of how the remaining candidates fare across the board with these key groups inside the Democratic Party. Now, inside each state, the campaign will be looking at turnout in places that represent their traditional supporters. For example, a Sanders campaign source tells me that they will be looking at college towns across the 14 states voting tonight, since young voters are, of course, a huge part of Senator Sanders' base. If the turnout is up there, they will feel good about how the night will go. The Biden campaign will be looking at areas that represent groups that he tends to do better among: older voters, African-American voters, and, as you just noted, particularly voters in the South.
In the Deep South and also in the New South, Virginia and North Carolina also voting today. One more thing to watch that impacts the race for the White House, both today and, of course, in November, the stock market. The Dow Jones Industrials just closed down almost 800 points, adding to the sell-off that we've been seeing as coronavirus fears rock Wall Street and global markets. Wolf?
We're also getting closer and closer to our first exit poll results, Jake, and early clues about what to expect tonight. Our special Super Tuesday coverage continues right after this. We're only about 46 minutes away from the top of the hour when we will be able to share with you the first exit poll information. John, we're going to have a very busy night over here at the Magic Wall. 14 states and American Samoa. Tell us what you're going to be looking for.
That's a lot of fun, right? This is a coast-to-coast, if you will. 14 states from the tip of northern Maine to the tip of southern California and beyond to American Samoa. 14 states, a giant test for the candidates. Here's one way to look at it. Let's look at it in terms of what we have right now. So far, in the first 4 states, we went through February one at a time, 4% of the delegates, right? Just tonight, Wolf, more than a third of the Democratic delegates are going to be decided in these 14 contests plus American Samoa. So you cannot overstate the moment for the candidates. This is ginormous for them. And now the 3 biggest prizes: California out west, Texas toward the west, North Carolina in the east. So the 3 biggest prizes when it comes to delegates, trying to get the math to get to the nomination in these 3 states, but plenty of others as well. Here's where we start. A relatively modest number of delegates allocated so far, which is why the math tonight gets so critically important. So a number of themes as we go through it and look at some of the states here. Number one, the states in these lighter gray at home are the states on the ballot tonight. We have some regions to look at. Elizabeth Warren's home state of Massachusetts. Can she win it? She does not have a primary win yet. She needs a win. Look at home. Bernie Sanders' state of Vermont. He won huge there 4 years ago. We expect that again. What will happen in Maine? Maine also on the ballot tonight. Sanders won it 4 years ago. We'll see how that one plays out tonight. That's one region to look at there. Then you come down here. You look at the states here, the light gray states: Virginia, North Carolina, Tennessee, Alabama. If Joe Biden is going to get a bounce out of South Carolina, especially with the African-American vote, we will see it here. And they're to the east. So Biden should start. If he's going to have a strong night, we should know early on as we start to count as we go across. Put Arkansas in there as well. We'll see what happens in Arkansas. I want to blank this out now as we go this way. This is where you get into the 2 biggest prizes, Texas and California. I want to change the map a little bit for us here and just bring this in and come up here and look at these 2 sets of colors here. Now, what are you looking at with these colors? Over here, the shading here, the darker it is the percentage of African-American votes, right? This was Joe Biden's constituency in South Carolina, the reason for his big blowout win there. Virginia, North Carolina, Tennessee, Alabama, over into Arkansas. This is a big test for Joe Biden. Does he get momentum out of South Carolina with the endorsements? Can he capture some delegates early on? Because Bernie Sanders, you move west here now, see that green? The darker it is, the higher the intensity, meaning the bigger the population. That's the Latino vote. California as well. Senator Sanders has worked this so hard. We expect that to be his constituency tonight. The margins will matter. But when you go through these states and the congressional districts within them, Bernie Sanders' delegate strategy in Texas and in California built on the Latino vote. That'll be something fascinating to watch. Let's blank this out. One other big thing tonight, Michael Bloomberg not on the ballot in any of these first 4 contests. This is the first big test for Michael Bloomberg. So where will we see that? Well, here's one way to look at it. If you come down in here, come back up to the top here. Wrong one. Where'd I go? Bring it here. Bloomberg ads. So where did Michael Bloomberg spend his money, right? The darker it is, the higher the spending. He spent $235 million in Super Tuesday states, Wolf. So what will the test be for Michael Bloomberg? Well, number one, it overlaps with Joe Biden, doesn't it? Virginia, North Carolina, states where Joe Biden needs to do well. Bloomberg has spent heavily there. Can he cut in with big delegate prizes in Texas and in California, or was that money not well invested by Mayor Bloomberg? We will see that tonight as well. Bloomberg is the only one who could spend everywhere. With Amy Klobuchar out, for example, does it help him in her home state of Minnesota? Does Joe Biden get that vote, or does Bernie Sanders win up there? So a number of things we watch throughout the night as it plays out, including the Bloomberg effect. But the main thing to think about is this. For the first time, we have 14 states. They go from coast to coast, Wolf. It's a very diverse electorate. It's a very different electorate. You have the wealthiest county in America voting tonight. You have one of the poorest counties in America voting tonight. So there's a lot of ground to cover, a lot of different constituencies and demographics to look at, and it will be fun.
Yeah, and it will be very, very intense, John. Thanks very much, David Shelley. And you and I are going to be busy over here. When the votes start coming in, and we get a sense of what's going on, what specifically are you going to be looking for?
Well, the very specific thing we should all be looking for tonight is the number 15%. That is the number you need either in the statewide vote total or by district, congressional district, or in Texas state Senate districts, in order to accumulate delegates. So that's what you need to be viable to collect delegates. And I want to show you just what it means to have proportional allocation of delegates, Wolf, because it's not winner take all, and margins matter here. So take a look at New Hampshire for an example. These were the results of the New Hampshire primary. You see that 24 delegates were at stake in New Hampshire. Bernie Sanders came out the winner with 25.6% of the vote. Pete Buttigieg was just less than 4,000 votes behind him, 1.3% behind him at 24.3% in the vote. Certainly Sanders won the New Hampshire primary, but I want you to look how this translates into the delegate picture. Look at this. Pete Buttigieg and Bernie Sanders each got 9 delegates out of the New Hampshire primary, equal, even though Bernie Sanders won. But it was a narrow win. So because of the way the formula works, 9 delegates to Buttigieg, 9 to Sanders, and Klobuchar, who had gotten 19.7% of the vote, above that 15% threshold, got 6, tied in the delegates for the 2 leading candidates there.
It sort of suggests that when the margin is wider, much wider, potentially there could be a significant shift in the delegates.
And we have a real-world example of that from just this past Saturday in South Carolina. Joe Biden's huge victory in South Carolina. 54 delegates were at stake. He got 48.7% of the vote. He was out on top by 155,000 plus votes over Bernie Sanders, who got 19.8%, again, above that magic 15% threshold to earn delegates. But when you have a victory this big, look at the delegate allocation. It matters. The margin matters. Joe Biden got 38 delegates of the 54 out of South Carolina. Bernie Sanders only got 15. We still have 1 delegate. We're waiting for provisional ballots to come in to allocate it. But Wolf, look at that. That's a 23 delegate lead out of South Carolina alone for Joe Biden because of how big his victory is.
So remind us where we are right now going into today, Super Tuesday, as far as the delegate count is concerned.
So this is delegates to date, right? Look up there. You need 1,991 delegates to win the Democratic nomination. This is the thing that matters. This is how you determine the Democratic nominee. Look at where we are now. Bernie Sanders with 60 delegates after the first 4 contests. Joe Biden just 7 delegates behind at 53 delegates. Pete Buttigieg, as you know, has dropped out of the race. He had earned 26 delegates. Elizabeth Warren with 8. Amy Klobuchar also dropped out of the race. She had earned 7 delegates. But you see here, that Biden-Sanders delegate accumulation throughout this whole night tonight, when 1/3 of the delegates are at stake, that is what to watch. We may not know who's going to be the nominee after tonight, but we are going to know if this is going to be a long-haul contest all the way to the convention, or if somebody is getting such a delegate lead that they will be the clear frontrunner.
The next several hours will be critical indeed. We're watching all of this unfold very, very closely. Much more of our special coverage coming up right after this.
14 states in play today. First polls closing at 7 p.m. in Virginia and Vermont. We're also expecting the first exit polling information in about 30 minutes from now. We're obviously going to bring that to you as we take a look at it. Let's get a quick update on what folks are looking for here. Michael Smerconish.
Did the victory in South Carolina for Joe Biden come too late, or was the timing just right?
A lot of early voting already has taken place.
Yeah, a lot already baked in, a lot of votes already cast in California in particular, and too late to be able to capitalize on it from a fundraising standpoint and spend the money on TV. Yes, he raised money, but really couldn't put it on the airwaves. On the other hand, what's the value of a news cycle? It's been all about Biden for the last 48 hours. He picked up 2 significant endorsements. So that's what I most want to see tonight.
Yeah, well, I mean, I think that's a lot of what we're all looking at to see how he performs in other states that have similar populations to South Carolina. Will be interesting to see. And I think Bloomberg, this is the first time that he's going to be on the ballot to see, what kind of role he plays in terms of, are people going to react to the fact that he's basically just been running ads? And finally, what's going to happen with these endorsements? Are these people going to move to Biden, as a lot of people think, or are they going to be splitting their votes between a lot of different people?
Also, Kirsten, I mean, Mike Bloomberg shows no sign of wanting to get out at all.
Right, which is odd considering that he claimed the whole reason he was getting in the race was basically to stop Bernie Sanders, and he didn't think Joe Biden was up to it. And now you basically have him as the only moderate lame person left.
And also saying that really the only way he can win is a contested convention.
Right.
Which means he would be in it.
It seems like if you really were, if that was your primary concern, that he would drop out. I mean, that's what I would do if I was him.
Bloomberg can withstand $500 million in spending, but I think it's an ego thing. At some point, it's like, well, I spent, I mean, these numbers are mind-boggling. I just wanted to go over to $77 million in California. $56.5 million in Texas. I think there's a level to which Bloomberg says, well, I kind of want to see what voters actually think. I know what the polls say, but what voters actually think. But yeah, Kirsten is right. I mean, the fundamental underlying theory of his campaign has eroded in the last 72 hours since Joe Biden did as well as he did in South Carolina. One other thing.
It's sort of his worst case scenario.
Absolutely.
I mean, he was banking on Biden fading and not having this consolidation.
It is a remarkable thing that you look at February 3rd after Iowa, there's no consensus, right? It's chaos, just broadly speaking, but then it comes out, well, Biden has finished 4th. Then after New Hampshire, Biden has finished 5th. And now if you're Mike Bloomberg, you know, all the stories are Bloomberg tripling down on his spending, Bloomberg doubling his spending. And again, $77 million in California, $56 million in Texas. The problem then became Nevada. He started to build momentum. And then South Carolina, I think he won bigger. We were all here. He won bigger, certainly, than I even thought was possible for him to. The other problem was Mike Bloomberg actually appeared from behind the curtain. And that's right. You can't just run ads. I mean, I was struck. I was watching the debate in South Carolina, and you would be watching the debate, and Bloomberg would be better than he was in the Las Vegas debate, but not good. Yeah. And then they would have, you go to commercial, and be like, hey, this guy, Mike Bloomberg, he's a pretty appealing guy. He's good. And then it would come back and be like, hey, what happened to the ad guy? I mean, that's just the reality. You can't just run ads.
Bakari Seller, I mean, it's going to be a long night and a lot of information we may not have at the end of the night. California, likely we will not.
It's going to be a long night. Buckle up. I've always told people that what we know is absolutely nothing, and this is going to go to the convention. So let's just kind of just relax. I think that Joe Biden's going to do extremely well throughout the South. South Carolina was an indicator. If you're looking at Texas, Alabama, Arkansas, Virginia, North Carolina, Joe Biden's going to do extremely well there. The other things that I'm looking at are Elizabeth Warren. She's running kind of neck and neck in the polls in her home state of Massachusetts with Bernie Sanders. If she loses in Massachusetts, if you lose your home state, what do you do?
Plus, lose your home state, but she's got a lot of money. I mean, she's raised a lot of money.
Well, in theory, but that money on Super Tuesday, it goes really quickly. Right. And that well will dry up. I mean, you want to pay your staff for the next month, that well will dry up. The last thing is, I've said it since he got in the race. I think Michael Bloomberg is a $500 million spoiler. I think tonight he plays ball in maybe Utah and maybe Maine. He's relegated to those two states and actually doing well, I believe. We'll see how that plays out. But if that's the case, I mean, if Michael Bloomberg comes out with maybe one victory, I mean, tomorrow, is Barack Obama on the phone with him or even Jennifer Granholm calling Michael Bloomberg? Get out. Can you find something else to do with your money? Maybe even turn into a Joe Biden super PAC, which I think a lot of people are kind of pushing him around the edges to do. Keep your operation open, spend the money, and maybe get Joe Biden over the hump. So,
which he had said he would do, by the way, Bakari. He said he would keep spending money.
Well, Governor Andrew Yang was on the program on Saturday night saying that Mike Bloomberg is a rational actor. He's going to look at and make a calculation based on what the path ahead is, what his actual mission is, and
he's the guy who says, "In God we trust. All others bring data." So tonight is going to bring a trove of data that he can evaluate to determine whether he stays in or not. I think Michael Bloomberg would do a huge favor to the Democratic Party, assuming that he gets out in spending on the digital realm, which is something that the Democrats need to catch up with for Trump. Well, if you were writing a story, if you were writing a movie, think about the arc of this, because you've got a guy like Joe Biden comes in, as the VP, falls to 5th, and all of a sudden, he has no money. He's been written off. One state, one endorsement almost, Jim Clyburn, pulls him back. And he's up against, as one reporter said, the Death Star of campaigns, which is Bloomberg's, the money. So this story about money versus momentum, little guy coming back, it's just a beautiful story arc. We'll see how it culminates, at least on this first.
Mayor Gillum, what's the story to you?
Well, without a doubt, and I'll join my colleagues in this, Michael Bloomberg has an all-in Super Tuesday strategy. And since he is a man of numbers, they will show tonight whether that strategy works or it doesn't work. And if it doesn't work, what are the appropriate steps that you need to take if you're serious about making sure that a candidate who he might consider to be a moderate candidate is the actual nominee and competes against Donald Trump. The second thing I'd be interested in is, as these states come in, what happens if at the end of the night we see Joe Biden pick up basically southern states, but these are states that Democrats don't have the ability to win in a general election. And then you have Bernie Sanders or maybe another candidate picking off states that are actually critically, electorally important to us when it comes to the Electoral College. I'd be interested in whether those numbers are vast differences or if some gap has been closed here and offers us a little bit more information about maybe what a candidate looks like going in some of these states where we actually have to win in order to win the presidency.
Mayor Landrieu?
I was going to start cueing the Rocky music after her story.
Right. Little guy.
But I think that a couple things. First of all, I believe Biden's going to do well in the South. There's no indication that anything that has happened in the last 3 days that would move African Americans in the South and other folks in that area of the state away from Biden. He's had the best 3 days of his campaign. So I'm interested to see whether or not that holds. But I'm interested in two other things. Whether or not Mayor Bloomberg, given all the money that he spent, can crack 15% and what states he cracks them in. And then secondly, how close Biden and Bernie stay together. If you look at all of those things, by the end of the night, I don't know that this race is going to be a two-person race before the end of the night, but we'll know whether it's going to turn into one. I do think this is like rolling thunder, though, because, the polls are going to be closing from the East Coast to the West Coast, and California is going to come in very late, and we may not even know what the full effect of it's going to be until tomorrow morning.
Yeah, we're about to get an early sense of what voters are thinking as they cast ballots on the Super Tuesday. We'll unveil our first exit polls at the top of the hour, about 25 minutes from now. Stay with us. A lot more ahead. And you looking at live pictures of folks voting, Missouri City, Texas, Nashville, Tennessee. In Tennessee, polls close at 8 o'clock Eastern time. In Texas, they close at 9 p.m. Eastern time. So a lot of votes still to be cast. And we're expecting our first look at some exit polls in about 20 minutes from now. We'll bring that to you. Back now with our political team here. There's a lot we won't know by the end of the night. What do you think we will know? What will be settled?
I think we're going to have some states come in early enough, the Alabama, Arkansas, North Carolina, Virginia, to determine whether or not Michael Bloomberg is this phenomenon or Michael Bloomberg is Tom Steyer. So, we know Tom Steyer, great guy, spent $15 million in Nevada and got like 6,000 or 8,000, 9,000 votes. Spent $22 million just on ads in South Carolina. Didn't get a single delegate. And so, and he actually worked it. Like Tom Steyer campaigned. He spent time in states. He debated. He didn't have any debates that were just that god awful that Mike Bloomberg had. And so the question we'll be able to learn, hopefully before I go to bed tonight, before 11 o'clock, is will you be able to, will Bloomberg have any impact?
And you know what's interesting about that, too, is those states, presumably, and the mayor was talking about, presumably those states should be good Biden states, based on, you're talking about somewhere between a third and a half of the electorate in a Democratic primary, and most of those states we just ran through being African American. I mean, if he approximates anything like he did in South Carolina, those are going to be Biden states. So that would suggest that earlier narrative, when I always remind people, my parents live in Connecticut, they go to bed about 10, 15. When some people are going to bed, you will see Biden. Now, the question is, California is going to be a process, always is, congressional level and presidential level. Does that change things? Because if Bernie is the only person to get over 15% in California, he is going to have a substantial 150, 200 delegate lead. The question is does that happen? And the early night will, I think, to Bakari's point, be good for Joe Biden, because, Sanders, he won in Vermont. Well, we all expect that, But if Joe Biden can continue what he did in South Carolina, that's a nice start of a night for him.
It is extraordinary. I mean, 1,344 pledged delegates at stake today alone, given the kinds of numbers of delegates we've been talking about. I mean, this is
right. No. This is huge,
day.
and it has the potential to change things depending on how people do. Now, I think the expectations of most people is that we won't probably have a declared winner coming out of this, but certainly it could happen theoretically because there's so much in play. If, for example, Bernie Sanders was the only one to hit the 15% threshold or something like that, though, the polls are looking like that's probably not the case. But I think even looking at the earlier in the night, there's other information that we'll have in terms of the margin, for example. Is Biden running away with it? What's it look like with African-American voters where in South Carolina they're a little older? What happens when you go to another state where you have a more diverse age group?
Also white, non-college educated voters.
White moderate voters.
Bernie Sanders did well in South Carolina among them. I think he was leading them last time I saw, although Biden was not.
Yeah, so I think there's a lot of information that we're going to be able to get from those early
I also
states.
think Texas is going to be pretty instructive. I mean, a lot of us drew the conclusion coming out of Nevada that Bernie Sanders sort of had the momentum with Latino voters. Now, the Latino voters, obviously, in Texas got a lot more in common with those with Latinos in Nevada. But I would hope no one draws the conclusion that that would be indicative of how Latinos, when you come further east, say, for instance, in Florida, will conduct themselves. It is a completely different Latino electorate as you get further along. But I'd be interested to see, given last night's basically avalanche of establishment Democratic Party converging on Texas last night, whether or not we see a real bounce coming out of that for Biden, or do these folks stay pretty competitive between each other coming out of the state of Texas?
I'm not convinced that it will be as stark a contrast, Bakari, that Mike Bloomberg gets blown out a la Tom Steyer, or there's another extreme. It could be somewhere in between. I'm mindful of having just read a book about the impact of Facebook on the 2016 cycle that was a reminder of what goes on beyond the scenes of a debate. This Bloomberg campaign is very sophisticated relative to their social media. They think they can turn out their vote based on things we're not seeing in those commercials. At the end of the night, we're going to know whether it's there, but it wouldn't surprise me if he did better than expected.
I just wanted to throw one thing out there. One of the things that we will be able to see is something that I laid out with a few of our colleagues on Saturday when we were talking about South Carolina. Will this barrage of money and will this technology and will how good they are at social media, will it be able to chip away at what Joe Biden's advantage is with these voters, which is trust? And you can have all the ads in the world, but when you're in Little Rock, when you're in Montgomery, when you're in Mobile, when you're in Birmingham, at the end of the day, after seeing this Phoenix, as you've kind of created this character rise up from the ashes, or Rocky or whomever, and now you go back to what you know, you go back to this trust. So we will be able to see if that money's able to break through.
We know the answer to that question because folks of color hung with Joe Biden through a disastrous Iowa caucus, New Hampshire primary, and Nevada, but they were coming out for sure in South Carolina because they thought they owed him one. I think that'll continue tonight in all the southern states.
And all of these candidates, especially Bernie Sanders and Joe Biden, have to, and tonight we'll get some data about this, have to expand where they have been. So we're going to learn the pockets of where the surging occurs. So if Bernie Sanders' theory of the case is correct, then we should see a huge turnout among youth voters.
Which we haven't seen.
Well, Governor, if I could add just to that point, because it's an important one, and I mentioned it to a staffer on one of the campaigns. What got you to this point will not get you to the next point.
Right.
Everybody thinks that the 30 or so % of people that have been carrying you and they champion you and they are your great defenders on social media, but you cannot win the presidency that way. You may get a nomination, but you have absolutely got to grow further.
I got to break in, but I want to hear from there later. This is just a complicated field of play. I agree with Bakari completely on the lower southern states, but I'm interested in to see how Bloomberg participates in North Carolina and Virginia, which is a little bit of a different cut. The second thing is we have 5 candidates, but we really only have 2 theories of the case. We have the moderates versus the progressives, and which one of these candidates is going to emerge. I think if Biden does well really, really early and Bloomberg does not do well, I think that's going to presage maybe how close it's going to be, because I think Biden's going to do a little bit better in Texas than people expect, but California will be the big. We're waiting. Go ahead. The big. Sorry. The big. The big.
We got to go to commercial.
You fill in the commercial. The big guy. The big. Pay the bill. We're waiting our first clues about the outcome tonight from our exit polls. That is coming up. We're also keeping an eye on polling places across the country, like in the big Texas, looking for any potential log jams. Our coverage continues after this.
On this Super Tuesday, Central Tennessee is reeling from severe storms and a tornado. At least 22 people have been killed and extensive damage is reported in Nashville. That's affecting voting stations in the city. Let's go to CNN's Emerald Walker. She's in Nashville for us. Emerald, what's happening at your location?
Well, Wolf, I don't have to tell you, the lines are very long here at the Cleveland Community Center in East Nashville. Some of the voters that I've been talking to standing in this line tell me that they have been waiting for about 2 hours just to cast their ballot. And just a few minutes ago, the lights went out. There was this loud groan here in the auditorium. And then the volunteer said, hold on, no one needs to worry. We may have no power for the moment, but our computers, the voting computers, are doing just fine. They're fully charged. Now, let me tell you more about these long lines and why it's happening, and that's because 5 polling stations basically are converging onto this one. So this is one of 3 super sites that have been designated by the Davidson County officials, and we know that at least 18 polling stations which were damaged in some way because of the tornado. And that's why you see some voters, many of the voters are being redirected to this particular super site or the two other super sites to cast their votes, and hence the long lines. I want to talk now to a voter who was here come on over, Carolyn Winrow. You were in line for also 2 hours to cast your vote?
Yes, and I have not cast my vote just yet.
And you haven't cast your vote yet?
No, I have not.
Okay, and I have to ask you, how people have been waiting in this line despite the trauma of the tornado, people feeling down, and it's hot and muggy in here, yet people are waiting in line to cast their votes.
People have been so pleasant. They have really been polite. We've learned a lot about our neighbors. We've asked where they live, whether their power was on or out, but there's a lot of devastation here in East Nashville.
Thank you for talking with us, Carolyn Winrow. Obviously, people still in decent spirits despite the trauma that they've experienced from the tornado. Back to you.
All right, Amara, thanks very much. Jake, over to you.
Let's turn to an urgent concern for people all over the world and Americans across the country. It's also having an impact on the presidential race. That, of course, is the novel coronavirus. The death toll in the U.S. has climbed to 9 now. Federal health officials are now being deployed to Washington State, the state where all those fatalities happened. At least 117 cases of the novel coronavirus have been reported across the nation. Tonight, a Centers for Disease Control official says that the United States may be seeing the beginning of the rapid spread of the virus that has been playing out in other countries throughout the world. Let's bring in CNN chief medical correspondent Dr. Sanjay Gupta. And Sanjay, I guess to start with, because people are alarmed by this, put this in perspective, if you would.
Well, back on January 20th, the first patient in the United States was diagnosed, so about 6 weeks ago, roughly. One patient, one state at that point. Now we have 13 states and, as you say, 117 patients. We don't really have a great handle on this in the United States because we haven't been doing significant testing. Some of the public health officials will say there's a lot of people out there who have basically either asymptomatic virus infection or minimal symptoms, which would mean there's a lot of people, hundreds of people out there that may have this and not know it. That would not be surprising. But these numbers, they're likely to continue to go up because I think there's evidence of community spread, Jake, probably in many cities around the country. We're documenting a few, but I think many of them probably already have community spread.
And what was your reaction when you heard the CDC official is saying that the U.S. might be seeing the rapid spread of the virus that we've seen in other countries? People might remember Italy had like 3 or 4 cases, and then a weekend passed and they had 100 or 200 cases.
I think there's 2 things that really strike me about this. First of all, our public health system in so many ways is excellent, and it continues to be excellent, but we have not been doing surveillance, and that is a big problem. As we start to do the surveillance here in this country, I think we may suddenly see a dramatic uptick in numbers, not because there's suddenly many more patients who are contracting the virus. I think they already have it, and we're just going to find it. That's going to sound like bad news because people are going to see huge numbers. But there's also the good news in this, in that most of those people didn't get tested because they didn't feel sick enough to get tested. They wouldn't have gone to the hospital. So I think, that's going to be how this plays out, I think, over the next several days.
All right, Sanjay Gupta, thanks so much. We're just minutes away from getting an early read on what Super Tuesday voters are thinking and what that might mean for the candidates running. Our first exit polls are straight ahead. Stay with us.
Take a look at this. Live pictures coming in from a polling place in Missouri City, Texas. Voters are delivering their verdicts on which Democrat should challenge President Trump. We're back here in the CNN Election Center with our special Super Tuesday coverage. I'm Wolf Blitzer. We're counting down to the first votes of this very important round of primaries, and we're just minutes away from getting clues about how the candidates may do tonight when we unveil our exit polls. Voters are casting ballots in 14 states, including some of the most delegate-rich states in the nation. Get ready for a supersized night. At 7 Eastern, voting ends in Virginia and Vermont. A half hour later, polling places close in North Carolina. At 8 Eastern, we'll look for results from Oklahoma, Tennessee, Alabama, Massachusetts, and Maine. At 8:30, Arkansas is up for grabs. At 9 Eastern, all polls close in Texas, Colorado, and Minnesota. Texas has a treasure trove of delegates, the second biggest prize of the night. An hour later, all eyes are on Utah, and at 11 Eastern, it's all about California, the top delegate prize in the nation. A total of 1,344 delegates are up for grabs on this one night. That's about 1/3 of all delegates, the keys to clinching the presidential nomination. Jake Tapper, we're about to get the first exit poll information.
That's right, Wolf, and those exit polls will give us an early read of what voters are thinking as they go to the voting booths and choose among the Democratic candidates. We'll be looking for hints about how Senator Bernie Sanders is doing against a re-energized Joe Biden following Biden's big win in South Carolina, and the coalescing of moderate voters and moderate candidates, rather, around him, including former rivals Pete Buttigieg and Senator Amy Klobuchar. This also, of course, marks the first test of former New York City Mayor Mike Bloomberg. We're going to see if the millions, tens of millions, hundreds of millions he has invested in his campaign translates into actual votes and delegates. And we're going to look for early clues about the fate of Senator Elizabeth Warren. Will today rejuvenate her campaign, or might her campaign not survive Super Tuesday? We're going to cover it all with our political team, including our correspondents in the field with the candidates. Right now, let's go to MJ Lee. She's covering the Bloomberg campaign. MJ?
Well, Jake, there is no question that today marks a huge moment of truth for Michael Bloomberg and his campaign. This is a candidate that decided to skip the 4 early states. This has been an unconventional campaign where he has poured hundreds of millions of dollars of his own money. And today, for the first time, he will be on the ballot and get real results and find out whether voters are going to vote for him. Now, I just want to take you a little bit inside the Michael Bloomberg campaign. We have been speaking to some of his advisors and his aides, and the one thing that they are pointing to is the fact that they believe a clear frontrunner has not yet emerged in this Democratic race. That they look at what happened in Iowa, New Hampshire, Nevada, and South Carolina, and they do not believe there is a clear frontrunner yet. One senior aide that we spoke to told CNN the race feels really open to us. Now, of course, this is a part of the campaign's strategic spin. It ignores one reality, that a clear frontrunner could emerge after tonight, and second, of course, that Joe Biden has seen real momentum picking up key endorsements. And if a clear frontrunner does emerge, there could be growing pressure on Michael Bloomberg to drop out of the race. Jake.
All right, MJ Lee with the Bloomberg campaign. Let's go now to Elizabeth Warren's campaign, where we find Layla Santiago. Layla?
Well, Jake, we've certainly heard Senator Warren take aim at Michael Bloomberg, the billionaire, over the campaign trail. But in the last 24 hours, we've really seen her take aim at Joe Biden, given the moderates that are coalescing around him. Just yesterday, one of the first lines in her speech as she was speaking in East LA, she told people no matter how much Washington insiders tell you to support him, nominating their fellow Washington insider will not meet this moment. Today, when she was asked if she was willing to say that this was do or die for her tonight, she didn't go that far. But for weeks now, her campaign has been telling us that the early investment, the organization that she has in those Super Tuesday states, they saw that as the path to the nomination. And today they are very quick to point out that she raised $29 million in fundraising last month. But let's keep talking about that money here, because that super PAC, the pro-Warren super PAC, Persist PAC, has now confirmed to CNN that they will not be spending money in the March 10th states like where we are right now in Michigan. So as Warren continues her fight to make the case for being a progressive and a woman in this race, supporters say all eyes will be on tonight.
All right, Layla Santiago in Detroit, Michigan, with the Warren campaign. Well, and I made an allusion to how much money Mike Bloomberg has spent so much. Let's just take a look at this. This is just ad spending. So this is not organization. This is Super Tuesday ad spending. So this is television, radio, and digital. And look, Michael Bloomberg has lapped the field many times over, spending $234.6 million. This is just on the 14 states in American Samoa that are voting today. Now let's look at, first of all, by the way, you're wondering where's Vice President Biden on this. He comes in $2.2 million spent in the last week, compared to 2.5. Buttigieg and Klobuchar 4.8. They're not even in the race anymore. Now let's look at total spending. Okay, so Bloomberg $234.6 million. Here's total spending. $561 million by Mike Bloomberg, who has not competed in actual more than $500 million. He has not competed in an actual contest until today Tom Steyer, who's dropped out of the race, $214 million. There's President Trump, $60 million. No, not too shabby, but nothing compared to Bloomberg. Sanders, $55 million. Buttigieg, $36 million. Again, I mean, just a remarkable amount of spending for Michael Bloomberg, and we'll see if it delivers even one delegate today.
That is really the key question. I can tell you, talking to people in the Biden campaign, they're already trolling him, comparing him to Tom Steyer, saying, let's just see if any of that buys him any delegates. You know, maybe a little early to be doing that, but that's how they're trying to set the bar for Michael Bloomberg to see if the buying and the spending really pays off.
All right, let's go to David Chalian, who has the first results of some of these exit polls. David.
That's right, Jake. We're taking a look at some of the results, talking to voters, especially in two key early states tonight, Virginia and North Carolina. With this Biden momentum that has occurred over the last 72 hours, we checked in with voters to see when they made up their mind. Take a look at this. In Virginia, voters there in the Democratic primary, 17% said they made up their mind just today, another 30% in the last few days. The fact that nearly half the electorate just made up their mind in the last few days or today, that is probably welcome news for Joe Biden as he's been riding that momentum. We asked the same question in North Carolina. Take a look here. You see only 9% in the North Carolina Democratic electorate said they made up their mind today, and about a quarter of the electorate said the last few days. So that adds up to about a third of the overall electorate there today or in the last few days. 42% of the electorate before February. And then we also asked this question about, are you looking for a candidate who can defeat Donald Trump or one who agrees with you on the issues? Take a look in Virginia again, 56%. They're looking for a Trump defeater. 41% agrees with you on the issues. This is the message that Joe Biden has been trying to sell. And take a look. It's even more dramatic in favor of a Trump defeater in North Carolina. 62% of the electorate looking for somebody who can beat Donald Trump. 36% agrees with you on the issues. Jake?
All right, David Chalian, thanks so much. So, Dana, let's talk about this data, which seems to suggest, first of all, no surprise, but the most important thing for Democrats voting in Virginia and North Carolina today, beating President Trump, not that the candidate agrees with them on issues. And then, of course, this data suggesting that about 40% of the people voting in both states, Virginia and North Carolina, made up their mind before February.
Yeah, which is a big chunk of the electorate in these two states. But the flip side is how many say that they just made up their mind in the past couple of days. In Virginia, in particular, it's just under 50% if you add up both, which, as David just mentioned, in theory, is really good for Joe Biden, particularly when you look at Virginia and you look at the demographics of the Democratic electorate in Virginia. The Biden campaign is hoping that that is tailor-made for his campaign, in that it's heavily African American. And it is a state that tends to be a little bit more moderate. Not all of it, but the pockets where there are a big population tend to be more moderate. So Biden campaign, they're looking at those numbers saying, we hope it's good for us.
Yeah, as you note, almost 50% of the voters in Virginia, Democratic voters in Virginia, making up their mind either today or in the last few days. We might remember that the former governor, Terry McAuliffe, just endorsed Joe Biden on Saturday. Wolf?
Thanks very much. We're closing in on the first results on this Super Tuesday. We'll also dive deeper into our exit polls to learn more about the voters turning out today and the issues driving their choices.
And welcome back. We are crunching the numbers on some more of the exit polls that we have been getting. We're going to bring those to you shortly. It was interesting, though, we saw in Virginia in terms of when people decided who they're going to vote for. People decided today in Virginia, 17%. People decided in just the last couple days, 30%.
First of all, that should be good news for Joe Biden if there is momentum off of South Carolina, and the very limited amount of data that's out there suggests there is some because he won so broadly.
Actually, wait, sorry. We have more exit polls right now. I just want to go and we'll talk about it. David?
Hey, Anderson. Yeah, we're taking a look at the New England portion of the contest tonight, specifically in Maine and Massachusetts, and the issues that mattered to people as they went to vote. Take a look in Maine. Healthcare on top by far. 47% say healthcare was the issue in Maine that mattered most to them. followed by climate change at 28%, income inequality at 17%, race relations down at 4%. In Massachusetts, we see a similar story. Healthcare is the number one issue. We've been seeing this across the country. Climate change at 26%, income inequality at 21%, race relations down at 7%. We also asked about Medicare for All. Are you in favor of a government-run program instead of private insurance? Look at this. The Democratic electorate in Maine, 72% support Medicare for All, 27% oppose. That is an astoundingly popular program that Bernie Sanders has introduced for the voters in Maine. Not as popular when you look at Massachusetts. The Democratic electorate in Massachusetts, 52% a majority, but a bare slim majority support it only, and 43% oppose Medicare for All. Anderson?
Interesting to see how Bernie Sanders and Elizabeth Warren do, both in Massachusetts, who actually ends up winning that state. Do the numbers on Medicare for All, I mean, for Maine, Massachusetts, maybe not so surprising. They're higher, certainly, in terms of support than it was in South Carolina.
Yeah, the Massachusetts number is interesting only because it is typically one of the most liberal states in terms of votes that we usually see. But remember, they've had a very sordid history with healthcare just in that state, with Mitt Romney as the governor and everything that's happened there, Charlie Baker now. It's been a lot of ups and downs on healthcare, so they've had a lot of personal experience there. I'm a little bit surprised, candidly, that support for getting rid of private health insurance is so high in Maine. I mean, I remind people, Maine had Paul LePage as the governor for 8 years. One of the Donald Trump before Donald Trump in a lot of ways. So I don't. Again, anytime you try to pick one number and say, what exactly does this tell us about the electorate, I'm never totally sure, but I'm a little bit surprised it's that.
But I think it depends on how they ask the question, too. I mean, if they say, if you Medicare for All, which means you eliminate private insurance, that's one type of vote. And it's another to say, of course, I believe that everybody should have access to health care, which is what Medicare for All might symbolize to people.
And in Massachusetts, recall, they have actually experimented much more closely with this model than any other state in the union. It reminds me of people down in, elderly folks down in Florida saying, keep the government out of my health care, out of my Social Security.
Right.
And these are government-run programs. And so folks just basically don't, it's a little bit of confusion. Yeah, a little bit of confusion there. But I will say, this is actually not an anomaly. This issue on health care continues to top the charts. And the popularity of Medicare for All, whether people understand how to fully define it or not, is really not the question. They principally believe and agree that this is the direction they want to move in. The funny thing about it, however, is that it is not leading them to vote for the candidate who is most, largely championing this. If that were the case, you would imagine these would be huge swings every single time toward either Elizabeth Warren or Bernie Sanders. Now, they've done extremely well up to this point, certainly Senator Sanders, but these supportive numbers would suggest that they would do even better.
But I think that also just highlights the fact that Democrats really aren't that far apart on this issue of health care.
I agree.
I mean, the divide we're making in this primary, we think it's gulfs, the Grand Canyon differs, and that's not the case at all. And if we remember back to 2018, we know that the number one issue to usher in this whole new diverse, based on gender and race and religion, House majority we got was on the back of this issue of health care. The difference, as we're seeing, is that you have Joe Biden, who wants to build on Obamacare. You have Bernie Sanders, who wants to just throw it all out the window and have Medicare for all government run. And then you have Elizabeth Warren with some iteration in between. That's all good. That is the Democratic Party. That is the discussion we want to be having, because you can clearly juxtapose that in November against Donald Trump,
without a doubt,
wants to get rid of everything, go back to before Obamacare,
totally agree,
and get rid of pre-existing.
But for Mayor Landry, it's also just a sign of how far the Democratic Party has moved toward Bernie Sanders. I mean, 4 years ago, what Sanders was saying seemed more radical to a lot of Democrats.
I think that's partially true. When President Trump spoke, his supporters would say to us, you don't understand him because you take him literally, not figuratively. And if you think about it from that perspective, the message that the Democrats are trying to send is that we are for giving you health care. We believe health care is a right. They think that it's not, and they want to take it away from you, which is what the general election is going to be about. The debate, as Bakari said here, was whether or not you're going to let the government run everything or whether there's going to be a public-private partnership. But make no mistake about it, opposition, while President Trump is in court right now trying to take away protections for pre-existing conditions, is that we're trying to give people health care, and they're trying to take it away. I'm going to be interested to see tonight how Senator Sanders does in Maine with that number vis-a-vis how he does in Massachusetts, which is going to be very interesting.
More exit polls. Let's go to Dave Chalian.
Anderson, we're taking now a look at the issue of race, the makeup of the electorate back in Virginia and North Carolina, as well as the ideological breakdown. Take a look in Virginia. It is 64% white, the Democratic primary electorate there today, 27% black. That is about what it was 4 years ago. In North Carolina, we actually see a slight dip in the percentage of the black vote. That's at 27% in North Carolina. It was at 32% 4 years ago, 64% white. So North Carolina and Virginia, the makeup of the electorate racially is looking actually pretty similar in those two states. Ideologically, also we see some similarity. In Virginia, 20% of voters today in the Democratic primary describe themselves as very liberal, 34% somewhat liberal, 38% moderate. That's a big chunk of the vote there. And 8% conservative. In North Carolina, you see similar numbers here. 23% identify as very liberal, 35% somewhat liberal, 31% moderate, so a little bit lower for moderates in North Carolina, and 12% identify themselves as conservative. Anderson.
David Chalian, thank you. I'll come back to you shortly. What do you think accounts for the numbers in terms of the racial breakdown?
So we've been seeing this around the country, and I don't know if people have picked up on it. The share of African-American voters has been slightly down compared to where it was in 2016. In South Carolina in 2016, it was 61%. What we saw Saturday was 55%. And you're beginning to see this little decrease. I actually think that's a good sign for Democrats, because what I believe that means is as the electorates grow, we saw the percentage of African-Americans in South Carolina go down, but we saw the number of voters who came out just expand. I think that is college-educated white women are sick and tired of Donald Trump.
I think that there are a lot of 5% in South Carolina white voters.
I actually believe that there are a lot of just not college-educated white women, although I think that's white women. I just added an S to it. Good God! But there's not only it's not only them driving it, but it's also just these suburban whites who are now coming to the Democratic Party because the notion of Donald Trump is so offensive that they want Democrats to give them an option.
So you're saying it's not actually numbers of African-American voters who aren't showing up. It's just a rise in the overall.
It's the share of the electorate. Correct. I just think that there are more white voters voting in the Democratic primary process, which I think is good and bears out. I mean, Michael would know this more, being in Pennsylvania and knowing what Democrats have to do in a lot of these suburbs to win.
I think what it speaks to is the divide being one of urban, suburban, first ring of suburbia versus rural America. I mean, look at the color-shaded map every time there's a presidential race. In fact, the president today is using in his social media a very red map of the country, which is a little bit misleading because it overlooks where the population lies. But that's the battle. It's a rural versus suburb and urban development.
This is exactly right. It goes to this issue that has been a divisive issue inside the Democratic Party of do we focus on turnout or do we focus on persuasion? And persuasion, of course, would suggest that we are trying to woo over those Republicans who seems to have increased in percentage and voted in the Democratic primary. The reality is you have to do both.
It's not an and or. It's a both and.
It's a both and.
Just one other thing about the suburbs. I mean, just Bakari mentioned sort of who came in 2018 and what it looked like. Look, and Michael knows this. I mean, Philadelphia, some suburban areas in California, suburban areas in Florida. I just looked this up really quickly. More than half of the vote in 2018 was suburban, 51%. 49% voted for Democrats, 49% for Republicans. 10 years ago, Republicans had a massive edge there. Right. And I do think that it's a lot of things, but at least part of it is the Trump effect. I don't know what else it could be.
His behavior is shrinking his own potential base.
I think there's something bigger going on in the country right now. I do agree with you that the strategy has to be both and. But I think people are beginning to understand that this country is dangerously divided, and many people are starting to say we have got to find a way to come back together. And I think some of these numbers are beginning to reflect that whether it's not really about the tax cut and that's not necessarily, but we really have to find a way to heal this country. And the person, you can't govern if you don't win. And in my opinion, you cannot win if you don't run as somebody who's going to be the president of the whole country. And so we're going to have this debate for the next couple of months in the Democratic Party about how to get there. But essentially, I think that's what the country is looking for more than anything else.
We're going to take a quick break. We're processing more information from our exit polls of Super Tuesday voters. How angry are Democrats at President Trump? Get another update from Dave Chalian ahead.
Polls close in Virginia in about 90 minutes. 99 delegates at stake. David Chalian, you've got some more exit poll information, doing a little bit of a deeper dive.
That's right. Well, first of all, Virginia, a key state for Democrats in the fall, must stay in their column if they're going to win the White House back, and a racially diverse, ideologically diverse state in this Democratic primary. I think these findings will spell out the contours of this entire race going forward. Let's look again. Healthcare, the dominant issue here in Virginia. 43% say it's the issue that mattered most in their vote today. 22% income inequality. You see climate change and race relations below that. This is going to be a healthcare battle going forward in this race. Take a look at that question again. Would you get rid of private insurance in favor of a government-run program? 52%, a majority, a slim majority, but a majority of Democrats in Virginia support Medicare for all. 46% opposed. Again, this is a Sanders-Biden battle right there that's shaping up. And this last finding in Virginia may be one of the most fascinating. Look at this. We asked, what is your sense about the economic system in the United States and what needs to happen? Only 11% say it works well as it is. But look at this. 45% says the economic system needs minor changes. 42% says it needs a complete overhaul. That is such a difference of opinion, split roughly down the middle there between those two thoughts. Minor changes, complete overhaul in this critical battleground state of Virginia. Jake?
All right, David, thanks so much. And Dana, we're looking at these numbers, trying to figure out what it might mean, reading the tea leaves. It is remarkable that a majority of the voters in the Commonwealth of Virginia who went to vote today in the Democratic primary think that all private insurance should be replaced with a government plan for all, which is something that Joe Biden does not support and something that Bernie Sanders specifically does.
It's also surprising given the fact that so much of the Democratic electorate is in the D.C. suburbs. And even the Sanders campaign, I was talking to somebody there today, admits that those Democrats are the most resistant to the change that Bernie Sanders is talking about, because when they think when he says, anti-establishment, it means them.
Right.
And so if you kind of have that context and look at the fact that a majority says that what Sanders is saying about health care is right, it begs the question, how complicated and counterproductive, or counterintuitive, I should say, is a better word, is this electorate on so many of these issues? Because you can look at one issue and say, aha, that points to a Bernie Sanders voter. But you can look at another, most likely to be Joe Biden, which David talked about earlier, and that points to a Joe Biden majority.
Although, of course, the voters are also more complicated than that. They're
Every
able
one
to
of
have
them.
two conflicting thoughts in their heads at the same time. I think Joe Biden in South Carolina did very well with voters who wanted a Medicare for all plan, even though obviously they did not. He does not want that. And we should keep in mind also that a majority of Virginia voters, not even close, 56%, said it was more important that they vote for somebody who they think can beat Donald Trump, President Trump, than with somebody they agree with. So there might have been voters who want Medicare for all but voted for Joe Biden. Anyway, we don't know. We shall see. Wolf?
As voting continues in Super Tuesday states, Jake, there's certainly a lot of exit poll information coming in. We're about to get a snapshot of anger at President Trump. Much more right after this. Welcome back. David Chalian, you're looking closely at the exit polls and you're getting a sense of anger at the president among these Democratic voters.
That's right, Wolf. We're looking sort of along the east here, if you will, from the south to the north, Alabama and North Carolina and up in Maine, to take the political temperature of Democrats showing up in the polls. Look at this. We asked about the voters' feelings about the Trump administration. In Alabama, 55% of the electorate today says they're angry about the Trump administration. Take a look at North Carolina. As you move up north, the electorate gets angrier. 62% are angry at the Trump administration. That's their feeling. And look at Maine. You go all the way up to Maine. 79% of the Democrats who are showing up to vote in Maine today say their feeling about the Trump administration is anger. It is that level of anger, Anderson, that Democrats are counting on in November to mobilize and use to defeat Donald Trump.
David Chalian, thanks very much. Let's go back to our panel. Sorry, Mayor.
You almost called me governor.
I almost did.
This is a real mayor.
You were talking about health care.
Yeah, I mean, we saw those. I felt like we went a little quickly through it in the sense that the consistency of this being a primary issue, and not by a little bit, but by a lot, for so many of these Democratic voters, the dissatisfaction on the economic issues pull the rug from underneath the table, tip the whole thing over the system, in and of itself does not work. Speaks to, I think, a lot of the surprise that a lot of us have seen around the rise of Bernie Sanders. He has tapped into something that is so prescient, so real, similar to what Trump was able to do.
Well, we just saw those numbers about anger among this electorate.
For sure. And all I would say is that, look, for many of these people, when they don't have access to health care, they're terrified of getting sick because if they get sick, they can't go to work. And if they can't go to work, they don't get paid. And if they don't get paid, they can't pay their bills. And when they cannot pay their bills, lights get cut off, rent doesn't get paid, mortgage doesn't get paid. And so he is speaking to something that is so prescient for so many Americans. And I think if we wanted a reason to explain his rise and the popularity and why it has shocked so much of the system, I think we can go to the fact that he has had a very powerful listening ear to what's happening to people every day on the ground. And to as a warning to Vice President Biden, and I'll stop, it is simply to say, I heard him talk about after South Carolina that people don't want a revolution, they want results. And I don't disagree with the results part, but I would caution him to borrow from Elizabeth Warren, who spends this much time, energy, and effort running for the most important and most powerful position in the country to tell us what we cannot do. He has to have an aspirational vision as well for where he wants to take us if he wants to attract some of these voters and grow his base of support.
And also, I think the idea that what Biden is offering and what Bernie is offering are basically the same thing. I don't agree with that. I mean, I do think Bernie is actually talking about completely disrupting the system. And for a lot of people, they've heard Democrats talking about what they're going to do to help with health care, but it hasn't actually been getting that much better. We have more people covered, no question, but the prices are completely out of control. People are in constant fear of going bankrupt because they have some sort of medical crisis. And what Bernie's saying is, I'm going to go in and I'm just going to completely change the entire system. And I think, and so I think that, but all that said, what we see in these exit polls is that what they really care about is beating Trump. So, however people feel about health care, that may not be ultimately what they vote on. They may be voting on who they think is
anger. I was going to say that the conversation so often about health care in this country, from my perspective, is one of who'll be paying instead of how much we'll be paying. And that needs to shift at some point. Another reaction that I have as I look at these numbers, whether it's Medicare for all, overhauling the economy, people being angry, winning matters most, it's a reminder for sitting in the debate hall, as I've done many, many times, and have heard what plays well in a Democratic debate hall. And I have said to myself, works here. I'm not sure how it works beyond these environments.
Can I give you a different perspective on healthcare? Because I understand that paradigm. But when I was in the General Assembly from 06 to 14, one of the things we focused on, as Mayor Gillum, Andrew, talked about, was the fact that we're having a conversation about access. In 2010, my hospital shut down, right? The hospital. So if you had a heart attack, you had to travel 35 miles to the nearest hospital. And not only did that hospital, people just think that's somewhere you go. Unfortunately, too many people go for primary care. But that also was an economic hub. It was the second largest employer in the county. Around it, you had florist shops, you had pharmacies, you had all of these things. And so while we're having a lot of these other conversations, there's a great deal of fear that is going into this discussion about healthcare. And people sometimes, while we're having I hear this more often than not, I know Twitter's going to go crazy, but they're like, okay, I get Medicare for all, or I have insurance, but I still have nowhere to go to get a mammogram. I still have nowhere to go to get preventive care. And so I think that we have to have a holistic discussion about what people are really asking.
I do think, though, the anger piece, just to go back to what Mayor Gillum was saying, and I think it undergirds your point, Ricardo. It's fear, and I also think it's anger at this. How does the system not work?
That's right.
It seems to work for fill-in-the-blank people and not for others.
So how does that play out in the fall?
Yeah, well, look, I mean...
And does Biden tap into that at all?
Okay, so I'm thinking of Biden because I do think, but if you look at angry, usually, the politicians on the side will say, well, angry usually is not something you want to come across as, but Donald Trump was quite clearly angry. I always point people back to his inauguration speech, in which he painted this very dark, angry portrait of America. Bernie Sanders is like your irascible grandfather. He's annoyed at stuff. He voices that this is a revolution. They are fighting us. I thought Joe Biden was at
justice. Right?
Yes, I agree. You don't have to be angry just for the sake of being angry. But I was thinking about Biden because I think the thing that Biden has struggled with is that passion. Let's not call it anger necessarily, but passion. In the South Carolina debate in Charleston, he was, I don't know if he was angry or passionate, but he a couple times said, everybody else is going to go over their time limit. I'm going to go over it. Or hold on a minute.
Yeah, but
I do think
there's a difference between angry about like debate.
Yes,
rules.
I agree, but Anderson, I do.
It's hardly something that people mobilize behind.
No, but I do think people want to see.
Give him more time.
I think people want to see some spark from him. That you are saying this is the guy who is supposed to be able to beat Donald Trump. If I'm imagining him on a debate stage. Is this the guy? He doesn't have to necessarily be angry, but he has to be passionate. He can't just be like, "No, wait, oh, my time's up." I know. I'm not going to.
That's right. That. I mean, you are so right in that our candidate, whoever it is, whether it's Biden, Bernie, Elizabeth Warren, has to demonstrate that they're mad on behalf of America, on behalf of people who have no microphone, who have no means. Yeah. Who are we as a nation if we do not provide some kind of safety net for people who have fallen between? You may hold one end of a safety net today and I hold it tomorrow, but between us, we make sure that we're not falling through. That kind of insistence about who we are, that is critical for whoever the nominee is. And I would just say this, Biden's health care plan is far more progressive than it would have, than anybody's would have been in the mainstream Democratic column. And I credit Bernie Sanders with that.
But I also agree that
nobody should go without
but then the vice president shouldn't go out there and basically say we're going to do a return to normal. And maybe that's not what but listen, I'm saying how it is being interpreted by the people who are on the listening side of this, which is nothing is going to change, whether he meant that or not. And I don't think he meant that. No. I think that the people who are out there who are listening to him, they're saying, wait a minute, everything about my life seems to be disrupted and has to change. And so I need something more urgent, more insistent, more passionate, and something that reflects the fact that you see me and my lived experience.
We got to take a break. Coming up, we're going to check in on polling places in critical Super Tuesday states, Texas, Virginia, Tennessee. We're also learning more about the issues driving the choices of voters from our exit polls. Stay with us.
Let's check in with our reporters at key polling places and some of these very important Super Tuesday polling places. Amara Walker's joining us from Nashville, Tennessee. There was a tornado, some deadly storms earlier in the day. How's it working out?
Well, a big victory for the Democratic Party here in Tennessee. I just got off the phone with the chair of the Tennessee Democratic Party, Mary Mancini, and she tells me that they just filed a lawsuit against Davidson County, which includes Nashville. And she tells me that the judge swiftly ruled to extend the voting hours. She had been arguing that if the polls were going to open an hour later, they should be extended by an hour. And now super sites like this one here, there are 3 super sites in total in Davidson County. They will now stay open until 8 p.m. Central as opposed to 7 p.m. Central. Also, there are 5 designated mega sites. Now, mega sites are basically polling stations in this county where anyone can go and vote. So again, a big victory for the Democratic Party. They were saying that this was needed for the people who were impacted by the tornado, who didn't have the resources to get to the polling places because of closed roads and things that were in their way. She said that the extra time was needed. Also, these super sites, I mean, the lines have been super long. People have been standing in line for 2 to 4 hours or so just to cast their ballot, and that is because there were up to 18 polling stations in the Nashville area that basically were damaged because of the tornado or impacted in some way, and they've all been consolidated into these super sites. So a big victory for the Tennessee Democratic Party. Back to you.
Amara, thank you very much. We'll get back to you in Nashville. Let's go to Missouri City, Texas right now. Ed Lavandera is there. The weather's a lot better there. Ed, what are you seeing?
Hi, Wolf. Well, we are in Fort Bend County, and this is one of those suburbs of the big cities of Texas that Texas Republicans are incredibly nervous about this election cycle. It has become far more diverse than it's ever been. This is where they're worried about women voters turning away from President Donald Trump. And here at this site, we have seen more than 1,500 people vote at this particular precinct. This is way up compared to previous years. More than almost 37,000 people have voted county-wide so far here in Fort Bend County. And what's most significant is that Democrats are outpacing Republicans in this primary today by more than 9,000 voters. And what we're hearing very often, a wide array of the Democratic voters that we've talked to have been kind of all over the map in terms of who they're supporting. Joe Biden does have the majority majority of the support of people we've talked to. And what is interesting, when you talk to those voters, they have made that decision either at the very last second or in the last couple of days. Wolf.
At Lavendera in Texas for us. Brian Todd is in Northern Virginia, in Falls Church, Virginia, just outside Washington, D.C. What do you see over there, Brian?
Right, Wolf, the rush hour push is on here at Graham Road Elementary School, Falls Church, Virginia, a busy precinct. We've been here for about 12 hours now sampling voters. They're voting over here and putting their votes in the tabulator over there. In a little more than an hour, this station's going to close and we'll get some results. But what we've been doing, Wolf, we've been sampling voters all day long for the last 12 hours. I heard you talking with David Chalian and with your panelists about how many voters in Virginia made up their minds at the last minute, maybe made up their minds over the past 72 hours. I can tell you that in this, my team and I have sampled over 100 voters who've come through here. What we've picked up is very, very strong support for Joe Biden, and that theme playing out in this precinct very strongly. People making up their minds either at the last minute or since maybe Saturday when Biden won the South Carolina primary. They sense his viability. They've also picked up on Pete Buttigieg and Amy Klobuchar dropping out of the race, throwing their support to Joe Biden. That made a big difference to a lot of people here. Biden with a lot of support in this precinct and a lot of people making up their minds over the past 72 hours, Wolf. And we're going to see how that plays out in the rest of Northern Virginia. We're smack dab in the middle of Fairfax County, one of those crucial demographic areas, high density population in the state of Virginia that all the candidates really covet to win this state.
Polls close in Virginia in about an hour or so. Brian, we'll get back to you. We're getting closer and closer to the first poll closings here on the East Coast, not only in Virginia, but in Vermont as well. Stay with us for the first results, new exit information, and much more of our special coverage after this. It's decision day for voters in Super Tuesday states. These are live pictures from a polling place in Nashville, Tennessee right now. On the biggest presidential primary night yet. We want to welcome our viewers here in the United States and around the world. I'm Wolf Blitzer in the CNN Election Center. We're about an hour away from the first votes of the night and our first chance to project winners. This is a make-or-break moment for the remaining Democratic candidates after 3 dropouts in the last 72 hours. 14 states are holding primaries across the country right now. Here's a roadmap of what's ahead and what's at stake. At 7 Eastern, polls close in Virginia and Vermont. A half hour later, we'll look for results from North Carolina. At 8 Eastern, voting ends in Oklahoma, Tennessee, Alabama, Massachusetts, and Maine. At 8:30, the spotlight is on Arkansas. At 9 Eastern, all polls close in Texas, Colorado, and Minnesota. Texas has the second biggest stash of delegates tonight. An hour later, the focus is on Utah. And at 11 Eastern, the biggest prize of all, California. It has more delegates than any other state in the country. A total of 1,344 delegates are up for grabs on this one night. That's about 1/3 of all of the delegates at stake in the entire primary season. Jake, those delegates are why Super Tuesday matters so much.
That's right, Wolf, because after all, I mean, it is a numbers game. The candidates are competing for delegates in these coming hours, and this will be more of a head-to-head showdown between Bernie Sanders and Joe Biden than we have seen until today, now that the field has winnowed and Biden has some momentum. Sanders is expected to perform strongest in the West and in the Northeast, while Biden, we think, could rack up some delegates across the South. Michael Bloomberg and Elizabeth Warren are fighting to trip up those two leaders and pick off delegates. The fate of their campaigns could hinge on what happens tonight. We have correspondents and cameras in place covering the candidates on this huge Super Tuesday night. Let's check in with Ryan Nobles. He's covering the Sanders campaign. Ryan?
Well, Jake, you mentioned Elizabeth Warren's role in this campaign tonight and exactly what her future holds. And while we've seen the moderate candidates in this race start to drop out and get behind Joe Biden, at no point should we expect that to happen on the progressive wing of the party, with Elizabeth Warren getting behind Bernie Sanders, at least not from the Sanders campaign's perspective. Their campaign manager, Faz Shakir, telling me that at no point will Bernie Sanders reach out to Elizabeth Warren and encourage her to drop out and endorse him. They believe that that Elizabeth Warren has that decision to make for herself, that she's run a very aggressive campaign, has raised a lot of money, and has earned a lot of votes, and she deserves the time and space to make that decision for herself. Now, there is perhaps an advantage to Bernie Sanders for Elizabeth Warren to get out of this race because they do both occupy the progressive wing of the Democratic Party. And as more of these moderates get behind Joe Biden, there is an argument to be made that if Elizabeth Warren wants to see a progressive in the White House, that the time may be coming for her to get behind Sanders' campaign. At this point, the Sanders campaign taking no action to hasten that reality. Instead, they're going to allow Warren to play things out, see how things go tonight, and that the decision will ultimately be up to her. Jake?
That's right. We still don't know. She might have her campaign be given a new life this evening, perhaps. Let's go with Arlette Saenz. She's with the Biden campaign in California. Arlette?
Well, Jake, Joe Biden has been outraised and outspent throughout this campaign by many of his rivals, but the campaign is hoping that this recent influx of cash that they're seeing since that victory in South Carolina will help boost them in other states. And one network of donors that the Biden campaign is hoping to tap into is those donors who supported President Obama's bids back in 2008 and 2012. I spoke with Rufus Gifford, who's a member of the Finance Committee, who actually was the finance director for President Obama's re-election campaign back in 2012, and he told me that his goal is to bring Team Obama back together. He sent an email yesterday to that network of donors, roughly 500 bundlers and top donors, telling them that it's time that they have Joe Biden's back and all hands on deck at this moment. Now, the Biden campaign saw a big boost in online fundraising over the weekend, raising roughly $11 million over the course of 2 days. Those were the two biggest online fundraising days for Joe Biden over the course of this campaign. And they also got a little bit of help from Pete Buttigieg, his rival, now turned endorser, who emailed his fundraising list asking his supporters to donate to Joe Biden. So the Biden campaign hoping to capitalize a bit and boost themselves in this money race as well. Jake.
All right, Arlette Saenz with the Biden campaign in California. Let's go now to David Chalian, who has some more exit poll results.
That's right, Jake. We're asking folks what quality in the candidate mattered most to them. What were they looking for in these candidates? Just a couple of Super Tuesday states, for example. Up in Maine, take a look. 44% say they're looking for someone that can bring needed change. Far and away, the top candidate quality. 31% say unite the country. Cares about people like me, down at 16%, and a fighter is down at 8%. Look down south in Alabama. You see, can bring needed change is still up top there, this time with 33%. It's tied with can unite the country, folks looking for a uniter. The empathy factor, cares about people like me, 27%, and 3% say they're looking for a fighter. I will just say I have looked across all the exit polls in all the states so far today. And again, these are early and these numbers will change, but at this moment in time, can bring needed change, Jake, is either tied for the top quality or is the top quality. This is an electorate across the country tonight looking for a change agent, Jake.
All right, David Chalian, thanks so much. And of course, subject to interpretation, because every single person running for office promises change, including those like President Trump. President Trump will say he wants to continue changing Washington. What does it mean? I mean, Joe Biden is saying that voters don't want a revolution, they want results. Bernie Sanders is actually talking about a revolution. Both of those men are promising change.
And as we talk about that, let's look at Joe Biden in his famous aviators. I think he's at an ice cream shop in Los Angeles, California.
Yeah, there's Mayor Garcetti is right next to him.
And Mayor Garcetti, who has been... Should we listen in? Let's listen for a second.
You got one of the chocolate? Thank you so much. Thank you. What
else? So they're getting ice cream in Los Angeles. You know, one of the questions as we talk about the exit poll that David was talking about, but also focus on what we just saw, California, is how much will the momentum that Joe Biden has clearly gotten, not just by the big win in South Carolina, but by his two main competitors in his moderate lane supporting him, how much will that have an effect on voters in California, the biggest delegate haul by far of the night? Part of the issue is that a lot of people voted beforehand when those other people were on the ballot, but he has been out working extremely hard with surrogates, important surrogates like Mayor Garcetti in California, particularly in the urban centers, where he is hoping that those are the kind of voters that can boost his support. He might not win there, but again, in California, just like across the country in all of these Super Tuesday states, winning is important, but the number of delegates, every campaign says it is all a delegate game. Having the W on the board is important, but it's really about the numbers.
That's right. In New Hampshire, for example, Senator Sanders won the New Hampshire primary, but Pete Buttigieg was right behind him, and they both walked out of the Granite State with 9 delegates apiece, I believe.
Right.
Wolf Blitzer, back to you.
All right, thanks very much. As we get closer and closer to the first votes of the night, we're getting a glimpse at how race and ideology may be influencing the results. More exit polls right after this. Welcome back to our special coverage. David Chalian's getting some more exit poll information. This time, David, on race and ideology.
Yes, and we're digging into some exit polls from states we didn't do so earlier. Now that we're moving across the country to the west, take a look at Texas here, Wolf. You see that the electorate's 44% white in Texas tonight. 20% African American, 32% Hispanic. You see that it is a majority-minority electorate. This is the kind of electorate that Joe Biden has been seeking, but Bernie Sanders' strength with the Hispanic vote will be a factor here as well. This will be fascinating to watch and play out. Look at Minnesota. The racial breakdown entirely different, as you might imagine. It is a state that is 87% white, overwhelmingly white, the state of Minnesota. We saw Joe Biden didn't perform so well in states like New Hampshire and Iowa that looked like this. We'll see if his momentum helps him more in Minnesota tonight. And ideologically, take a look at Texas. This is really interesting. 24% of the electorate down in Texas calls themselves very liberal. But look at the other end of the spectrum. If you add the moderates and the conservatives, 41% of the electorate, conservative or moderate, that's a significant chunk inside a Democratic primary. Compare that to Minnesota, you'll see an entirely different ideological makeup. 26% say very liberal, but 42% call themselves somewhat liberal. Down here, it's only 33% combined that call themselves moderate and conservative. Wolf.
Interesting numbers indeed. All right, David, thanks very much. John King, let's take a closer look at Texas right now, the makeup there.
I think what David just talked about is one of the fascinating elements of Super Tuesday. We get into more states and we get into much more diversity, right? South Carolina and Nevada, the first 2 states with diversity. In these other states, you get more of a combination. Nevada, the Latino vote was huge with a smaller slice of African Americans. In South Carolina, it was the African American vote. David just talked about the majority-minority districts, right? The electorate, I mean, that you had a majority-minority electorate. Look at these, the highlighted here are counties that are majority-minority, meaning a majority of people, African Americans, Latinos, other ethnic groups. Look how many of them there are in the state of Texas. This is an incredibly diverse electorate. You can move over here, another state tonight. The last state we'll get to when we move west is California. Again, look at all the majority-minority counties in the state of California. An incredibly rich, diverse electorate voting on this biggest night of the Democratic primary. I want to pull you back out to the map and show you another way to look at this. Let's turn this off and look at it. We can look at it constituency by constituency. If you want to look at the African American population by county across the United States of America, slide this over so you can see it. You see the big band here, right? What do you have here in this band? Well, you have a lot of Super Tuesday states tonight where African Americans will matter and matter big. Virginia, North Carolina, Tennessee, and Alabama. Joe Biden is counting very much East Coast states to get off to a good start of the night as we move from the east toward the west. African American votes. You see some as we move further. You see some in Texas, a little bit in California. But when you move to California, that's where, let's turn this one off and bring it here to Latino population by county. Let me bring this in and get rid of the red lines for you. Then you're moving, whoop, there we go. Look at this. Latino population by county. The darker the shading, the higher the population in those counties. In the state of Texas, in the state of California, the Latino population is giant, and Bernie Sanders has worked it incredibly hard. So that's one of the more fascinating dynamics as we go through the night. Here's one other way to look at it. If you look at it this way, if you want to see what we believe to be a competition, right? Heading in, Bernie Sanders has an advantage among Latino voters. Joe Biden has a significant advantage among African American voters. Over this side of the map, this is your African American belt right across here. Again, Virginia, North Carolina, Alabama, Arkansas, a bit of Oklahoma. This here, the states where Joe Biden is hoping to make a statement tonight. The darker green over here, this is your Latino side of the map. Texas, California, even a little bit in Utah. This is where Bernie Sanders is trying to make his dash on the map. So you have the most diverse electorate right now when you go from coast to coast for a 14-state Democratic primary. The rich diversity of the Democratic Party at stake tonight, and a key piece of the competition, especially between Sanders and Biden. But we'll watch and see where other candidates might cut in as well.
Polls close in Virginia at the top of the hour, North Carolina at 7:30 Eastern. If you're Joe Biden, what are you looking for?
So let me clear this out and look at the map here. Number one, you're hoping for what he calls Joe-mentum, which means you just won big right here, South Carolina. Well, look at the neighborhood. Blank that out. Look at the neighborhood around it, right? These gray states, Virginia, North Carolina, Tennessee, Alabama. He hopes it extends across to Arkansas and Oklahoma. But these are areas right here where you know there's a significant African-American vote in the Democratic primary constituency. You're hoping to get it. You're also hoping, Mayor Buttigieg, for example, had some decent support in Virginia. You're hoping that endorsement helps you with those voters as well. You're hoping to make a statement early on. One of the most interesting things is, remember, Joe Biden did not have a lot of money before that South Carolina win. So he is not as invested in some of these other states. If you come down and look at it this way, these are Joe Biden's ads in Super Tuesday states. Now, it looks like he's in a lot of places, but a lot of that money came in late, and B, it's a very modest amount of money, right? So Joe Biden is hoping that the free media, the bounce out of South Carolina, carries him tonight because he did not actually put all that much television into these states. If you want to take a different perspective, look at Michael Bloomberg, right? You're going to see the same states, $235 million right there. So can Joe Biden's momentum and a couple of $1 million combat Michael Bloomberg, who hasn't been on the ballot until today, and more than $200 million, more than $235 million. Bloomberg's been on the air with a high buy level in every single state. Where's the competition against that? Let's come back out and take a look at this. Doesn't want to come back out for me. There we go. Bernie Sanders. That, in a normal campaign, we'd say that's a healthy investment right there by Bernie Sanders, $18, $19 million. Bloomberg's just blown it away. Tom Steyer, before he dropped out, was blowing that away. But Sanders is competitive on television just pretty much across the Super Tuesday board. And one other factor tonight, we talk about the potential Bloomberg effect. Elizabeth Warren is 0 for 4. 0 for 4. She needs to make a statement tonight. If you look here, her home state of Massachusetts, she hopes to be competitive in New England, up in Maine. Vermont is a Sanders state. We're not worrying about that. But is there anywhere else on this map where Elizabeth Warren, her strength is in the suburbs, her strength is with college-educated voters? Is there anywhere else on this map where her spending either gets her a win or part of her strategy? You see the heavy spending here in Colorado, the suburbs outside Denver, Texas as well, hoping to pick up some delegates in congressional districts. Again, we're about to start counting votes, about to put all these strategies to the test.
The next few hours, we'll know a lot more, John. Good work. We're following the voting all across the country on this Super Tuesday. We're learning how voters are reacting to the millions being spent on campaign ads. Much more of our special coverage just right after this. David Shelley is getting some more fascinating information on the exit poll information. I understand, David, you got some new details about how voters feel about all the money that's being spent.
That's right, Wolf. In a few of the states today, we asked voters, do you think it's fair or unfair for a candidate to spend unlimited amounts of their own money? I guess you could call it the Michael Bloomberg question, obviously. Take a look in Texas. 50% of the electorate says it's fair. Spend unlimited amounts of your money. But 47%, roughly a split half and half, says it's unfair. Similar story in Tennessee. All these states, Michael Bloomberg advertised a lot in. 46% call it fair in Tennessee. 49% call it unfair. And in North Carolina, look at this. A majority, 53%, say it is unfair for somebody to spend unlimited amounts of their own money. 44% call it fair. Anderson, over to you.
David Jollian, thanks very much. One of the interesting things that's interesting about Michael Bloomberg, Michael Sperkonich, is that, I mean, he's saying he's going to give all his resources to whoever the nominee is. That's less impactful if he is waiting until a brokered convention to kind of try to get a last-ditch effort at actually being the nominee.
Kind of a stunning thought to envision him potentially keeping that apparatus in place, paying those folks through the end of the calendar year for Bernie Sanders. And yet he has said that he will do so. And I watched him last night when he was questioned as to whether he would indeed vote for Bernie Sanders, and he maintains that he would do so. Related to that, I'm interested to see what happens with regard to Elizabeth Warren. She's not had a strong, meaning top two finish in any state thus far. And I wonder whether she'll feel an allegiance to a very progressive agenda the way that Mayor Pete and Amy Klobuchar, I would argue, did to a more moderate agenda. You know, she seems in sync on issues and ideology with Bernie, but I don't know if there's any love lost there, despite what they may say. I'm mindful of that debate where essentially each called the other a liar. And if she doesn't have a strong showing tonight, what does she do?
Yeah.
That's one of the top questions I wonder.
It's an interesting question because, I mean, you know, she used to say, I'm with Bernie, talking about
Right.
Medicare for all. This will be the ultimate test of is she really with Bernie.
But as we all know, a lot of times during these races, people develop a lot of animosity towards each other. Hillary and Obama did, and then Hillary became his Secretary of State. So people can get past things if they need to. And I think that the Warren people, you know, I think we've all heard it. They claim that we were ignoring her, and she's been kind of like written out of the race. And so I think that she has to do something to really show that she is in the race and that,
Like
and that she
win
can
something?
win. Well, she needs to win, but also the other thing is I think there's this assumption that, you know, the Klobuchar votes or the Buttigieg votes are going to go to Biden. I don't know that that's true. Some of them may go to Warren. And so the question is this is sort of her last stand, right, to see whether she can actually draw some of these votes.
And you can't underestimate the importance for many women of having an incredibly smart, great woman in the race. She's the only one left. I think there are a lot of women who have signed up with her because they want to see a woman president in their lifetime.
Right.
And her endorsement, I think, therefore, will be very significant if and when it happens.
But, God, don't you think, I mean, first of all, from her hometown, she's wicked smart, and she's tenacious, and she's tough. And she has indicated that she thinks she has a commitment to young women to show them what they can do. Plus, she's still got money in the bank. So I would be very surprised, no matter what her outcome is tonight, that she doesn't stay in the race for some extended period of time.
I don't think she should go anywhere. I think Elizabeth Warren, almost in any matrix, with the exception of some of these winning, which is the most critical part of this thing, best debater on the stage. And not just, I think she's turned in really solid, consistent performances. I would probably put Amy Klobuchar sort of right after her. I mean, the women in this in these races, and I would add Kamala Harris back into the mix, have been exceptional. And it really does pain me to see that in 2020, that there are things we may not be able to give voice to on this panel about the way in which women have been so horribly disqualified in this process, looked over. People writing op-eds saying the women are the ones that ought to drop out first, when even prior to those op-eds being written, it was the men, including Joe Biden, who were doing worse than the women. And it's the American way, but we got to work real hard.
I want to sit here and just wave my hands as the Kamala Harris supporter on the panel. I remember, you know, reading the political articles and the New York Times articles that were burying her while she was still alive. And I think that what we've seen is that although we had the most diverse field in the history of any party in this country, we still have a long ways to go. And Kirsten talks about it better than anyone that I sit up here with, because we always go through this discussion about electability and how electability in this country means old white man. So now your choices are, you know, do you want the 78-year-old white man, the 78-year-old white man, the 77-year-old white man? I mean, but they don't give the same benefit of the doubt to women who are running these same races. But I will disagree with my three colleagues to the left of me, because I'm about to do
the left of you.
Yes. That might benefit me in South Carolina. So touche. But I think it's going to be impractical for her not to win at least Massachusetts tonight and keep going. That doesn't mean I'm saying that she doesn't belong on the stage or she doesn't have a voice that should be on the stage. I just think that as you run these races, you know what dries up? The money dries up. Yeah. And if you can't show that you win that,
but she's going to be amassing delegates along the way, though. She's the only
I'm not saying she should leave. I'm saying it's impractical for her to continue, but we'll find out.
The only thing I'd say, and I don't think that this arc is going to happen for her, but you and I know, have said here, and you look at Joe Biden on February 3rd and then February 11th, and even February 22nd, where Bernie Sanders wins by 30, 25. Yeah. I would not, you were right, I was wrong, but I would not have said, oh, Joe Biden, he's going to be the Bernie alternative. So there is value to some extent in waiting it out a little bit if you can. If you're Warren and you can sustain. If you can sustain. If you can't, you're going to go in debt. I get all that.
It still has, I think what we're all saying is it still has a very unsettled feel to it.
Right.
Yeah. Correct. Frankly, even at the end of tonight, it's probably still going to have a very unsettled feel to it, and maybe that's what she's hanging in for it.
The Biden turn is so rapid.
But let me just say this. I mean, I don't really hate to harken on it, but we got to go back to these states that are going to vote early first. I mean, we have, three Southerners on stage. We still welcome you down south anytime you want to come.
I love the South.
But I'm just saying that the South is going to dictate a lot of this process tonight. Yeah. And if Bernie Sanders and Elizabeth Warren and Michael Bloomberg get crushed throughout the South, that says a lot. And regardless,
Kirsten, I mean, it may be an unsettled feeling, but delegates. That's not a feeling, it's numbers. And there is some data here, and by the end of tonight, once all the results are in, which may be several days with California, a lot of delegates are going to be assigned.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think, I guess, no, I don't want to be calling on Elizabeth Warren to drop out. That's not what I'm saying. But I think that if you are somebody who cares about the issues that she cares about, when you see what's happening on the moderate lane where people are dropping out basically in an effort to try to help Biden consolidate that vote, we don't know if it'll work, but that's what they're trying to do.
Do you think she would endorse Sanders?
And well, I mean, I think that if she does care about the things she cares about, then yes, that's what would make the most sense. Now, they're not exactly the same, but neither is Buttigieg and Biden exactly the same. So, but they're more in the same lane. And for her to drop out and endorse him, I think it doesn't mean every single one of her voters goes to him, but it would help. It would help
and
that.
It would help him,
but
one place the data does suggest a Quinnipiac survey in January showed that 35%, a plurality of her supporters, would be Bernie people. I'm sure they'd be split different ways. The number dropped to 33% last month. So it does seem like he's the most to gain, should she, if she doesn't win tonight.
But that
may
explain why she decided to go after Biden. We were talking a little bit earlier. Why would she have sort of turned her ire toward Vice President Biden? And it could be that she's assumed or concluded that maybe there's a cap as it relates to being able to siphon away Bernie's supporters. And is there another place that she can go, which would also explain some of the increased rhetoric around, I'm the one who could work with the other side, bring people together, be a bridge builder. Whether we believe that or not,
when
that
you say
is
another
exactly
place
where
to go,
her
what do you mean?
rhetoric is going. Well, I mean, so for instance, and I hope to God that this doesn't happen, but say we do find ourselves toward a broker convention. She is someone who has respect on the side of strong progressives within the Democratic Party, but also with, sort of establishment Democrats, if you will. I think she may have an important role to play in the weeks.
Especially if it's Bernie Sanders.
Listen, I'm just reading the tea leaves. I have no idea. I haven't talked to her campaign, but we've watched her very closely. I think that Mike Bloomberg is a really good guy and smart, but he looks at data, and he's going to make a decision based on data. I think Senator Warren's position is somewhat different, and she has money, and she thinks she's doing something that serves a very, very large cause. And I think in her mind, based on what she said in the last week, she's staying in it to the end. And if there is a broker convention, she intends to play a very significant part.
Polling places close in Virginia, Vermont very soon. We're standing by for the first results of the night and our first chance to project winners. Stay with us.
I want to go to CNN's Amara Walker. She's in Nashville, Tennessee for us right now. I understand you got some major news. They're keeping the polls open a bit longer, right?
Yeah, they will be getting at least 3 more hours here at this polling site at the Cleveland Community Center in East Nashville. So a judge made a quick ruling not that long ago, and that means that voting hours in Davidson County in Tennessee will be extended, not the state, just Davidson County, which includes Nashville. So 5 polling sites will remain open until 10 p.m. Central, that's 11 p.m. Eastern, rather than closing at 7 p.m. Locally here. And the rest of the polling sites, all the other polling sites in Davidson County, will remain open until 8 p.m. So they will be getting an extra hour. That, of course, is 9 p.m. Eastern. So this is a result of a lawsuit that was filed by the Democratic Party of Tennessee with the top Democratic candidates, Joe Biden, Michael Bloomberg, Bernie Sanders, and Elizabeth Warren. And so they are hailing this as a victory because they say that people in Tennessee, especially in the Nashville area and east of here, have been dealing with this deadly tornado that passed through early this morning, and there's a lot of blocked roads. It takes a lot more time to get to their polling sites. People are going to their polling sites realizing that they were damaged in this tornado, and they're calling around to find out where their precincts are. So the Democratic Party are saying that this was absolutely needed, including the voters here who've been standing in line for 2+ hours. They do welcome the decision. Back to you.
It's a very important decision indeed, and totally understandable. Amaral Walker in Nashville, Tennessee for us. David Shaw, you're looking at more exit polls, and we're getting more information on what's on the mind of voters.
Yes, specifically in Colorado on the issues of healthcare and the economy, Wolf. Taking a deep dive here, healthcare once again, the most important issue on voters' minds headed into the polls in Colorado. 36% said it's the issue that mattered most. 25% climate change, 23% income inequality, 7% race relations. The Medicare for All question, do you support a government-run program instead of private insurance? In Colorado, a sizable majority, 57%, support Medicare for All. Only 36% oppose it. And about the economic system in the United States, look at this number. 49%, nearly half the electorate in the Democratic primary in Colorado today says that the American economy needs complete overhaul, the economic system in this country. That is specifically a Bernie Sanders, Elizabeth Warren style message that clearly is resonating with voters in Colorado. Wolf?
I'll take it. I look like Wolf without a beard. Someday, if I'm, lucky, I can grow a beard, like Smirconners. We are seeing this state after state. I was just looking at Colorado, so it's 57% Medicare for All. In Maine, it was 72%. Massachusetts, 52%. I mean, it has become.
It's the issue.
It's the issue.
It's the issue.
No question about it.
Yeah. And I, to take this another angle, because I leaned hard into what I think Bernie Sanders supporters are grabbing a hold to. And the cautionary note again, if Joe Biden is going to be on the pathway to becoming the Democratic nominee, I firmly believe that he is going to have to adopt, not change his political necessarily, position, but I think he's going to have to become a lot stronger on speaking to the heartache that exists for a lot of people, not just grief, but the economic and the health heartaches that a lot of people have.
Because the argument that Sanders has been making, and Buttigieg has pointed this out repeatedly, is that it's either his way or kind of status quo, which you're saying that.
Look, here the big look. Healthcare is a right. That is opposition in the Democratic Party. And the big argument between the Bernie people and the Biden people and the Elizabeth and Pete is which one of us can actually get something done. Yeah. If you're going to build me a bridge to nowhere, if you're going to try to Evel Knievel the Grand Canyon, and we're going to fall off on it, and we're going to lose the House, and we're going to lose the Senate, then what have we got? Because nothing from nothing equals nothing. And so the fight really should be about, how to get there. I agree with you that whoever the nominee is obviously going to have to speak to this issue in a very passionate way. If the people want to feel like they see them,
Yes, and they feel I disagree with Andrew on one. And I'm sorry.
Go ahead.
No, I disagree with Andrew just on one point, because I understand the larger. I think the point that we're making is that Joe Biden has to give people a reason to vote for him, not just vote against Donald Trump.
Right. I agree with that.
Right? You have to, as we all know, we've won and lost elections, but you have to give people some reason to come out. It's not just the other guy sucks, right? So that can't be it. But I also think that Joe Biden speaks to something that this country's missing right now. It's not just policy and the pragmatism, which I also do not believe is incrementalism. I think those are different things. But he's also speaking to the fact that we need a change of character in this country. Yes. And this is a unique time, because normally I would say that you were correct. But with Donald Trump sitting in the White House right now, there are people who want to feel something different. And the mayor articulates this a lot, in their heart. And right now, it's a heart issue that Joe Biden. Now, whether or not that's successful in November, I'm not certain. But that's a heart issue.
We actually don't disagree. I agree that Biden has clung to something here, where I think we have not gone far enough, at least in my opinion. Is one, I don't think he has exhibited, I think, on the issues that are the issues of the day. We keep looking at the polling that's coming out. He's got to give more voice to that, because I think the two comparisons are, it's either we leave everything as it is or we go for some revolutionary change. That's not how he is positing it,
I want to add a
but that's the
cautionary
perception.
note. This is a Democratic primary. These are the most passionate, progressive voters. And I would think that the White House would welcome this fight. The fight if the Democrats are saying it's got to be get rid of private insurance, and with regard to the economy, complete overhaul. The president wants that kind of a dichotomy. That's the sort of fight that he's looking for.
Let's not get too in the weeds. Just in terms of these exit polls, what are
I mean, from what we've seen so far, from what David Chalian has brought us, what is the night looking like? I mean, does it lead you anywhere?
I would just say, and I think Mayor Gillum said this earlier, if you look, and we've seen this largely in Iowa, New Hampshire, Nevada, a little less in South Carolina, but if you look at the numbers on things like, are you angry? Do you think the economic system is sort of fundamentally broken? Medicare for all. We can nitpick each of these questions, but it looks like an electorate that should be really good, broadly speaking, for Bernie Sanders. So then I think you have to ask the question, if today isn't as good for Bernie Sanders, why? And that's less message and more messenger, which does leave an option, to your guys' point, does leave an option for Joe Biden to co-opt some of that. Because Joe Biden's not going to be the nominee without a message.
I think the reason it would be because they think he can't beat Donald Trump.
Yeah.
Because we can see that that's the thing that their number one focus is beating Donald Trump. And when you talk to a lot of people, they will say, I really like Bernie, but I just don't think he can win. And so I think, but just also this idea about what you were talking about with Biden and the character and the empathy. Bernie has character. Bernie has empathy. He shows it in a different way. He has a very different personality than Joe Biden does. But I think for his supporters, they see a lot of empathy. They see somebody who cares a lot.
It's so interesting when people talk about electability, and a couple of candidates have made this point as well, is that it seems like everyone has become not just a voter, but also a pundit.
Yeah,
so people are not only thinking about, who's the person I like? Like, some people like Sanders, but they'll say, like, oh, I'm not sure he's electable. But if they like him, then theoretically he's electable.
But they're also hearing it from pundits. And I think that's a lot of it. If you really start breaking it down with people, I think they can start thinking about it differently. But it has been very much for too long the groupthink that Bernie Sanders can't win.
Just like Donald Trump couldn't win, by the way. If you ask people who was the least electable Republican,
our special Super Tuesday coverage continues right now.
We're closing in right now on the first Super Tuesday results right at the top of the hour. That's when the polls close in Virginia and Vermont. 119 delegates are up for grabs in those two states, most of them in Virginia. It's an early slice of the 1,344 delegates on the line tonight. That's about 1/3 of all delegates. Jake, what can we expect in the hour ahead?
Well, that's right, Wolf. We are looking for right now the results. The night is likely to kick off with a win for Bernie Sanders, we're anticipating. Sanders is counting on a victory, of course, in his home state of Vermont. Not big in terms of delegates, but, of course, his home state. That means the first really big test of the night, therefore, will be the Commonwealth of Virginia. There, Joe Biden is hoping for another strong showing among the strong amount of African-American voters in that state, as he had in South Carolina just days ago. We're also going to see for the first time if New York City Mayor Mike Bloomberg's big ad spending is paying off in terms of actual delegates. Let's go to Sanders and Biden headquarters. CNN's Ryan Nobles is covering Bernie Sanders for us. Ryan?
Jake, there's still a lot of voting that has to take place here tonight, but the Bernie Sanders campaign is certainly seeing the writing on the wall. They do envision this as ending up as a two-person race by the end of the night. And to that end, they believe that they are ready to take on Joe Biden in a head-to-head matchup as this Democratic primary contest continues. In fact, the Sanders campaign manager, Faz Shakir, told me that from the very beginning of this campaign, they've been preparing for a Sanders versus Biden matchup. And they actually believe that presents the best opportunity for Bernie Sanders going forward. In fact, Sanders described Joe Biden as the perfect foil for Bernie Sanders and his campaign. And he said he pointed to the lengthy record that both men have, serving in the Congress for more than 2 decades and weighing in on some of the biggest issues of the past 20 years, like the war in Iraq, the bankruptcy bill, the crime bill, and of course, just general economic inequality and issues like that have come before the Congress. They believe when you compare those two records, the judgment of the Sanders campaign is preferable to the judgment of Joe Biden, at least when presented to Democratic primary voters. Of course, that will be tested in a big way here tonight with so many delegates at stake across so many different states. We'll get our first assessment of what people think of that head-to-head matchup. But Jake, the Sanders campaign preparing for a long slog between these two candidates in the states that lie ahead, heading to the Milwaukee convention. Jake?
All right, Ryan, thank you so much. Let's go now to Arlette Saenz. She's with the Biden campaign in California. Arlette?
Well, Jake, going into tonight, the Biden campaign told me that they were starting to see some signs of hope in Virginia after that wave of endorsements that came his way in the state after that victory in South Carolina. And two specific congressional districts that they pointed me to were the 3rd and 10th congressional districts. Those were represented by Jennifer Wexton and Bobby Scott, the dean of the congressional delegation, a member of the Congressional Black Caucus. His district is in Norfolk, Virginia, where Biden campaigned on Sunday night. And the Biden campaign believes that those endorsements from those members of Congress could be beneficial heading into today's Super Tuesday contest in Virginia. Now, Biden also picked up the endorsement of Senator Tim Kaine, a very influential Democrat in the state who was Hillary Clinton's running mate back in 2016 and a friend of President Obama, and also former Virginia Governor Terry McAuliffe, who endorsed very soon after South Carolina was called for Joe Biden on Saturday night. Biden also has picked up the endorsement of Congressman Don Beyer, who was a previous supporter of Pete Buttigieg, who threw his support behind Joe Biden after Buttigieg dropped out of the race. So there are some signs of hope potentially for Joe Biden in Virginia, his campaign believes, when those polls close at 7.
All right, Arlette Saenz with the Biden campaign in California. Dana Bash, let me ask you, polls are going to close in 7 minutes. What are you looking for?
Well, I'm going to be looking at Virginia at the top of the hour to see how Michael Bloomberg does with African-American voters who make up a healthy part of Virginia's Democratic electorate. Joe Biden swept the black vote a few days ago in South Carolina, but Bloomberg, of course, wasn't on the ballot there or anywhere else until today. Now, the other question about Virginia is how frontrunner Bernie Sanders does in Northern Virginia, the D.C. suburbs, where a healthy number of Democrats in Virginia live. As one Virginia Democratic official pointed out to me, a lot of voters who live there are the establishment. So are they going to back Sanders, or are they going to be spooked by his policies?
The polls in Virginia close in just over 6 minutes, and we will find out. David Chalian, let me ask you, what are you looking for?
Well, I see a sort of tale of two different states here, Jake, when you look at Virginia and Vermont. Take a look at Virginia and the way Democratic primary voters are feeling about the Trump administration. You see here only 8% are enthusiastic. Look down here, 23% are dissatisfied, 58% are angry, a majority angry, but not a huge majority. Take a look in Vermont, just how different that electorate feels about the Trump administration. 74% of Democratic primary voters in Vermont are angry about the Trump administration. And then that Medicare for All question that has been a defining issue throughout this whole campaign. In Virginia, again, 52% of the Democratic electorate today does support Medicare for All, a majority, but a slim one. Compare that to Vermont, home state of Senator Bernie Sanders. 77% of Democratic primary voters in Senator Sanders' home state back his Medicare for All proposal. Wolf?
Thanks very much. Let's take a closer look at the states. They're about to close in Virginia and Vermont, 7:30 North Carolina. What do you expect?
We expect, number one, Bernie Sanders to begin the night with a win at home in Vermont. We get the early results in 2020. Obviously, we have nothing yet, but let's just go back in time to 4 years ago, remind our voters this is Bernie Sanders' home state. They love him. Democratic voters especially love him. 86% of the vote 4 years ago. There's no reason to believe that Bernie Sanders won't win and won't win big in Vermont. The only question is, this was a two-candidate race. Does somebody else get viability? She did not. Hillary Clinton did not. Does somebody else get viability above 15%? Take a delegate or so? 16 delegates at stake in Vermont. That's the only question. Does Bernie Sanders get them all, or does somebody come in and compete? 16 delegates there. Let's come back to 2020 and come back down here. A much bigger prize, 99 delegates at stake in the state of Virginia, the Commonwealth of Virginia. You look at it here play out. Again, this is a fascinating state. You talk about the changing demographics of America, the changing demographics of the Democratic Party. Arlette Saenz was talking about this a little bit earlier. I want to go back in time. Let's go back first to 2016. Hillary Clinton won Virginia and won Virginia pretty big, right? Look at the numbers there, 64% to 35%. How did she do it? Well, she did it by sweeping up here. She swept a lot of places, but up here in the Northern Virginia suburbs is what has so changed the state of Virginia. Used to be a red or a purple state in presidential politics. Now most people think of it as a blue state in presidential politics. Why? Because of the changes. This is the 2016 Democratic presidential primary. Now I want to come to the 2018 House races here. In 2018, you see this blue district here? This is one of the places Arlette Saenz was just talking about. The district won by the freshman, Jennifer Wexton, who beat a Republican incumbent. What is this evidence of? The suburban revolt against Trumpism. These suburbs, when you get farther out from D.C., used to be reliably red. They are becoming more and more Democratic. So can Joe Biden, with her endorsement, run it up in the Northern Virginia suburbs? It's a key test for him. Here's one of the complicating factors as he tries, okay? This is Virginia. Let's come back to 2020. Remember where we just were, up here. This is also a test, though, of the changing Latino vote. One of the reasons Virginia is changing so much, becoming more blue, is the influx of Latinos, especially up here in the D.C. suburbs. So you have suburban women, a revolt against Trumpism, establishment endorsement. Joe Biden hopes that helps him. Bernie Sanders thinks, I did pretty well with Latinos 4 years ago. I've worked this community very hard. A good competition, if you will, within the competition right here in Northern Virginia suburbs, which are so important to the state. Other things you want to look for, Wolf, in the state of Virginia. Let's blank this out. Come back to the 2020 map. This is a test. This is absolutely a test for Michael Bloomberg. This is where he launched his campaign down here in Norfolk. He has made a stake that he can make a play here in Virginia. He has spent a lot of money. We can look at his ads here. He has spent a lot of money on advertisements, including in the Commonwealth of Virginia here. And so as Virginia votes come in, it will be our first test of the night. Is all that financial spending by Michael Bloomberg getting him to the point of viability and putting him in play to win a state tonight, or at least come away with a big basket of delegates? That is the giant question here. Let's just come back out for a minute. Let's turn this off, come back to the 2020 map. North Carolina is next. The polls close at 7:30, except because of one precinct, they had some problems setting up at the beginning. They've extended voting for half an hour. The state policy is if the one precinct is open, you don't report any results. So most of the polls will close at 7:30. We don't expect to see any results out of North Carolina until a little after 8 o'clock now. So you add this all up and you look at it, what do you get? The first three, Vermont, Virginia, and then North Carolina, beginning the 14-state sweep, plus American Samoa across the thing. Well, more than 1,300 delegates at stake. Again, Vermont will not be a litmus test of anything. Vermont will be a blowout win for Bernie Sanders. But Virginia will be the first test. Is there an African-American bounce for Biden out of South Carolina? Where's the Latino vote there going? Can Michael Bloomberg compete? Virginia is the first battle, the post-South Carolina battleground where we get to look at the impact of this race.
And 99 delegates in Virginia, 110 in North Carolina, and Vermont only 16.
Right. So Virginia is the biggest early prize. Then North Carolina is the third biggest prize of the night. If you just look at the night, as we're going to be here a while, we're going to go through this. The top biggest prize is California. We'll be counting that late in the night. Stay with us. Brew some coffee at home. Texas, which comes in later, but we'll get there. Another place where the Latino vote is huge, 228. North Carolina, 110. And then Virginia at 99 are the big prizes here. 1,344 delegates at stake tonight. We'll get a test early on. And again, the diversity when you come into Virginia is what makes it so interesting. I will move this out of the way here just to show you. This is the big test tonight, right? Joe Biden thinks he can run it up among African-American voters. That's what he did in South Carolina. Here's a big example to test it right here. You see the deeper the shading, that's the higher the percentage of the African-American vote. Critical, especially down here, the Norfolk, Virginia Beach area. But Bernie Sanders is competing very hard among Latino voters. If you take a look here, you also see, especially in the northern part of the state, those Latino pockets. So battlegrounds within the battlegrounds, Wolf, and we'll be counting pretty soon.
We certainly will. Voting is about to end in Virginia and Vermont. 115 delegates are on the line in those two states, most of them in the key battleground of Virginia. Vermont is Bernie Sanders' home state. And CNN can now project that Joe Biden will win Virginia. 99 delegates at stake in Virginia. Joe Biden will win the Democratic presidential primary in Virginia. CNN can also now project that Bernie Sanders will win in Vermont. That's his home state, 16 delegates at stake. Bernie Sanders will win the Democratic presidential primary in his home state of Vermont. Let's go to reporters who are covering these two contests. Arlette Saenz is joining us right now. She's over what's going to be Biden headquarters in California right now. Arlette, this is going to be very good news for the Biden team.
Yeah, Wolf, it certainly is. And it could be the first sign that Joe Biden has benefited from the past 72 hours after he emerged from South Carolina with a decisive victory and also picked up a key number of endorsements from his former rivals as moderates are beginning, in some cases, to coalesce around Joe Biden. And Biden also was trying to court African-American voters in Virginia. That is a key part of their strategy in Super Tuesday. We'll see how it turns out the rest of the night.
Biden will win in Virginia. Sanders will win in Vermont. Ryan Nobles is there. You're at Sanders headquarters. They must be happy that the home state goes with Bernie Sanders.
Yeah, no doubt about that, Wolf. This crowd, obviously all Vermonters that had the chance to vote for their home state senator today, very happy that he was able to win in Vermont. But we should point out there has to be a degree of disappointment in the Sanders campaign that he was not able to win in Virginia. This was a state that Sanders spent a lot of time in, especially in the closing days of the campaign. In fact, spending as much time in Virginia in the week leading up to South Carolina as he did in South Carolina. And the Sanders campaign felt that they had a number of gains in Virginia. He spent time both in Northern Virginia and Richmond and in the Virginia Beach area, but it looks as though, with our projection being as early as it came in, that this is going to be a decisive win for Joe Biden. So not a good sign for the Sanders campaign this early on in the night that Virginia, a state that they thought could go either way, is solidly in the Biden column. Certainly they're glad to have the win here in Vermont, but the Virginia win is something that I'm sure they're disappointed in.
Yeah, I think you're absolutely right. They're pretty happy right now, as we can see. Clearly, they're watching what's going on CNN at the same time. Happy about Vermont, must be disappointed about Virginia right now. At some point, we're going to hear from all of these candidates right now. Let's go over to Jake and Dana. A big win for Biden in Virginia.
Yeah, that's significant. Vermont has 16. Let's look at the board here, the tablet. Vermont has 16 delegates, and that goes to Bernie Sanders. Virginia is a much bigger prize with 99 delegates. And obviously, Joe Biden winning Virginia does not mean he gets all 99 delegates. They're awarded proportionally according to how big the victory is. And of course, that's about 40% of the delegates are given that way, 60% given according to who wins congressional districts. So what really matters here is not just that Biden won, but more importantly, how big will he win? But that said, that's a big victory. That was a competitive state or Commonwealth. And the fact that Joe Biden, that we're calling it for Joe Biden so early in the night suggests that it was a pretty big win, Dan.
Yeah, you just heard Ryan talking about, the candor and how disappointing it is to the Sanders campaign that this is a W on the board for Joe Biden. Yes, it is proportional. It is unclear how many delegates he will get, but they have been playing, all of the campaigns especially, but the Biden campaign has been playing the congressional district game. And by that, I mean the delegates are also awarded by congressional districts. So, for example, they got Bobby Scott, a very popular congressman.
Very powerful.
A very powerful congressman who has an important district to endorse him, and that matters a lot when it comes to the delegate count. You can't emphasize enough how much of a numbers game it is at this point. Having said that, it is also a psychological game. And for Joe Biden to now have not one, but 2 wins in his column is a very big deal for the Biden campaign, despite the fact that it is very early and there are a lot of contests left to talk about.
Well, and also, we should just point out, if we look at the board here, Virginia will be a battleground state in the fall. Right. South Carolina, which Joe Biden won last Saturday, will not be. But Virginia, he will have to win in order, is presuming whoever the Democratic presidential nominee is, Virginia, they'll have to win in order to win the White House. If you look at the board here, you can see that as of right now, there were 14 states in play, plus American Samoa at the beginning of the night. Now there are only 12 states in play. Joe Biden has won 1, Bernie Sanders has won 1. But Sanders, after the first 3 contests, after the Nevada caucus, we were all saying Bernie Sanders is the front runner. I think it's fair to say he's still the front runner in many ways. But as of right now, Joe Biden is right on his back, and Joe Biden, as of right now, leads in the popular vote.
There's one other quick thing that we need to point out. Michael Bloomberg. Michael Bloomberg, this is the first results that we have seen since Michael Bloomberg has been on the ballot. He played hard in Virginia, just like everywhere.
He was there yesterday.
And he was hoping to take this away from Joe Biden. The fact that we are calling it so early means that he wasn't even close.
Based on our exit poll information, David, you're taking a closer look at the exit poll information. How did he do it? How did Joe Biden win Virginia so quickly?
Very simply, he did it with black voters, and he did it on the issue of electability. Take a look at the African-American vote in Virginia. It makes up about 27% of the electorate, roughly a quarter of the electorate. Look at this lead. Biden gets 63%, according to these early exit polls, of the African-American vote. Sanders at 18%. That's a 45-point victory among African-American voters for Joe Biden. Michael Bloomberg, one of the things Dana said she was looking for in Virginia tonight, how did he do with African-American voters? Only 10% of African-American voters, according to this exit poll in Virginia. Take a look at the electability factor. 55% of the electorate is looking for a candidate that can beat Donald Trump. Among those voters looking for a Trump defeater, 58%, a sizable majority, go for Joe Biden. Sanders, 39 points behind him at 19%, and Bloomberg and Warren both at 11%, with those voters looking for a Trump defeater. Now, in Vermont, how did Bernie Sanders win Vermont? Wolf, obviously it's his home state. Very liberal voters make up about 30% of the electorate there. 3 out of every 10 voters say they're very liberal. Sanders wins them going away with 70% of them. Warren is behind him by about 51 points, 19% she gets among very liberal voters. And then take a look at this issue of looking for a candidate who can bring needed change. Okay, that was for 44% of the electorate. That was the top candidate quality they were looking for. Well, Sanders in Vermont is that change agent for them. He gets 65% of those change voters. Warren's not even close in second place, 50 points behind at 15% of those voters. Anderson?
David Jalian, thanks very much. We're getting more numbers as they come in. I want to go Governor McAuliffe. Let's talk about the win in Virginia. What do you make? A big win, obviously, for Biden.
Yeah, we were down. I mean, a week ago, this was a different race in Virginia. I think South Carolina was a huge opportunity for the vice president to take that momentum. Obviously, you saw the numbers on the African-American community, very strong support in Virginia. It's a state that's urban, rural, suburban. It's got everything. It's got military. It's got 27 military installations, the largest naval base in the world. You know, it's a real composite of who America is, and I think this is a huge win for Joe Biden because it goes to the electability for me in the general election. Who can win in a state that is broad, diverse, huge African-American population, Asian population, Hispanic, Latino, all in Virginia? It's a big win. To me, what I want to see tonight is not only Virginia, North Carolina, and Colorado. Those are 3 swing states that are critical for our victory in the general election.
How much time did Sanders and Bloomberg spend focused on Virginia?
Oh, both of them were there extensively. Listen, Mike Bloomberg is the one thing people talk about what he has done on air and all the media has bought. He has a massive, Anderson, and very talented field staff. You know, if you're into field operations, he has second to none. He had 80 field staff for months in Virginia. They knocked on 700,000 doors. They did 100,000 doors this weekend, Mike Bloomberg's campaign. So, you know, we weren't on TV, the Biden campaign. So this was real.
Point out, you endorsed Biden on Saturday.
Yeah, big
and that's why this occurred.
And that's
why this occurred.
Pivotal thing.
It really is one of the. It's kind of a bumblebee phenomenon right now with Biden. Like, you know, with Bernie, I've got a movement. I've got all these people out there. With Bloomberg, I've got a money machine. With Biden, I've got me. That's what I've got. I'm me. He doesn't have this great ground game. He's not on the air, and yet somehow he pulled this thing off.
You know, this organization thing is really, really interesting. We heard for many, many months, Elizabeth Warren has a great organization. Bernie has a great organization. Organization's very important in politics, but it's like the. I'm going to make a football reference here, Andy. So for a second. But it's like the field goal team. You got to get down the field for the organization to make a difference. And if someone has big momentum, that overwhelms organization. And paid TV is secondary in a situation like this where the free media coverage, earned media, just overwhelms.
Well, and people want to vote for a winner. Somebody they think is going to win. And you're talking about paid TV, David. Bloomberg, according to our numbers, spent over $17 million of his own money on this. Biden's campaign, this doesn't include the super PAC, Biden's campaign spent $233,000.
Yeah, he did some radio ads.
So there's a big difference, but nothing succeeds like success.
There is.
People see a winner. they decide, well, maybe I'll vote for somebody else, but they're not going to have much of a chance. I want to be with the winner. That is what is helping Joe Biden right now. Let me caution everyone. Organization does count in a presidential campaign, should he be the nominee. And also, we're far away from that, and this is where the Biden campaign wants to be right now, because they want to rack up these numbers against Bernie Sanders, whom they know will do very well with the big prize at the very end of the night or tomorrow morning, which will be California.
One big thing to mention that was big in Virginia as well is the electability in the general election. We picked up 3 members of Congress last year. 2 of them, Elaine Luria, who was commander in the Navy, and Abigail Spanberger, a CIA knock officer. Very tough districts for Democrats to win. They also wanted someone at the top of the ticket who would benefit them to keep them in office. That was a huge, who would be the best at the top of the ticket, and they wanted to run, and Elaine Luria was with us in Norfolk on Sunday night. They wanted to run with Joe Biden because they felt he would be the best to help them win re-election.
Spanberger just announced that she's going to endorse. She just endorsed Biden.
So I do want to note that
I just got to get this quick break in. Crucial win for Joe Biden in Virginia, one for Bernie Sanders in the home state of Vermont. We'll get more results soon when polls close in North Carolina. Stay with us.
All right, just to recap, we projected that Joe Biden will win Virginia. 99 delegates at stake in Virginia. Big win for Joe Biden right at the top of the hour. We made that projection. Bernie Sanders will win Vermont. That's his home state. Two wins so far. One for Bernie Sanders, one for Joe Biden. We're waiting, Jake and Dana. Biden is expected to make some sort of statement. He's at a restaurant in Los Angeles right now, but we anticipate he will be making a statement. Sure, he's going to be very happy about Virginia.
He'll be happy. Look, there are 14 contests in the United States, plus the American Samoa, the territory. And look, it's going to be a long night, and it's very possible that we're going to see some really big early wins for Biden. But we have to keep in mind, California is really the hugest prize there, and Senator Sanders was polling way ahead there last time we looked. So certainly this is a great sign for Joe Biden for the fact that, like 2 weeks ago, people thought he was going to have to drop out. His campaign has completely been resurrected with the South Carolina win. Now we're projecting a victory in Virginia. In between those 2 states, we have, of course, North Carolina. We're going to find out in a few minutes. So far, it's looking good for Joe Biden.
And it's such an exciting night for those of us who follow this, for everybody, because this could be so determinative. Virginia, polls close early. It is very important for all the reasons we've said. But polls are still open across the country in the other states and territories still voting, including and especially the states that have the biggest prizes of the night, California and Texas. So we should probably underscore that. People are still going and voting. This is just the beginning.
It certainly is. And Texas, let's not forget, Texas, that's the second biggest prize of the night.
Very competitive there as well. Bernie Sanders has really done a lot in the last 4 years since his last presidential run to make inroads with the Latino community there. But we should point out, I mean, the Latino community in Texas is not the same as the Latino community in California. They're somewhat more conservative for Democrats. And it may be that his message of change resonates more with the Latino community in California than in Texas. We don't know. But those are the 2 big prizes, Texas and California. Although, as we've talked about all night, this is a delegate game. This is a numbers game. Joe Biden, with what we believe will likely be a pretty significant win in Virginia, where there are 99 delegates. Bernie Sanders picks up his home state of Vermont, where there are 16. So far, I mean, when it comes to the night, Joe Biden picking up the bigger prize.
Can we assume, Dana, that because Biden won decisively in South Carolina, now in Virginia, that some of the other southern states, we're waiting for those numbers to come in once the polls close, in North Carolina, let's say, or in Alabama or Tennessee or Arkansas, that Biden will do well in those states as well?
That's certainly the hope in the Biden campaign. They were looking at the top and early 4 as narrative-setting nights for the night. Obviously, Virginia, we've already seen, North Carolina, and also they're looking at Alabama and Tennessee. They were looking at those. Glad that they are early nights when it comes to poll closing and the best terrain for Joe Biden, given where his support is, where he made clear his support was in South Carolina, and then, of course, tonight in Virginia as well. The concern going into tonight in Bernie Sanders' campaign, they were very candid about the fact that they also saw those 4 states as, very good places for Joe Biden. And because some of the states that are better suited for Bernie Sanders the polls don't close until later in the night, that will sort of set the narrative in a negative way for Bernie Sanders. And they're just saying, okay, let's take a deep breath and remember, and they are right across the board, this is all about delegates. And we might not know for quite some time, because there's so many delegates at stake tonight, how it all adds up for all the campaigns.
Jake, it's a critical night for Michael Bloomberg and Elizabeth Warren.
That's right. We're waiting to get the results from Massachusetts, Elizabeth Warren's home state, her home Commonwealth, and we'll see how she does there. If she does well there, then that could be a new lease in life for her campaign. She's fourth place in delegates right now. But if she doesn't, she's going to have to do some thinking. We also have Maine. Maine is a state where Bernie Sanders did really well 4 years ago. Is he going to repeat that again? And as you noted, you have all these southern states. Joe Biden's base basically right now is African-American voters. And Alabama, where they also have an interesting Senate race going on, a Senate primary to who's going to run against the Senator Doug Jones, the Democrat. In Alabama, last time, a majority of the Democratic vote, not just a big chunk of it, but an actual majority, I think like 54, 55% of the Democratic vote was black. So that's also a place where Joe Biden is looking to do very, very well.
It's a critical moment for all of these candidates. We're getting closer and closer to the end of voting in North Carolina. That's the third biggest delegate prize tonight. Will we be able to make a projection? Find out. That's coming up. All right, we're counting down to the half hour and our next chance to project a winner. That's when the polling places close in North Carolina. Democrats will divide up a hefty stash of 110 delegates in that state. It's all part of the bigger Super Tuesday battle for more than 1,300 delegates on the line tonight. That's more than a third of the total delegates that will be needed to decide the nomination. Let's go over to John King over at the Magic Wall. We've already projected that Joe Biden will carry Virginia. Just moments ago, he reacted to that win. Listen to this.
It feels good. I don't know what the outcome, what the actual results are, but it feels good, and we're feeling optimistic. I think we're going to do well in some other states as well.
How do you define success for you tonight?
All right, so he's obviously happy. Let's see what happens in the other states. Virginia, clearly a big win for Joe Biden right now. You have some results coming in from Virginia already.
I do. A long night to go, but Joe Biden has every right to be happy, optimistic, confident at this point in the night. Stay with us for several more hours. We'll see how it goes. At this moment, Joe Biden is now the leader in the national delegate chase because of what we've been able to allocate in Virginia so far. Senator Sanders won Vermont. A long way to go. So jump to no conclusions. But if you're Joe Biden, a few weeks ago you were struggling. Now you're feeling a lot more confident. So what do we have? We have our first Super Tuesday votes right here. Commonwealth of Virginia, very tiny percentage in, 2%. So we have a long way to go. But we do know from the exit polls, the reason we were able to project Joe Biden the winner is because of this. He's opened up a big, healthy lead. A lot of votes to count still. But look at that big, healthy lead. Where's it coming in? At the moment, the results are sort of scattered all around the state, and they're coming in impressive for Biden everywhere. Down here, Chesapeake County, near the beach area, Virginia Beach, Norfolk area down here, 56% of the vote down there. You come back up here, you're going out here along the border, Frederick County, way out from Washington, D.C., 51%. Move in, Clark County, you're coming closer to D.C. this way. He's above 50%. Move in one more, Fauquier County. This used to be a reliably red Republican area. It's now trending more blue. It's a fight. Joe Biden, 54% there. You pop out the whole picture. Bernie Sanders at the moment leading in one small county, Page County, right in the Commonwealth of Virginia. But we've projected Joe Biden to be the winner here because the exit polls back up this, opening up a big early lead. So what do we watch, Wolf, as the results continue to come in? Number one, Senator Sanders at 24% here. That means he's viable. If that sticks, Senator Sanders will get some delegates out of Virginia. We have a long way to count to know how many, but this is critical tonight. Look for the 15% number. If somebody's not in first, look down here. Where are they? Are they viable? Are they getting any delegates? Senator Sanders looks like he will very much be in play for some delegates. Joe Biden in play for the most right now. This is important. Elizabeth Warren, 9.6%. Michael Bloomberg, 8.4%. Tulsi Gabbard not in play at all. But Warren and Bloomberg both thought they could compete in Virginia. Both thought they could appeal to suburban voters. Both thought they could get on the board, especially for Michael Bloomberg. The first contest he's competing in is today, Super Tuesday. These 14 states. Virginia was one of the places he thought he would come away with delegates. We have a ways to go, but he needs to nearly double that where he is in the very early results to get into viability. So a big win for Joe Biden in Virginia, a very big disappointment for Michael Bloomberg. It appears the same for Senator Warren, and we'll watch the numbers for Senator Sanders. I just want to pop out here to see still nothing from the state of Vermont. We've been able to call this based on the exit polls. We don't have any votes in yet as well. But just a reminder, it's Bernie Sanders' home state, 16 delegates. He won it in a walk 4 years ago. The big question here is, does anybody compete the same, the 15%? Hillary Clinton did not make it 4 years ago. Can another candidate compete for some viability there? Let's come back to the 2020 map and pull it out to where we are tonight. So Vermont is called. We can do this for you to look if you want to see what the map looks like if you call the races so far. So Senator Sanders won Nevada. He won New Hampshire, and he's winning Vermont tonight. Joe Biden has won Virginia tonight, and he won South Carolina last weekend. We got a lot to fill in. That's what makes tonight so fascinating. 14 states to fill in all, so 12
They're
more
about
to
to close the polls in North Carolina.
They're about to close
right
the
now.
polls in North Carolina. One thing I want to show you about that, you asked this question of Dana earlier. I just want to circle through here a little bit. The question is, does the big South Carolina win? How much momentum does it create, right? How much momentum does it give Joe Biden as we push forward? Now, campaigns don't always follow each other. But if you go back to the 2016 primaries and you look at these states, West Virginia went for Senator Sanders. But Hillary Clinton won Virginia, North Carolina, South Carolina, Georgia, Alabama, Mississippi, Tennessee. Joe Biden is hoping Tennessee votes tonight, North Carolina tonight, Alabama tonight. Well, if Joe Biden is hoping what's happening in Virginia repeats itself.
All right, we're only seconds away from the end of voting in North Carolina. 100 delegates, once again, are on the line. This is the biggest delegate prize so far in the Democratic race, and it could be one of the most competitive battlegrounds. But take a look at this. We have a major projection right now. CNN projects that Joe Biden will win the Democratic presidential primary in North Carolina, the third biggest prize of the night. 110 delegates at stake. Joe Biden is the winner. This is his second win of the night. Earlier, half an hour ago, we projected that he will win Virginia as well. Virginia goes to Biden. North Carolina goes to Biden. Two big wins for the former vice president. He's got to be thrilled so far.
That's right. You heard him sounding cautious there because, of course, the results are what he wants to wait for, the actual results, not the projections. But that's right. Out of three contests that CNN has projected, Vermont with 16 delegates, let's go to the map here. Vermont with 16 delegates. That went into the Sanders pile. Biden, we've already projected Virginia, and Virginia has 99. Now let's color in North Carolina with 110 delegates. So that's a nice little mid-Atlantic chunk that the former vice president has there. North Carolina, 110 delegates. Virginia with 99 delegates. Again, remember, this isn't winner-take-all like they have in the Republican contests, and this is not the Electoral College with winner-take-all when it comes to electoral votes. These are going to be allocated proportionally, so it really depends on how big a victory it is for former Vice President Joe Biden. But once again, Dana, the fact that we are calling it this early, the polls just closed, and we are calling North Carolina. Half an hour ago, the polls closed in Virginia, and we called that, suggests that it is a rather sizable victory for former Vice President Biden.
That's right. The South Carolina effect is in full force this early in the evening, obviously with Virginia, but now with its neighbor to the north, North Carolina. And the Democratic electorates are pretty similar. And people who are very popular in both places, like Jim Clyburn, who helped give Joe Biden his win in South Carolina, has been in North Carolina campaigning for him. Again, the caution about we don't know how many of the huge prize of 110 will actually go to Joe Biden, but at least he's going to get a fair number. The other quick thing is Michael Bloomberg. We have to say again, he spent gobs of money in North Carolina, gobbled up really important endorsements, and it didn't buy him a win.
It's really remarkable. Two things. One is the resurrection of Vice President Biden's campaign, which after the first three contests where, he came in fifth in Iowa, people thought that maybe he wasn't even going to make it to Super Tuesday. Now he has not only made it to Super Tuesday, he's won 2 out of the first 3 contests that we've called in this day. And, of course, there are going to be 14 contests plus American Samoa. That's one. 2, I saw an article just a second ago where it said that Mike Bloomberg spent $18 million on ads in Virginia, and Vice President Biden and his campaign and his allies spent under $500,000. And yet it looks as though it's unclear, but Biden, obviously, we're calling Virginia for him. So the amount of return that Mike Bloomberg is getting on his investment is going to be something that he has to look into when he decides what to do after all the results are in tonight.
Biden had an impressive win Saturday in South Carolina as well. David Chalian, you're looking at the exit poll information. We projected that Biden will win North Carolina. How did he do it?
Well, Wolf, he did it by using his momentum, getting a lot of support with black voters, and, of course, the electability issue. Look here in North Carolina. 31% of the electorate said they made up their mind in just the last few days of who to vote for. Joe Biden won 59% of those voters. We also see in the exit poll that the absentee vote was a slight edge for Joe Biden, but the election day vote was huge. He is riding momentum off that South Carolina victory. Only 21% of the late deciders went for Bernie Sanders. And you were talking about Bloomberg. Look here, 7% of people who decided in the last few days went for Michael Bloomberg. That is key and telling. Take a look at the black vote. 27% of the electorate, roughly a quarter, like we saw in Virginia, with a similar result that we saw in Virginia. 63% of black voters in North Carolina went for Joe Biden. 16% for Sanders. Huge margin of victory there for Biden. And look again, Michael Bloomberg, like in Virginia, is only at 10% of African-American voters. His whole strategy was to make a run against Joe Biden's hold on the African-American vote. And take a look at the electability issue. 63%, nearly 2/3 of the electorate in North Carolina today says they wanted a candidate who could defeat Trump. How those voters split? Biden got 47% of that huge part of the electorate that says they want a Trump defeater. Sanders only got 19%. And if you thought Michael Bloomberg's electability factor was working, it's not. He only got 12% of those voters in North Carolina looking for a Trump defeater. Anderson?
David Chalian, thanks very much. Let's talk about the numbers that we're seeing so far. Andrew, I see you've been making notes. What's the math tell you?
Well, first, the math says that half the delegates tonight will be awarded in Texas and California. So we have to wait and see really what the outcome of the day in sum is going to be. And I would say that hundreds of political science professors around the country have been waiting for today because they wanted to answer the question, what would happen if a candidate skipped the first 4 states, dumped hundreds of millions of dollars into advertising in the Super Tuesday states? And to me, there are 3 drivers of support. There's grassroots support, earned media, and then paid advertising and paid field staff. And to me, you need all 3 working. Bloomberg maxed out the ads and the paid field staff. And I think he found out that the money's like pushing on a string after a while, where you spend more money and it doesn't really have an impact.
Abdul?
Yeah, no, I think that's absolutely right. The good news is that you can't just buy an election. And I think we should all take that and have some solace because of that. I think Tom Steyer and Michael Bloomberg are showing that right now. I do think we have to remember that the big prizes tonight are still in the West, and we've got a long time to go. But I'll also say the big question with Joe Biden right now, to put a bit of an asterisk on these wins, is can he do it without the crutch of support of big-name politicians in different states? You had the Clyburn endorsement in South Carolina. You had my friend's endorsement in Virginia, and you had the full congressional delegation endorsing in North Carolina. And so the question becomes, is he on his own robust enough? And that's always been the question with Joe Biden. Is it the name ID plus a lot of friends, or is he on his own with a message able to carry the day? And that's still an open question, I think.
But I guess in all of these contests, he's going to have people endorse him.
He's not going to be on his own for the rest of the campaign.
That's how politics works. You have people come out and endorse you and stump for you. I think, these victories in North Carolina and Virginia, when you go even deeper down south to states like Alabama, states like Arkansas, I imagine that the victory will even be more. Those are more conservative states, much more more conservative than a state like North Carolina and Virginia. And you do just see this Clyburn effect going all throughout the South. It was a really remarkable couple of days for the vice president to put together, a former vice president, to put together all of these endorsements. You call them a crutch. The endorsements, the big rally in Texas. It'll be interesting to see what the effect was in that state. And again, we'll see that later and see if he cuts into the margin.
That Clyburn endorsement wound up being as important as the Ted Kennedy endorsing Obama moment in 2008. Endorsements can mean absolutely nothing, or they can be the kind of vouching, the kind of validator that a campaign needed exactly when they needed it. And that's clearly what Joe Biden got in South Carolina. So I think we're going to have a long night. Obviously, the big states are coming later, but this is a huge win, and it's Clyburn's win just as much as it's Joe Biden's.
I'm hearing a lot of joy and also a lot of pain from different sets of friends. On the one hand, I think there's a joy that there has been this consolidation for the moderate lane, that the Democrats proved to be smarter than the Republicans in 2016, who they just kept dividing up the pie. But on the other hand, you do have another set of Democrats who feel like this is the empire striking back, that there was a momentum that was real, that was a movement that had been hard won, and it's now just being crushed by a consolidation among establishment Democrats. And so even though there's joy tonight to see, and everybody loves Joe, so to see him rise from the dead is great. But this is still a divided party, and tonight could be pretty bitter.
That's the joke, is that Bernie Sanders is the most unifying figure in the Democratic Party because all the Democrats have just unified because they were worried Bernie was going to run away with it.
We're going to take a quick break. The busiest hour of the night is coming up when polls close in Oklahoma, Tennessee, Alabama, Massachusetts, and Maine. Will Joe Biden extend his early successes? We'll get results soon.
We got another projection right now. Michael Bloomberg will win the American territory of American Samoa tonight. 6 delegates are at stake. Michael Bloomberg will win American Samoa. MJ Lee, you're over at Bloomberg headquarters in West Palm Beach right now. So this is, I guess he's not having a great night, but a little bit of silver lining right now.
That's right, Wolf. And I have to tell you, one of my favorite details about the Bloomberg campaign that was flagged by our intrepid Bloomberg inbed Caroline Kenny yesterday was that the Bloomberg campaign has 7 full-time staffers in American Samoa. It just goes to show and is a good reminder of the kind of resources that Bloomberg poured into this campaign. But zooming back for a second, Wolf, just to talk about the conversations we've had with Bloomberg advisors heading into Super Tuesday, they have been very reticent to put a number on the number of delegates that they would need to win to feel like they had a good night. But one senior aide that I spoke to recently said that they do expect to pick up a significant number of delegates. And these are the states that are up tonight where they expected to pick up some delegates. Those states are Virginia, North Carolina, Tennessee, Arkansas, Oklahoma, and Texas. So again, even though Bloomberg advisors have been reticent to put a number on the delegate map, we should have a sense of whether they pick up, again, a significant number of delegates tonight. And also, it should be a red flag if at the end of tonight it looks as though he may not be able to get any delegates in the 6 states that I just listed before. Wolf?
All right, I'm MJ Lee in West Palm Beach. We got a key race alert right now. Let's take a closer look at Virginia right now. 30% of the estimated vote is now in. Joe Biden, he's got a very, very significant lead, 54.9%. He's almost 100,000 votes ahead of Bernie Sanders, who's got 23.2%. The rest are trailing. Let's go over to David Chalian right now, take a closer look at what's going on. David, what are you looking at right now? Virginia, 99 delegates at stake. What does this tell you?
Yeah, it's a pretty big delegate prize. It's not California or Texas, but 99 delegates at stake, 30% of the vote in. And as you noted, Wolf, I am looking all night long at 15%. That's the magic number. So take a look here. You see that Joe Biden, for whom we have projected this state, has 54.9% of the vote. And you see that is a huge lead over Bernie Sanders, who has 23.2% of the vote. They are the only 2 people above that 15% threshold statewide. Obviously, about 40% of the delegates get awarded based on the statewide vote. About 60% roughly get a portion of the district. But this kind of margin of victory for Joe Biden is going to net him a ton of delegates out of the 99 at stake in Virginia, Wolf.
All right, David, thanks very much. John King, we're looking closely at what's going on right now. So far, for Joe Biden, it's a good night.
It's a great start for Joe Biden in the state of Virginia. We need to remember we have a long way to go. coast to coast tonight. We're still waiting for Maine, and we're going to go all the way over to Southern California and Northern California by the end of the night. So it is early. But Joe Biden knew, because of Bernie Sanders' likely victory in California, we'll get there and count the votes, but because of his lead in California coming in, Joe Biden knew he had to start well in the Mid-Atlantic and in the states that come in early, and this is very well. 55% to 23%. David Chalian was just mentioning 15%. If you were watching moments ago, MJ Lee at the Bloomberg event tonight saying they thought Virginia was a place Mayor Bloomberg could start his race. This is the first time he's on the ballot with delegates at the moment. Not viable. We've got to be 15% or higher to get delegates. Senator Warren, also not viable. She has struggled early on. This is a big night. This is testing time. It's prove it. This is prove it night for Senator Warren.
A third of the actual vote is in.
Right, a third of the vote is in on a night when Warren and Bloomberg really need to prove it. Prove they're viable, prove they have reasons to stay in the race early on. Not so. We have a long way to go. But this is very impressive for Joe Biden. Senator Sanders will get some of the 99 delegates, 99 at stake in the Commonwealth of Virginia, as you see this play out. But if you just watch the map fill in, just one thing I want to show you. Remember, Senator Sanders did run 4 years ago. Hillary Clinton won Virginia, and she won it pretty handily 4 years ago. But I just wanted to go back in time to show you one of the things that you see, just as you try to make a comparison. Senator Sanders did win some out here. If you see these counties bordering West Virginia, smaller, rural, mostly blue collar, right? So now you come back here. Joe Biden is leading in these counties right now tonight. Sanders competitive, but pretty good lead there. These are very small counties. But Biden winning. Just the question is there a carryover when we go into Tennessee, when we go into Alabama, when we go into Arkansas, when we go into Oklahoma? Is blue-collar voters...
Well, show us that wider view right now.
Yeah, blue-collar voters traditionally we think of as Bernie Sanders' wheelhouse. The question is Joe Biden proving that he can compete, especially in the rural areas, or is it just a one-off in Virginia? It's early on. It's one state. You got to be careful. But if you go through the rest of the night, what Biden is hoping for, remember, this is what started it, the win last Saturday in South Carolina. So what is he hoping for right now? We've already called North Carolina. So North Carolina is blue, right? So look at what he's calling for. Virginia and North Carolina already tonight. Tennessee is voting. Alabama is voting. Then you move through here, Arkansas, and over to Oklahoma. Joe Biden is hoping African-American support, conservative white support, so to see if he can compete with Bernie Sanders among blue collars, see if he can compete with Elizabeth Warren in the suburbs. He is hoping, that looks a little messy the way I did it, but he's hoping essentially to run it up here. Run it up here early in the night, get wins, get delegates, because he knows as we move on, there's the Biden campaign believes it's competitive in Texas. Some in the Biden campaign are telling us they think they will be more competitive than people think in Texas, but they also understand that's a Bernie Sanders has fought really hard there, invested heavily there, and this, the biggest prize, 400-plus delegates in California. Nobody will argue with advantage Sanders when you get there. That math we're going to be doing late tonight and into tomorrow and perhaps beyond if it's very close. This math is later on tonight. What Joe Biden needed to prove that meant something, that South Carolina meant something. Virginia, North Carolina says, yes, it did.
Here's a look ahead at the polls that are about to close.
I think there's Nazis living in America, and someone's taking them out.
We would find these criminals and bring justice. What do you say? I'm one in.
We find them before they find us.
You know what the best revenge is? Revenge.
All right, we're heading into the busiest night of the busiest hour of the night right now at 8 p.m. Eastern. And only a few minutes from now, polling places are scheduled to close in Oklahoma, Tennessee, Alabama, Massachusetts, and Maine. But we should note that voting in one Tennessee county has been extended because of the delay due to storm and tornado damage earlier in the day. A total of 268 delegates are on the line in the next round of contests. That's a good chunk of the 1,344 delegates being awarded tonight. That's more than 1/3 of the total. Jake, what should we be looking for in a few minutes at the top of the hour?
Well, this is going to be a very crucial test, Wolf, for Senator Elizabeth Warren. Warren may face a very strong challenge from her top opponents in her home state, the Commonwealth of Massachusetts. Bernie Sanders has been counting on a win in Maine, a state in his backyard. Joe Biden is hoping African-American voters are going to lift him up in Tennessee and in Alabama and build on his projected wins this evening in Virginia and North Carolina. But Mike Bloomberg has made a strong push in southern states as well. So let's check in with our correspondents. First, we're going to go to Arlette Saenz, who's with the Biden campaign in California. Arlette?
Hey, Jake. Well, the Biden campaign is certainly happy about the way that this night is starting. A Biden spokesman, TJ Ducklo, telling me that the Joe-mentum is real. That is a term that the Biden advisors have taken to using over the course of the past day. And another advisor tells me that this is the start of what they expect to be a good night. And specifically looking at Virginia, the Biden campaign believes that Joe Biden's win there shows that it's a bad sign for Michael Bloomberg, who poured $18 million of his own personal fortune into that state and didn't have anything to show for it. They also believe that Biden's win there shows that Bernie Sanders will struggle in a state like Virginia, which they believe will be critical in defeating President Trump in the general election. And Joe Biden will be here in California in just a short while.
All right, Arlette Saenz with the Biden campaign in California. Let me go now to Ryan Nobles. He's with the Sanders campaign. Ryan?
Yeah, Jake, the Sanders campaign right now cautioning us against reading too much into these early states whose polls close first. They know these are states that Joe Biden is stronger than Bernie Sanders is in, and they know that their strength really comes when the map moves west, states like Texas, California, and others. So they're playing a long game here. They know that there could be a couple of wins on the board for Joe Biden early on in the night, but they are hoping that as the night progresses, that Bernie Sanders is going to pick up some wins as well. You point to Maine, that's a state whose polls are going to close quickly. They hope they can have a win there as well. But they don't want, they are looking more toward the totality of this night, not just a state here or a state there. So the Sanders campaign, essentially, Jake, bracing for a long night here on Super Tuesday.
That's right. About half of the delegates will be awarded in Texas and California, states that are very competitive, where Sanders hopes to do well. Ryan, thank you so much. Let's go to MJ Lee. She's with the Bloomberg campaign. And MJ, Mike Bloomberg has his first delegates ever from the territory American Samoa.
You know, Jake, what's interesting is that heading into tonight, Michael Bloomberg himself and his advisors have said that they are not going to entertain even the idea that their first election night could be their last election night. And one of the biggest signs is that where we are tonight is in the state of Florida. Florida is a state that has its election on March 17th. It is not a Super Tuesday state. So in so many ways, his advisors and the candidate himself have really emphasized that they're in it for the long haul. One of the advisors that I was speaking to in recent days, they compared sort of the task of building up the presidential campaign so quickly to flying an airplane at the same time as you are building it, and that they really feel like as they get more time and head more further into the state of March, that their disadvantage of not having had so much time will slowly start to erode. Now, if about a third of the delegates are up tonight, they are also reminding everyone that 2/3 of the delegates are going to be up after tonight. So again, the Bloomberg campaign, for the time being, really trying to stress that they are in it for the long haul. But as we have been talking about all night, all of that could, of course, change very quickly depending on what ends up happening tonight. Jake.
All right, MJ Lee with the Bloomberg campaign. Thanks so much. And we were about 5 minutes away from the polls closing in some other key states. Dana Bash, what are you looking for at the top of the hour, 8 o'clock Eastern?
Well, we, of course, have seen a strong win for Joe Biden in South Carolina the other night, and tonight, Virginia and North Carolina. The question is whether Joe Biden can continue this trend in the rest of the about half a dozen southern states holding contests today. Alabama, Tennessee, polls are closing there at the top of the hour. Arkansas is another one tonight. They're all prime examples. Democratic voters there are historically more conservative and racially diverse. And like South Carolina, Alabama and Tennessee in particular are states where the African-American vote went overwhelmingly for Hillary Clinton over Bernie Sanders in 2016. I'm also looking ahead to the top of the next hour when polls close in Texas to see whether Bernie Sanders' campaign is still propelled by his huge support among Latinos, the group that gave him a big win in Nevada. In delegate-rich Texas, Latino voters, Jake, are expected to make up about a third of the electorate.
And you mentioned the African-American voters that Biden counts on. Virginia, North Carolina, Tennessee, Alabama, those are all states with sizable African-American votes.
Right.
And they are about a quarter of the delegates up tonight. David Chalian, what are you looking for?
One of the things, Jake, that we keep mining in these exit polls to give us a clue is when people made up their mind. So looking ahead to these next states, and this is all because of what Arlette Science was just talking about, that Joe-mentum, as the campaign is calling it. Well, take a look in Oklahoma. 47% of the electorate just decided in the last few days. 52% earlier than that. Nearly half the electorate deciding in just the last few days. We see something similar in Massachusetts, Elizabeth Warren's home state, and 49%, half the electorate, just decided in the last few days. 51% earlier in that. Again, if this is Warren's home state territory, she certainly didn't bank a ton of vote because half the electorate just decided in the last few days. In Tennessee, we see something a little different here. The last few days didn't have perhaps as much of an impact. 31% say they decided in the last few days in Tennessee. 68%, dramatically different than these other two states in Tennessee, decided before that. Wolf?
Thanks very much, David. This is very interesting. The pledged delegates so far, Biden is ahead of Bernie Sanders, but it's going to be a long night.
These numbers will change dramatically as we go from the 3 states we've called so far across the board and fill them in. They will change dramatically. If you're Joe Biden, you're glad to be off to a good start. And right now, you are the leader in the delegate chase. We got a long way to go, and it takes 1,991 to have a majority at the convention. So we got a ways to go in this fight. But let's look at where we are. And what's important is what's happening tonight, right? Joe Biden got the big win Saturday in South Carolina. He hoped it would give him what the campaign calls Joe-mentum into tonight. Look at Virginia filling in. We're up to nearly half the vote right now. Just take a look. There is very little Sanders blue and a ton. You got a little bit down here in the state capital of Richmond City right here, and it's very close, but Sanders ahead there, and it's a tiny % of the vote, right? That's a precinct maybe. So we got a ways to go here. But at the moment, the point I'm trying to make here is Virginia is looking a lot like South Carolina, and that is what Joe Biden wants. North Carolina, polls are closed. We haven't gotten any votes yet because one precinct was kept open because they needed to extend voting there. So we don't have any votes yet. But you see South Carolina, you see Virginia. We've already called North Carolina. Joe Biden is just counting on it to fill in as we get that. And we come in here. If you look at the sweep of this, and again, the question is, does it carry over? David Chellian was just talking about Tennessee. We're going to go to Alabama. We're going to go to Arkansas. Is Joe Biden winning in the suburbs like he is up here? We're getting out to the exurbs as you move further up here.
Is Sanders running second in all these counties where Biden is winning?
Well, let's take a look at that. Right now, to the point you make, I'm going to bet you the answer is yes, or at least in most of them, because on the viability question, do you get delegates? And this is 99 delegates in Virginia. That's a healthy basket of delegates. Right now, Biden and Sanders are the only two candidates who are viable. So you can take a peek at it here, and you look out from here. Is Sanders running first anywhere in Virginia? Just a little bit there in the early results. Second, yes. Third, in a couple places. So he is running. There are only a couple of places where he's even running third, Wolf. Right now, Senator Sanders is competitive. That's why he's getting some of the delegates, because he's second in most of these counties. But right now, you have a sweep for Joe Biden. Just want to pull it out to the rest of the map of what we've done so far. Obviously, we've already projected Vermont. There's only a few results coming in here, but Bernie Sanders winning Vermont big. The interesting piece of this, Joe Biden at the moment is viable in Vermont, so he will get a couple, maybe, of the 16 delegates. Again, no one else viable there, and we pull it back and we wait. We're about to get North Carolina results. I'm just checking. First results in North Carolina right there coming in. Just a small little Gaston County down here, Wolf. So we're starting to get results there as well, and we're going to fill in the board all night.
We certainly will. Polling places are about to close in 5 states: Oklahoma, Tennessee, Alabama, Massachusetts, and Maine. A total of 268 delegates are on the line. All right, CNN can now project that Joe Biden will win the Democratic presidential primary in the state of Alabama, where 52 delegates are at stake. Another win for Joe Biden. So Alabama, he's won. North Carolina, he's won. Virginia, he's won. So far, 3 states tonight. Joe Biden has won. We have a key race alert right now. All right, take a look at this. In Massachusetts right now, we cannot project the winner based on the exit poll information, but the early leaders in Massachusetts are, look at this, Biden, Sanders, and Elizabeth Warren. That's her home state. Massachusetts, 91 delegates at stake. In Oklahoma right now, once again, we cannot project a winner yet. Too early to call. Biden and Sanders, though, are the early leaders in Oklahoma, where 37 delegates are at stake. Similarly, in Maine, look at this. The early leaders, Biden and Sanders, 24 delegates are at stake in Maine right now. We cannot project the winner based on the exit poll information we're getting, at least not yet. The headline, though, is that Alabama, the state of Alabama, has gone, there you can see it, Alabama goes to Joe Biden, another win, his third win of the night. Alabama, North Carolina, and Virginia, 3 important wins for Joe Biden. It follows Saturday in South Carolina. He had a very impressive, decisive win in South Carolina right now. So far, he's doing great so far, but let's remember, it's going to be an exciting night. Texas, California, still very much looking ahead.
That's right. And about half the delegates for this evening are in Texas or California, so those are the big prizes. But as of right now, the ones that we have called, Joe Biden is doing really well. Let's look at the map. First of all, we have obviously Sanders has won Vermont. We've already projected that Vermont and North Carolina will go for Vice President Biden, and now we're going to go to give him Alabama also. So one of the other things to keep in mind here, we keep talking about how Texas and California, the big prizes, are about half the delegates, but the 4 states where there are sizable African American population up tonight, Virginia, North Carolina, Alabama, and Tennessee. Those are a quarter of the delegates that will be awarded tonight. So, this is a game of delegates and it's a game of inches. And if Vice President Biden can get all of those states that have a sizable African-American population, that's going to help offset any losses in these states that are much bigger prizes, California and Texas.
The other huge story right now is Massachusetts. The fact that Elizabeth Warren, the senior senator from Massachusetts, cannot be declared the victor at all. And not only her, but Bernie Sanders, who is the neighboring senator who has campaigned hard there, also cannot be declared the victor, is very, very telling that Joe Biden is still in the game there. And we really don't know what's going to happen there. That is a bad sign for Elizabeth Warren.
Yeah, it's a must
really,
win.
really,
She's got to win her home
really
state of Massachusetts.
really
David Chalian, you're looking at Massachusetts. You're looking at the exit poll information. What do you see?
Yeah, that's right. Well, so much of tonight across all these states, we keep looking at a 2-man race between Biden and Sanders. In Massachusetts, it's a 3-way race. And digging into the numbers here, I think will tell you why we're not able to project it. Take a look among very liberal voters in Massachusetts. They're 28% of the electorate today. Sanders wins 41% of them. And Warren is right there with him in her home state with 39% of them. Biden way down at 14% with the very liberals. But look at moderate voters. They're about an equal size in the Massachusetts Democratic electorate, and Joe Biden is doing really well with them. He wins 43% of the moderates. Bernie Sanders gets 24%. Michael Bloomberg, 14%. Elizabeth Warren in her home state with moderates is down here at 13%. And look at female voters in Massachusetts. Women make up 56% of the electorate in Massachusetts. And look at this contest. Elizabeth Warren, among women in her home state in the Democratic primary, is at 30%. Joe Biden is right there with her at 28%. And Bernie Sanders is right there with 26%. Women are 56% of the electorate. And look at how they are splitting roughly evenly across those 3 candidates, Wolf.
Thanks very much, David. I'm here with John King at the Magic Wall. So far, big picture, let's take a look at the South. North Carolina, Virginia, Alabama. We've projected all going to Biden. South Carolina, he won on Saturday.
Right, so South Carolina was first on Saturday. Virginia and North Carolina. Over here, Alabama, Tennessee, and Arkansas still to watch as we watch this play out. What is happening here? Number one, let's just look at the margins. 54 right now to 23. And again, no other candidate at the moment. We're still counting, but we're up to 63% now. No other candidate viable. No other candidate really even close. You need 15% to be viable. So this looks like a big delegate win for Bernie Sanders. For Joe Biden, some share for Bernie Sanders there. Then you come down to North Carolina. We're just starting to get results here. They had a little delay because they had to leave one polling precinct open. The early results, the Biden lead. We're confident in this projection. The big question is going to be here, 3rd largest prize of the night in terms of delegates, 110 delegates at stake. So this matters. Michael Bloomberg at the moment in North Carolina is viable, but I want to say we're just at 1%. So just stay tuned and see how it goes. But if he can stay there, he does need to pick up delegates to prove he belongs still in the race. Sanders and Biden atop the field right there right now. Move over here. I don't know if we have any votes yet. We do not have any votes yet. The polls just closed in Alabama. But what are we seeing? Biden blue across the South, right? Let's look at it here. We're going to see Tennessee and Arkansas a bit later in the night. One of the things to go back in time is to look This is the Hillary Clinton map, right? This is the Hillary Clinton map against Bernie Sanders. One of the things Senator Sanders complained about a lot in 2016 was she is winning in states that won't be competitive in November. It's a fair argument. It doesn't matter. You're getting delegates. You're trying to win the Democratic nomination right now. You worry about the general election after you get the nomination. Another conversation going on tonight, though, is that Virginia is Joe Biden's first win in a state that likely will be competitive in the fall. It's trending blue, but the Trump campaign has every intention to compete in Virginia because this is 2016. Here's the 2020 Joe Biden big victory there now. If you go back to 2016 and the presidential race, yes, Hillary Clinton won by 6 points, but the Trump campaign says it has the resources to at least try to make it competitive. So that's one thing we're watching tonight. If you pull this out, I just want to show you one of the reasons this is happening. We saw this start in South Carolina. You bring this up here. The African-American population is coming out to turn out for Joe Biden. You see the deeper the shading in these states, the higher the population of African-Americans in Virginia, in North Carolina, in South Carolina before that, in Alabama right now. And we're going to watch Arkansas and as we go forward throughout the night, and a little bit of Oklahoma as well, Wolf.
We certainly are. Thanks very much, John. David Chalian. Remember, it's really about delegates, and you're looking closely at the delegate count.
That's what it is all about, and that's what we're going to track all night long and into the days ahead as the final votes get tallied. But take a look at what we can already allocate. In Alabama, 52 delegates are at stake in Alabama. Projected that Joe Biden is going to win Alabama. We're already able to award him 17 of those delegates. 35 of those delegates remain unallocated. We have to wait to see how the vote comes in by district, statewide. But right now, Biden with 17 delegates out of Alabama. In North Carolina, a similar story. 110 delegates at stake. We are able to award 20 to Joe Biden, who we projected will win North Carolina. 90 of the delegates remain unallocated. We wait to see the vote come in. But Joe Biden already pulling out 20 delegates in North Carolina. Let's keep going up north here. You can see in Virginia, 99 delegates at stake, Wolf. Biden already getting 25 of them. Sanders only 3. We projected Biden the winner. I showed you a little while ago, the margin of victory is going to matter. That's how it matters. A big margin of victory can get you a sizable delegate lead. We still have 71 delegates unallocated, a ways to go as the vote comes in there. And in Vermont, Bernie Sanders, of course, projected to win, 16 delegates at stake. He has already got 6 of those 16 delegates. 10 remain unassigned.
So let's take a look at the delegates right now tonight. How are we counting them right now?
So you've said all night long, 1,344 delegates at stake. About a third of the delegates, total delegates, are at stake tonight. Here's where we are so far for tonight. Biden, 62 delegates so far. Sanders, 9. Bloomberg, 4. And Tulsi Gabbard, 1. The Bloomberg and Gabbard delegates, thanks to American Samoa. But you see the way the night is going right now, and we have a long way to go tonight. There are big delegate prizes to come, but this is a Biden night at the moment with 62 delegates so far.
What about delegates to date?
And this is the ultimate metric. This is how you win the Democratic nomination and the right to go up against President Trump in the fall. You need 1,991 delegates to get the nomination. Look where we are so far. Joe Biden in the lead, 115 delegates. Bernie Sanders, 69. Pete Buttigieg, who dropped out of the race, has 26. Elizabeth Warren, only 8 delegates so far in this contest. Amy Klobuchar, former candidate, has 7. She dropped out yesterday. And again, Bloomberg with 4 and Tulsi Gabbard with 1. But that is a pretty big Joe Biden delegate lead thus far.
He sees that. He's smiling right now, but it's an exciting night. Anderson, back to you.
Well, thanks very much. Gloria, I mean, you really get a sense just of how early we are in this process. And even in tonight, if there's 1,344 delegates totally to be awarded, we're at like 76 so far.
Right. But if Bloomberg were to be a real big problem for Biden, an early sign of that would have been a very close race in Virginia, for example.
Where he spent a fair amount of time.
Where he spent a lot of money. I have my cheat sheet here, courtesy of our impresario of spending at CNN. I need to give him credit, David Wright, who collects all these numbers every single day and has done it for a long time. But in Virginia, yes, almost $18 million for Bloomberg and a few $100,000 for Joe Biden. But that would have told a story to us. That would have said to us, okay, Joe Biden is in trouble. And then you see what happened in North Carolina, for example. And I think the question is going to be whether African American voters continue to come out in big numbers for Joe Biden, and moderate voters, those white moderate voters, come out in big numbers, and whether they can outweigh Latinos and lots of white progressive voters for Bernie Sanders.
Well, it's also interesting, David Axelrod, we saw the numbers from Massachusetts among women, and you essentially had a three-way split between Sanders, Biden, and Warren.
Which wasn't the case in polling just a few days ago. So this bounce is going beyond the southern region here, and we should point that out. I think there are a few things that we can deduce here. You know, Mike Bloomberg made a bet, and that bet was that Joe Biden would self-destruct before this Super Tuesday contest came up. And that he would emerge as the challenger to Sanders and the one who could beat Trump. He lost that bet. He lost that bet, and now he is losing. As in the early returns we've seen in a variety of states, it seems pretty clear that he's going to have a decision to make after this that could alter the race moving forward, because he's not getting a very good return on his investment. Joe Biden, the predicate of his candidacy in some ways was, I can beat Donald Trump. That predicate was challenged by his early performance, and in Iowa, in New Hampshire, there were doubts about that. I think as much as anything with the South Carolina win, the convincing win he had in South Carolina did was restore that sense that, hey, maybe he is the guy, and then the endorsements of his opponents added to that momentum. So I think that is important. And the last thing I just want to say about Bernie Sanders is I would be concerned, and I've been saying this every single contest. Maine may have been a false positive, but he didn't perform. He underperformed in Iowa. He underperformed in New Hampshire. You know, he won 86% of the vote in Vermont against Hillary Clinton in 2016. He's getting 57% tonight. He won every delegate in Vermont, and you go state by state. He won 35% in Virginia. He's getting 24% tonight. Bernie Sanders is not growing here. He is not building on what he did before, and that would be a big concern.
But Nia, it's interesting with Biden, though. I mean, in South Carolina, it's not, clearly there's momentum that he's gained since South Carolina, but there wasn't an event, a great debate performance. There wasn't something other than the Clyburn endorsement, which really started to catapult him in South Carolina.
I think that's part of it. I mean, there was that endorsement, which was very emotional, very powerful, was playing all over radio in South Carolina. He had that pretty good town hall as well in South Carolina. And once he won, he just found his footing. I saw him down there. He looked great and happy in his environment. And that speech he gave, right, he found his voice again. He was the Joe Biden that people remembered. He talked about his loss. He talked about restoring the soul of America, which was his initial message for getting into this. So I think, Clyburn might have been the spark, and then you had all of these other dominoes to fall. He looked like a winner in a way we hadn't seen before.
But there isn't, Andrew, there isn't a fundamental change in, I don't know, are people getting carried away with just momentum based on this Clyburn endorsement and the win, and then, it's been only 3 days and it seems like, everything's going, but if you see him in a debate the next time, is he going to be radically different than he was before?
People love a winner, Anderson, and the fact is having figures like Pete and Amy drop out and endorse him show that the party's consolidating around Joe. And I have to say, echoing what Van said, there's this sense around the Bernie camp that like, oh no, here we go again, where the DNC and the establishment are coming together to kneecap Bernie in a way that's reminiscent of what they felt happened in 2016. I think that many voters have been waiting for a clear frontrunner to emerge, and now that Joe has that momentum, he's not letting it go.
Can I just respond to that? Look, there was sort of a consensus around the panel that this is just how politics is. That you've got a lot of folks who've got a lot of accumulated power inside of these powerful institutions, and when they come together and pick a winner, that's the winner. That's just not how it's worked, and Donald Trump showed us that in 2016. And it feels like the party hasn't learned that lesson. Because if we're putting forward another Democrat with no message, who's just there, look, I'm going to take us back to the cliff we just fell off of in 2016, and that's going to be good enough without addressing real issues of poverty and real issues of people lacking health care, I worry a lot about what that's going to mean for us in the general.
Terry, I want you to respond.
Yeah, couldn't disagree more. I mean, what Joe Biden is showing us tonight, and this is the trouble with Sanders. The African-American community is the heart and soul of the Democratic Party. Bernie Sanders has shown he cannot expand in that community. Biden is building on strength in that community. We cannot have a nominee of our party who cannot win African-American votes, which is saw in Virginia tonight. Number one, huge win, as you saw in Alabama and North Carolina that Biden got with the African-American community. Number two, Prince William County, one of the fastest growing counties in America. That was a red state in Virginia 12 years ago. I won it. Biden just won it big. That is Latino. That is Asian. And also look at the turnout in Virginia. At 80% right now, at 80%, we are already at about 926,000 votes compared to 782,000 in 2016. Huge turnout.
Let me just respond to that.
African-American vote, Latino, Hispanic. We're expanding coalition. That's what Bernie has to prove tonight.
So, first of all, if you look at African Americans under the age of 40, Bernie Sanders wins them handily. So, if you talk about expanding, that's where we're going to expand. Number two, the Latinx community hasn't really voiced itself in this Super Tuesday yet. We're still waiting on Texas and waiting on California, and the popularity there is immense. And number three, again, we're still not answering the question about what the message is for Joe Biden in the fall. And that's been unclear from the very beginning. It's the reason he looked to be puttering in the beginning of this race. And now we're in this position where he's, again, been propped up by a number of party insiders, but that still doesn't give him a message.
Governor, what is the message?
When AOC came out, I got to tell you, when AOC came out for Bernie Sanders and the other members, you guys lost your minds. This was the greatest endorsement of all time. So let's not, in fairness, talk about endorsements, because Bernie Sanders used him as much as Joe Biden used him. But the big difference between the two is Bernie's for Medicare for all. Joe Biden is not. Joe Biden wants to protect Obamacare and expand it. Americans don't want to lose their personal health care.
Yeah, I mean, here's look, guys, here's the thing. Millions and millions of people are voting tonight, and they're going to make independent judgments here. The notion that somehow a few party leaders are manipulating millions of voters, I mean, Bernie Sanders is presenting the same message. And look, he is passionate and he is effective at promoting his message. And he speaks to a yearning among many people, particularly young people, for dramatic action to deal with some big problems. And I think Biden needs to embrace the spirit of that if he's going to be successful. But millions of people are voting tonight, and you can't say if Bernie Sanders doesn't do better, if he does worse than he did 4 years ago with a lot of these voters. That can't be just because a few people endorsed Joe Biden.
I think we're in danger of swinging around here. For a while, people were like, "Okay, we're concerned about the curse, the McGovern curse, that in '72 he went too far to the left. Everybody ran away from Bernie, trying to find a safe harbor. And now that safe harbor appears to be Biden." But there's a John Kerry curse as well, where the party consolidates around the inevitable frontrunner, the person who can deal with it, and then we come up short as well. And so I think what's going on is that this party is trying to find its way forward. I think it's not a mystery what happened, why Joe Biden suddenly emerged. It wasn't about Joe Biden. Elizabeth Warren destroyed Bloomberg. We haven't said her name. Elizabeth Warren, not Joe Biden, destroyed Bloomberg and knocked that out.
You should thank her.
Yeah, he should thank her. Polls close soon in Arkansas. The question is, will Joe Biden score another Southern win there? We're standing by for results. We'll be right back.
We have a key race alert right now. Numbers are beginning to come in from Texas, even though the entire state's polling places closed at the top of the hour. They're already releasing some numbers, 1% of the vote. Bernie Sanders, 36.3%. Michael Bloomberg, 23.5%. Joe Biden, 15.2%. The rest trailing. In Massachusetts right now, also very, very early. Joe Biden is ahead, 34.2%. Bernie Sanders, 25.6%. Elizabeth Warren, her home state, 24.5%. Bloomberg and Tulsi Gabbard trailing. Let's continue to Tennessee right now. There's Tennessee, 64 delegates at stake. Bloomberg slightly ahead of Joe Biden, 26.6% to 25.8%. Bernie Sanders, 20.8%. The rest trailing. 1% of the vote is in. Oklahoma right now, also 1% of the vote is in. Biden is ahead, 24.8%. Bloomberg is a close second, 20.8%. Bernie Sanders a close third, 18.1%. The rest trailing, as you can see. In Maine right now, still very, very early. Biden is ahead, though, 38.3%, Bernie Sanders 30.5%, Michael Bloomberg 15.3%, the rest trailing right now. Let's go over to John King at the Magic Wall. Texas is the second biggest prize of the night. Polling places in much of the state are now closed. The rest of the state will close at the top of the hour. What's going on?
We're just starting to get the very early results, but you see that's the Sanders blue. As we go through this big night, 14 states, if you haven't tracked him in the early contests, remember at home, the dark blue is Biden, the lighter blue is Sanders. That's Pete Buttigieg won Iowa. He's now gone from the race. Let's take a look here in Texas. Just a tiny percentage of the vote in right now. You see how big Texas is right here. All we have is Webb County down here, the home of Laredo. It's about 1% of the statewide population. 254 counties in Texas. We've got a long way to go counting them. But Bernie Sanders, you want votes everywhere you can get them. Bernie Sanders in the lead here. Again, tiny percentage in. Let's keep an eye on this. We expect Joe Biden to be viable in Texas. Let's see if Michael Bloomberg is viable in Texas. You need 15% in this first tiny wave of votes. He is viable. We'll watch it as it plays out. Senator Elizabeth Warren so far, again, in these very, very early results, that's disappointing. You mentioned Oklahoma a short time ago. Let's pop this up and bring it in. At the moment, again, we're at 1%. We got a ways to go. Have some fun. We got a long way to go tonight. Joe Biden at 25%, just shy of that. Michael Bloomberg viable right now in Oklahoma. The question for Michael Bloomberg is he going to get some payback for all that multi-million dollar, multi-tens of million dollars investment? 1% in at the moment. He is viable for delegates in Oklahoma. It was one of the states he was hoping that Biden would collapse and he could win. We'll see what happens, but Biden ahead at the moment. You just said a moment ago that Bloomberg was leading in Tennessee. As you're on your way over, that one flipped. That's the fun of live election night, especially in these contests that are going to be close and competitive. Up to 2% now. Joe Biden has pulled 217 votes ahead. Could change a lot. One of the fun things, watch the colors change as live results come in. Sometimes it changes in the middle of a conversation. At the moment, Joe Biden hoping to add Tennessee, sort of his southern border state sweep right there at 2%. He has the lead. And again, watch this throughout the night. It's because this is about delegates and because we're in Democratic primaries and it is proportional. You want to look at the winner, but you also want to look who's coming in second, who's coming in third. Are those candidates above 15%? It has everything to do with what this night is really about, which is delegate math and the breakdown and the proportionality of those delegates. So Biden, Bloomberg, and Sanders at the moment, very early moment, 2%. In competition for the 64 delegates out of Tennessee. Let's keep going because we can go now. Now they're coming in. We can go through them all. Alabama, very early in the results. This is a state, Joe Biden, though, pulling up a big lead early ahead. 52 delegates at stake there. Just want to make sure we have this done right. The states we've called. Yes, I do. Okay, good. Let's move through them. North Carolina, Joe Biden up to 30% now. Again, interesting to watch. Joe Biden with your lead. We've already called this state. Bernie Sanders in second place, viable. Looks like he'll get some delegates here. Keep an eye here. Bloomberg now above 15%, a place where he could on a night where so far we haven't seen any path to Bloomberg victories except for American Samoa. We haven't seen any other paths, but perhaps some delegates there. Again, broken record, but disappointing again. Elizabeth Warren below viability. That matters even more if you keep going. We're going to keep going north. We've already called Virginia. I just want to keep taking a look at it for just how big of a win it is for Joe Biden. 53%. Senator Sanders at 23%. We're getting close here in Virginia. Does not look like Warren or Bloomberg will be viable in Virginia. That's 99 delegates. That means they will be split between Biden and Sanders unless something quite dramatic changes, most unlikely. That's big for Joe Biden to get a bigger slice of the 99 delegates at stake in Virginia. And again, disappointment. Huge disappointment. Michael Bloomberg, his first public event in his campaign was in Virginia. He's struggling there. Let's move it on up here. Let's come up to Massachusetts and see what we have here. Right now, again, a tiny percentage of the vote in here. Biden ahead, Sanders. This is Elizabeth Warren, home state. You don't need me to say it. She can't finish there. And so you just walk through. You don't want the question in your home state to be, are you viable? You want the question to be, are you winning? We're early, so we got a long way to go here. But the fact that this is so competitive is another, in this one, stunning disappointment for the Warren campaign so far. We'll keep counting them as we go. I just want to pop up here. I got to take this one off here to get up to Maine here. If you have very preliminary 1% of the vote, again, in the New England neighborhood where Senator Sanders, everyone thought a week or two ago Senator Sanders would win Maine quite easily. At the moment, there's a competition. We're very early. We'll see what happens. Perhaps viable. We'll see how the votes go throughout the night. Again, Elizabeth Warren well below 15% in the early, extra early results. Just want to pull them out. I took off called. If it, just for you at home, if you see me switch this, when I hit this, these are the states we have called. That's the way we've determined the winner. When you pull this off, then you see the shading in some of these other states, like just Texas is the big example. We haven't called Texas yet, so you see it like that. I just want you to know as we go through the different gradations of the map what it means.
I'm curious. In Virginia, Biden is doing really well in Virginia. Almost the entire vote, 93% of the vote, is in. He's got 54%. Is he doing better in Virginia than Hillary Clinton did in 4 years ago?
By percentage, no, because it was a two-contest race. But let's go back and take a look at it. She had 64%. So by percentage, no. But in a two-candidate race, you will notice Senator Sanders here, Senator Sanders down here, more pockets of Senator Sanders. These are sort of white, rural, working-class areas, especially. You see the border of West Virginia, the border down here with North Carolina, and beyond these rural areas. So you take that off and come back. That's where Sanders' strength also up here, but now you pop it in here.
I just want to point out, Arkansas closing at 8:30 here on the East Coast. We're saying it's too early to call right now in Arkansas.
And so you come out to Arkansas, the home state of Bill and Hillary Clinton at one point when she was first lady and he was governor. Too close to call right now, we say, as the polls close there. This is another state, again, most of your population here, Little Rock. You come up here, Tennessee. And what you're hoping, if you're Joe Biden, is that this just carries over. I want to pop this back out because as we've been talking, again, live election nights, this is what makes them so much fun. Just as we've been talking in the conversation, Bloomberg was ahead a few moments ago when you were over there. Biden was ahead when you got here. Bernie Sanders is ahead right now by 58 votes, 24, 24, 23, if you do the rounding right there. So that's what makes, especially so many candidates in these competitive states, that's what makes it, you brew a little coffee and you hang in there. And you
Still very early, 4% of the vote.
It is very early. It is very, very early. It's just interesting to see this again, 24, 24, 23 if you round, and Elizabeth Warren at 9% if you round up there and you pull it out. So you look, and so that would be, Senator Sanders, if he could pull off a win in a place like Tennessee, would be incredibly happy because you see Joe Biden coming this swath right here. But we're very early, and we go through it. Again, the bottom line for tonight is about delegates. We have a long, long way to go. Biggest prize still not called. Second biggest prize still not called. By far the biggest prize, California, 441 delegates still not called. At the moment, Joe Biden feeling good that he has a delegate lead, but we have a very long way to go. We haven't talked Minnesota yet. Just want to check back in on Maine to see. Sometimes you stay for a minute, results come. Nope. Sometimes you stay, and they come in pretty quickly. Let's pop down to my home state of Massachusetts, still only at 1% here. Very Biden opening up a lead, but it's 1%. So.
Most of the voting in Texas has been completed, but all of the state won't be closed until the top of the hour, about a half an hour or so from now. 5% of the vote is, though, in. Let's take a look at Dallas right now. You can see over there in Dallas, Biden is ahead.
In Dallas County, second largest of the counties in the state of Texas. There are 254 counties. Dallas County is the second largest county. This says 60% of precincts reporting here. We'll see if those numbers hold up. But this is pretty impressive, but it's close. It's 27%, 25%. And again, Bloomberg viable here. I almost sound mean the way I keep doing this, but this is all about delegates tonight. And Elizabeth Warren, again, in this Dallas County below viability. And if you pull it out statewide so far, it's very early. It's only 5% in Texas, but she is below the 15% line. Three candidates right now competing for the lead in Texas. Bernie Sanders on top at the moment. But Joe Biden, if you had asked people a week ago, would Joe Biden be in a struggle, a tug of war with Bernie Sanders for the state of Texas, they would have laughed at you. We'll see if we stay there as the vote count comes up. But at the moment,
228 delegates at stake in Texas.
Yes, it is. We're talking about all the delegates tonight. 1,344, 48% of them come from these two states. Right? And then North Carolina is the third biggest prize. We've already called that for Joe Biden. But 48% of the delegates tonight come from two states, Texas and California. So as this fills in, absolutely critical. We'll see how the votes in California go. Sanders led in all the polls out there. The expectation is he will get a decent advantage, perhaps a significant advantage out of California, if Joe Biden can make Texas a battleground. At the statewide level and at the congressional district level, the delegate rules are a little complicated. You have to do statewide and then go into congressional districts. But if Joe Biden can keep it like this as we go through, the question is, Michael Bloomberg here, we have not seen a big Bloomberg impact in many of the states. Is this an impact state where Michael Bloomberg is having an impact on the top? And if you're in the Biden campaign, if it froze right here and stuck right here, you would say that is a problem for Joe Biden. But we have a ways to go in the vote count as we pull it out. I just want to come back here, clear this out of the way, just to see if anything else has changed. Let's just check back to see. Still at 2% in Massachusetts with Joe Biden on top. Again, if you had spoken a week ago and said there would be a point in the night where Joe Biden would be leading in Massachusetts, you would have gotten laughed at. Come back down to Virginia, we're up at 93% and growing. And this one, again, has flipped back and forth a few times. We seem static at 4% right now in Tennessee. But you pull it out, we got fun.
It's going to be exciting. Anderson, back to you.
Wolf, thanks very much. We've been having our own discussions here for quite a while.
Yeah, Abdul, where do you see things right now?
Well, look, I think we still have Texas and California left to play. We're going to hear a lot from the Latinx community, which I'm really looking forward to hearing. I think we've got this sort of surge, given just the dynamics of the night, and I do hope folks that don't just go to sleep, because I think we have to make sure we tell the fuller story. But I will say that we've had a conversation, quite a bit, a proxy conversation about electability, about which of these candidates can actually beat Donald Trump, and that seems to be the thing on everybody's mind. And I just think it's really worth us asking a question about whether or not there's trust in the traditional Democratic establishment to solve our problems. And that's been Bernie's point all along. And so if we present a candidate like Joe Biden, who comes from that establishment, an establishment that oversaw 8 years in which we had accelerating inequality that left a lot of people behind, and then we ask them to vote for that again, I'm just really worried that's not going to get us there. And you're seeing the circling of the wagons of that same establishment around this one candidate. So let's keep watching.
Let's go to the establishment over here, Governor.
The Sanders folks always like to yell out the establishment piece. What you're seeing
I didn't yell. I just
tonight,
said it nicely.
What you're seeing here tonight is Bernie Sanders cannot grow his coalition. He is flat. Same thing in Iowa. Same thing in New Hampshire, Nevada. You've now saw South Carolina where he went down, and now tonight you've seen where he's gone down. He's going the wrong way. And I go back, forget who endorses. People are trying to make a decision. They cannot stand Donald Trump. Who is it they think can beat Donald Trump? Why have so many United States senators who served with Biden and served with Sanders chose Joe Biden? One, they like working with him. And number two, they want him at the top of the ticket because they think they can keep their seat. But 44 members of Congress are terrified of Sanders at the top of the ticket.
Jess, I think for Sanders supporters, the idea of Joe Biden is easy to work with is not necessarily a great selling point.
No, of course not. And that goes back to the idea that things were working well for the majority of Americans before Donald Trump, which is not necessarily the truth, and what is motivating a lot of folks to turn out and vote for Sanders right now. I have concerns about Joe Biden at the top of the ticket because we have seen Joe Biden campaign for president for the last 6+ months, and there's nothing to suggest that he will be a different candidate going forward than the one that he has been before. I like Joe Biden very much. I think that he has the ability to be emotionally resonant more than just about anybody else in the field right now. And Democrats are afraid, not just Democrats, people who would call themselves progressive, people who would call themselves anti-Trump, people who genuinely care about their neighbors and their families and the direction of this country. They're terrified. There is an existential terror. And Joe Biden can offer a reassuring presence like that I think I can see how that is appealing to people. Bernie Sanders is not offering a reassuring presence. He's offering a revolution. And I can see why that's appealing to people, too.
Yeah. Right. Let me just say this about working with people. There's campaigning and then there's governing. Once you get elected and you put your hand up, when I got elected governor of the Commonwealth of Virginia, that day I was the governor of every single person in that state. I had to work with Republicans. I had a very Republican legislature. I got 70+% of my governor's bills passed with the Republican legislature because I built relationships. That, I can't tell you how important.
You sound like Joe Biden.
Relationships are important, and to just put that aside means people have no idea what it means to govern a country or a state. You have to build.
Can we just
I just want to quickly look at the race in Tennessee. Sanders 24.1%. Mike Bloomberg, 24.0%. This is probably the best showing so far for Bloomberg, not in American smoke.
Well, we should get back to tonight because we haven't heard from everything yet before we anoint
right. I mean, obviously,
Joe Biden
Texas and California.
Well, this is I want to talk about Texas because we've been talking about California, Delegate Rich, 415 delegates and all that. Texas, 228 pledged delegates. This is becoming much more important tonight, given what we see going on with Joe Biden. If Joe Biden got better, talking about endorsements, he got Beto O'Rourke's endorsement last night.
And by the way, we have the Texas so far, 6% of the vote in. Biden 26.7, Sanders 26.1, Bloomberg at 20.8.
So the people in the Biden campaign that I've spoken with say that they looked at Texas as a target of opportunity. I don't think they expected to win it, but I don't know. And if they can do very well in Texas, then the question may not be Biden's margin number 2 to Sanders, but it could be Sanders to Biden. And that, there's heading into California, if there's a big split there,
It's very
This
early.
could be very close.
It's very
And-
early.
and
We also
it's
don't know
very
where
early.
those votes are.
We
which
don't.
is-
Right.
Well,
We
no doubt
don't.
John King will.
But it is true.
Those numbers are very, very disturbing. If you're a part of the Sanders team, you've been saying, hey, listen, fine, take Alabama, great. That's the Deep South. But wait till you get to Texas. Wait till you get to our stronghold. Our firewall will be Texas and California. Those
That's what
numbers for Sanders do not look good in Texas, at least with 6%.
But again, it is only
Very
6%.
Very early.
I'm just, polls haven't closed.
Here's what we know. Here's what we know. We know that Biden is having a very good night in these more eastern states. He's going to pile up a fair number of delegates here. And clearly, Bernie Sanders can't split Texas and get to where he wants to get to tonight. But I got to respond to one thing that you said, Abdul, because it intrigued me. You said you talked about the 8 years of growing inequality before Trump, meaning Obama. And I'm just wondering, do you think that's a winning strategy for Sanders to run against the Obama presidency? Because Obama, I was there when he became president, and we were dealing with the greatest economic collapse since the Great Depression, which may have had something to do with some of the problems that we had. So I'm just, but be that was a personal note on the side. But as an analytical matter, I mean, do you think that what Sanders should do is now sharpen his critique of Obama and the Obama administration?
One of the things I admire about the race that you guys ran in 2008 is you ran for the future. You didn't run back into the history. I worry that right now the whole question is about how do we move with reference to Barack Obama. That's been Joe Biden's entire campaign message. I was with Obama. I was the one he picked. And so let's run to the future of the party. Clearly
I think that's a smart strategy, but you were the one who brought up the 8 years before Trump, so I didn't think
And all
that
I'm
was
saying is
running
we
to
shouldn't
the
go
future.
backwards. We
Okay,
should
let's
go
take a
forward.
quick break. There are a lot of delegates at stake in the next round of contests. All polling places close soon in Texas in about 19 minutes from now. Colorado, Minnesota will get results, possibly projections at the top of the hour.
We have a key race alert right now. Let's take a look at what's going on. Tight in Texas, 12% of the estimated vote is in. Joe Biden is slightly ahead of Bernie Sanders by about 1,000 votes, 26.2% to 25.8% for Sanders. Bloomberg with 21.3%. The rest trail. Let's take a look at Tennessee. Also very tight, 16% of the vote now in. Bernie Sanders slightly ahead of Joe Biden, 24.4% to 23.8%. Bloomberg close behind, 23.1%. The rest trail. In Massachusetts right now, look at this. Joe Biden is ahead, 35.7%. Bernie Sanders in second place, 23.4%. Elizabeth Warren in third place. This is her home state, 20.8%. Bloomberg at 13.2%, 3% of the vote is in Massachusetts. In Oklahoma right now, 5% of the vote is in. Biden's on top with 25.3%. Bernie Sanders, 20.9%. Bloomberg close behind, 19.4%. The rest are trailing right now. Arkansas, look at this. Arkansas, very, very early in Arkansas right now, but Joe Biden is ahead with 40.6%. Bloomberg 17.9%, Bernie Sanders 16%. The rest trail right now. Let's take a look at Maine. 2% of the vote is in very early there as well, but Biden is ahead 37.1%, Bernie Sanders 33.6%. The rest of the candidates right now trailing in Maine. Let's go over to John King, who's watching all of this very closely. Give us the big picture as you see it, John, right now.
The big picture right now is that Joe Biden got what he wanted at the beginning of the night in Virginia and in North Carolina and in Alabama and in Arkansas. The question now is, can he sustain it? Some of the great battles going on right now. Look at the competitive race in Tennessee. We're up to 16%. Sanders at 24. Biden at 24, if you round it up, about a half point there. Bloomberg at 23. So a very, very close race. 492 vote lead for Bernie Sanders over Joe Biden, with Mayor Bloomberg certainly in play. And you just see it play out in the counties. Like the dark blue is Joe Biden. The lighter blue is Bernie Sanders. The more purple is Michael Bloomberg. There's a fight right now going on. One of the things you look at here, though, Nashville, still nothing, right? The second largest county, Davidson County. Remember, you had the tornado strike nearby there early today. Some polls were kept open late. So obviously our thoughts and prayers for those people as well. We'll see when the votes come in later. You move over here to Knoxville. the third largest county right here, Knox County, and you see Senator Sanders there with about 30%, if you round up a little bit. Bloomberg at 20. We'll watch as this plays out. 64 delegates, not a small basket of delegates, and it looks like you'll have a fight to split them if this holds up. But we're only up to 17% in the state of Tennessee. Just want to pop down here and look and see where we are in Alabama. This is a state that Biden is going to win in quite handily. The issue here, one of the reasons you keep looking, even after you've called a state, will Bloomberg stay viable, and will he get some delegates? We'll see. It's early, very early in the count, the vote count there as we go through it.
Take a look at the delegate count first,
Sure.
while we have.
Come back out. If you look at the delegates where we are right now, you have Joe Biden at 130, Bernie Sanders at 83. We have a long, long way to go in allocating delegates. Not only tonight, California's delegates sometimes take several days, the count when we get out there. So you're Joe Biden if you're happy because you expect Senator Sanders to do better as we move to the West. But Joe Biden with a lead tonight and a lead overall in the delegate race. Texas, Biden had a small lead just moments ago. Bernie Sanders has a lead now. This is one of the fascinating parts of a live election night, especially when things are tight in some of these states. Biden was ahead. Now Sanders is ahead by 4,700 votes there. The fact that this is so competitive and close in Texas is a bit of a surprise to some people. If you went back a week or two ago, people would not have thought this. Again, this is a state, Texas, where at least with 15% of the vote in, Bloomberg is above the 15% viability, could get some delegates there. All of the candidates at the end of the night going to have to make a question, especially if you're Bloomberg or Senator Warren. How many states did you reach viability? How many states did you get delegates? Is there a path to stay in? Are you fighting for a contested convention? Those will be the conversations hours from now when we get through the rest of these votes. But let's just go through. Joe Biden was leading moments ago in Massachusetts. Elizabeth Warren has pulled ahead as we get up to 6% reporting in her home state, a state she has to win on Super Tuesday. A three-way contest. Warren now at 6%. She's ahead with 33%. 6,000 vote lead, Wolf, over Joe Biden and Bernie Sanders. Just want to check a little bit more here. As we check, go back to Maine. Sometimes results start to pile in. That's not the case in Maine. Been stuck at 2% for quite some time. So if you look at the map regionally, a fight up here in New England. Maine is a battleground. Massachusetts is a battleground. In the mid-Atlantic, the beginning of the southern sweep here, Joe Biden now pulled ahead in Tennessee. Just moments ago, Sanders was ahead. This one's going to seesaw back and forth. It appears Biden with a 400 vote there. Senator Sanders ahead early on in Texas, Wolf, as the count continues.
It certainly does. And we're getting closer and closer to another critical hour on this Super Tuesday at 9 Eastern. All polls close in Texas, Colorado, and Minnesota. 370 delegates are up for grabs, more than half in Texas. That's the second biggest prize of the night. That's a hearty portion of the delegates available tonight. More than 1,300, about one-third of all the delegates awarded during the entire primary season. Jake, what are you looking for in the coming hour?
Well, Wolf, this is a significant hour with all those Texas delegates, 228 of them at stake. Bernie Sanders has been aiming for strong showings as we move west. Texas, Colorado, Minnesota, but Texas may turn out to be something of a showdown. Joe Biden was there just last night fighting for a chunk of the state's huge pool of delegates. We'll also see if Biden blunts Sanders' support up north in Minnesota, home state to Amy Klobuchar, who is now out of the race and backing Biden. Let's get the latest on the Biden campaign from Arlette Saenz. Arlette?
Well, Jake, the Joe Biden campaign is feeling confident right on these early projections. And with Texas right around the corner, Joe Biden was asked if he thought he would win in that state. He said that he's superstitious and doesn't like to make predictions on election or primary days. But just last week, Biden told me that he did think Texas is a state that he could win. Now, the Biden campaign is happy about his performance in a lot of these districts that they say they've been targeting all along this campaign, saying they're targeting delegate-rich congressional districts. That's what the campaign manager told me. And they are hoping that these early returns that are coming in this evening, these early projections, will carry them through in the later evening.
All right, Arlette Saenz with the Biden campaign in California. Let's go to Sanders' headquarters right now where we find Ryan Nobles. Ryan?
Yeah, Jake, and as you mentioned, the Sanders campaign hoping for strength as these contests move west. And in fact, senior advisor Jeff Weaver, who's been with Bernie Sanders for a long time, told me that he expected that the first part of this night would be tough for Sanders supporters. He described it as, I will say this about tonight, you have to eat your vegetables first, meaning that you've got to get through the tough stuff before you can get through the nights that were, or the contests, I should say, where they feel they're going to do much better. And to that end, a Sanders aide telling me that they believe that we may not have a full picture of the results tonight. In fact, that Sanders aide telling me that there are many people that may go to bed tonight at 10 p.m. and wake up tomorrow morning with a much different race. So, Jake, the Sanders campaign preparing for a long haul here tonight on Super Tuesday.
Well, that's certainly right. I mean, with that big prize out in the West Coast, California. Thanks so much, Ryan. Let's go to MJ Lee, who's with the Bloomberg campaign. And MJ, Bloomberg showing some strength in some of these southern states, such as Tennessee.
That's right. Mike Bloomberg actually just left the stage. He spoke to supporters here in Florida, and he said that regardless of what the delegate math ends up being at the end of this night, that he feels like he has achieved something significant, that he went very quickly from being nowhere in the polls to becoming a serious contender for the Democratic nomination. So certainly he was trying to sound very upbeat in front of his supporters, though he was nowhere close to sounding victorious. Now, I just wanted to flag a conversation that reporters here had with Bloomberg's campaign manager, Kevin Sheekey, a little earlier in the night when we asked him, is there any chance that Mike Bloomberg might drop out tonight? He said, are you kidding me? Absolutely not. But he also did say that, of course, they are going to be reassessing where their campaign is headed after they have more of the results. And he also had some very kind words for former Vice President Joe Biden. He said that he himself personally sees him as one of the most decent public servants, that he himself personally wrote a check to Joe Biden before his boss got into this race, and that he expects one of them, meaning Biden or Bloomberg, to eventually be the nominee. I think this is just an important thing to note because, as you know, Mike Bloomberg has previously said that he will support whoever the eventual nominee is. Jake?
All right, MJ Lee with the Bloomberg campaign. Thank you so much. Dana, as we approach the top of the hour, 5 minutes left, what are you looking for?
Well, in Texas, I'm looking for whether or not Mike Bloomberg takes moderate votes from Joe Biden and whether that could help hand Bernie Sanders a victory. Now, Bloomberg has not taken wins away from Biden tonight, and though it is early, the impact on the delegate count so far seems to be minimal. The question is whether Texas, the second biggest delegate haul of the night, could be different when it comes to impact. Now, coming into tonight, Team Biden said that they are fearful that Bloomberg could really splinter the moderate vote in states like Texas. And, of course, Texas is a place where Bernie Sanders came into the night, when it came to the polls, incredibly strong.
Yeah, his victory speech the night of the Nevada caucus was in San Antonio, I believe. David Chalian, what are you looking for?
Jake, we're taking a look at some of these upcoming states. In Minnesota, we checked in with voters on when they made up their mind. Take a look at this. 55%, a majority in just the last few days. 45% said earlier than that. In Texas, and this is really interesting, take a look. You see 22% just in the last few days, 77% earlier than that. We expect roughly half the vote in Texas to be absentee or early vote, so a lot of that vote gets banked. You see here, 77% of voters in Texas tell us they decided earlier than the last few days. Taking a look in Colorado, are you looking for somebody who could defeat Trump or somebody who agrees with you on the issues? Not even close. 69% of Colorado Democratic primary voters today say they want somebody who can defeat Trump. Only 28% say agree on the issues. And look at that same question in Texas. It's not as dramatic of a split, but it's still a majority. 56% of Texas Democrats looking for a Trump defeater. That's what they want when they're going to the polls today. 41% looking for someone who agrees with you on the issues. Wolf?
All right, David, thanks very much, John. Colorado, Minnesota, Texas, the second biggest prize of the night. They're closing at the top of the hour.
Right, and so let's just quickly look at Colorado. It's one of these states that will be a swing state in the presidential election. Come the general election, primaries don't always tell you much about that, but you want to see who's competitive. Obviously, the Denver suburbs, one of the big places we're going to look there. Again, a place where Senator Warren thought she could compete, a place where Mayor Bloomberg has spent a lot of money. Sanders, obviously, looking for a win out there. If you go back in time and look at the map, Senator Sanders won Colorado and Utah back in the last go-around. He hopes to repeat that this go-around. You mentioned Texas. Fascinating race down here, except Senator Sanders in recent minutes has started to pull away a little bit. 20% reporting. He's now up at 29 to 22.5, 23 if you want to round it up for the former vice president. Mayor Bloomberg here just shy of 18%. Interesting to keep an eye on this again throughout the night. 15% makes you viable, means you get proportionate delegates. Elizabeth Warren right on the cusp right now at 20% in Texas. A very long way to go. As you can see, most of the map still not filled in. One place you do look down here, Travis County, which is where Austin is. It's a liberal stronghold. Senator Sanders running it up there. They're at 72%. We'll see how this plays out as we fill in the state of Texas. Just want to keep looking around the map here as we go. Joe Biden starting to stretch it out here as you look at the results in Oklahoma, 29% to 21%, but only 9% reporting. You see some Bloomberg counties here. The question is, does he stay, again, above 15? You're looking at the winner, obviously. That's the most important person. But then as you look down, are they above 15%? Do they get delegates? That's the big complication tonight, doing the delegate math, 1,344 at stake when you go through it. Let's go back across the country, look at Maine. Slow count in Maine tonight. They're only up to 3% here in Maine right now. Joe Biden with the lead, Senator Sanders there. Mike Bloomberg right at the cusp of viability. Disappointing at the moment for Senator Warren, but again, we're only at 3% in Maine. Let's dip down to her home state of Massachusetts. A few moments ago when Wolf was here, Senator Warren had pulled ahead. Now Joe Biden is back ahead. A seesaw in Tennessee, a seesaw in Massachusetts. Joe Biden on top here by 2,300 votes and some change over now Senator Sanders. Warren has slipped back to third. This one has been bouncing around a little bit, as you can see in the Commonwealth of Massachusetts. Still a lot out, including the city of Boston. So we have a long way to go here where the big bulk of votes in Massachusetts, but back and forth in Elizabeth Warren's home state. If you pull it out and look, the Virginia count is almost done. I show you this. We called this state a long time ago just to show you the impressive sweep of the Commonwealth of Virginia by Joe Biden. 53% of the vote right there. Senator Sanders will get some delegates. He's at 23. Warren and Bloomberg, very disappointing, especially for Bloomberg in a state where he invested a lot of money, started his campaign, really wanted to come out of Virginia with some of the delegates. He is below the viability line, and that will not happen. You move through some of the other states. I just want to check this one again because it's been swinging back. Biden starting to open up a little bit here in Tennessee with 21% reporting. We'll see if that holds. And check one more time on Texas before we give it back. Senator Sanders with a 7-point lead in Texas right now. And Arkansas had been blue for Biden. Now Senator Sanders is 139 votes ahead, but we're only at 7%. Again, we got a lot of states that are in play, a lot of states that are early on. They're flipping back and forth, just starting to fill it in, Wolf. Fayetteville for Sanders. We're still waiting on Little Rock, Arkansas among the states. We still have some counting to do.
We certainly do. We're coming up on 9 p.m. Eastern. Polls will close in Texas, Colorado, and Minnesota. 370 delegates are up for grabs. That's more than half of them in Texas alone. The Lone Star State is the second biggest prize of the night. All right, we have a key race alert in Minnesota right now. According to our exit poll, the early leaders are Biden and Sanders. We cannot make a projection in Minnesota yet, but the early leaders, Biden and Sanders. Let's go to Colorado right now. Also, too early to call in Colorado right now. No projection available yet. The polls are closed in Texas right now. Take a look at the vote where it stands with 20% of the vote in all of Texas now closed. Bernie Sanders is ahead with 29.1%. Joe Biden second place, 22.5%. Bloomberg in third place, 17.6%. The rest trail. 228 delegates at stake in Texas. Let's go over to John King for a closer look. These are major states. Texas, where's the vote coming in, first of all?
It's the second largest prize of the night. Giant prize at stake here. One of the things the Biden campaign hoped for coming out of South Carolina. Could they get into Texas and compete? Could they keep it close, possibly win, at least get a big share of the delegates? We're at 20% reporting. Senator Sanders has stretched it out a little bit, nearly a 30,000 lead right now. 29% for him, 22% rounded up. That's 23 for the former vice president. Mike Bloomberg at 17.6 or 18 if you round it up. Elizabeth Warren right on the cusp of viability, 15% if we round it up. She has to be there at the end for it to count. So look, as you can see here, there's a lot of Texas votes that are still out, but one of the population centers you look for is Dallas County, obviously. Joe Biden with the lead right there. Dallas and the suburbs critical to any competition, whether it's a primary or general election in Texas. Pretty close here, though. 5% reporting. Joe Biden with the lead in Dallas County at the moment. Bloomberg at 20, Senator Sanders. This is a fight we'll watch throughout the night in this population center here. You come down here, Houston, one of the fastest growing areas in the United States. Both Sanders and Biden here of late. Harris County now the biggest county, huge growing. Competition for the Latino vote, competition for the suburbs, competition for the urban vote in Houston proper. This is one of the most fascinating, fast-changing places in the United States of America, and look at the fight. 26 to 26 if you round up. Biden with a slight edge there. Mayor Bloomberg in play. Warren is not. Come back out and look some more as we go through this. We just talked about this a minute ago. Now up to 72% in Travis County. This is Austin. It's a liberal stronghold. It is Bernie Sanders blue if you look at it there. And you come back down. One of the things we're waiting for is here along the border. Senator Sanders very much hopes among Latino voters, that is his springboard. And you see a lot of them right here. Another way to show you that, we come back out here and just show you the demographics. Latino population by county. The deeper the shade, the higher the population in those counties. Latino population is giant all across the state of Texas, of course. Senator Sanders hoping to run it up down here, both to get a statewide victory and, Wolf, later on in the night when we have more votes, we can look at this from a congressional district perspective. But at the moment, 20% in the state of Texas. Again, prize number 2. If you're thinking about the prizes tonight, just to pop this up for you, 415 at stake in California, 228. This is 48% of the delegates at stake tonight in these 2 states. At 20% in Texas, advantage Sanders, but a long way to go.
Arkansas closed a half an hour ago. What do we know about Arkansas?
So if you move over to Arkansas, Joe Biden took a very early lead. Senator Sanders now has a lead. It's still very early, though. We're only at 8% in Arkansas, a 197-vote lead. That tells you how tight we are, 24.5 to 23.7. Again, Bloomberg at the moment above the viability. In play for some delegates here. In third place, Elizabeth Warren is not. When you look at the map here, number 1, Fayetteville, college town, northwest corner of the state here. Senator Sanders getting 30%, if you round up there. At the moment, up in the Fayetteville area. If you come down here, this is your major population center. Pulaski County is where Little Rock is. We still have nothing here. This is key for the African-American vote, also the political establishment, if you will, because of the state capital. So we'll watch as this one plays out as well. If you come out to the broader map and look at it this way, you can certainly see Joe Biden won Virginia, won North Carolina, is leading in Tennessee. Just want to check back in on this one, 23% here. Bit of a seesaw, but he started to stretch it out a little bit. It was closer earlier. We'll see if that holds up. We're up to 23% there. You pop down to Alabama, where it's very early in Alabama. Joe Biden with a big, healthy, giant lead there, though. And you come back out. Let's just check in on this one again. Sometimes they jump up quick. It has not. Still at 8%. We're waiting, obviously, Hot Springs and Little Rock, Jonesboro, up that way for some population centers to come in. But fights here. Just want to check back up over here. Still 3%. I keep hoping. You get hopeful every now and then. You give a state 10, 15 minutes, and more votes will pop in. Maine is a slow count tonight. And let's just check in. It's my home state, so I love watching the seesaw battle here. 8%. Joe Biden has stretched it out a little bit. Sanders, Warren. But we'll keep watching them. Again, Massachusetts, Maine very close. Tennessee's been back and forth. One more time at Arkansas, still at 8%. And again, prize number 2 on the night before we get out to California, still stuck at 20%. Again, Sanders, it's only 20%, but that has grown a little bit. So if you're in the Sanders campaign, you're feeling a little better about this. Oops, we bounced over there because I bumped into it. But we got a long way to go here. Where else do you look for here? Obviously, you saw the Beto O'Rourke endorsement of Joe Biden very late in the campaign. Does it help? This is where Beto O'Rourke's congressional district was. Over this way, we'll see if it helps in that part as we go through it and come out. And just going to pop around these other states to see how we're doing in terms of the vote count. 9% in Oklahoma, Wolf. Still at 22% now in Texas. Senator Sanders ahead as we count them.
All right, let's bring in David Chalian. David, what's the big story right now as you see it as far as tonight is concerned?
Well, in some of these states that we are tracking the vote in right now, Wolf, the big story is that magic number of 15% and who's eligible to get delegates. Take a look in Texas right now. 22% of the vote is in. You see here, Bernie Sanders has 29.1% of the vote eligible for delegates. Joe Biden, 22.4%. Take a look here. Michael Bloomberg, 17.7%, above that 15% threshold. And look at Elizabeth Warren here in 4th place. She's hovering right near that 15% threshold statewide. Remember, delegates are allocated based on the statewide vote, but also on, in Texas, state Senate districts. So she may be eligible for delegates as well. Four candidates eligible for delegates. Look at Massachusetts. 91 delegates at stake tonight in Massachusetts. Joe Biden, 30.6%. Bernie Sanders, 27.9%. Elizabeth Warren, 24.9%. 3 candidates all eligible for delegates tonight, which means that it's going to prevent somebody just sort of sweeping their way through. Take a look at the next 2 states that we want to show you. In Oklahoma or Tennessee, 64 delegates at stake. And take a look here. Similar story. Joe Biden, 30.9%, 24% of the vote in, right? Look at Bernie Sanders at 24%. Michael Bloomberg at 20.4%. 3 candidates, all getting delegates, all eligible. If this is where it ends up, this is just 24% of the vote in. But if this is where it ends up, you have 3 candidates splitting delegates. That changes potentially the contours of the race. Take a look over here in Oklahoma. You have Joe Biden at 29.7%. Remember, there are 37 delegates at stake in Oklahoma. Bernie Sanders is at 21.2%. Michael Bloomberg, right now, with only 9% of the vote in, is at 18.4%. So Wolf, just watch throughout the night to see if some candidates who are currently above 15%, like Michael Bloomberg here in Oklahoma, if they fall below and become
What about Arkansas and Maine?
Take a look.
Same story?
It is a very similar story. Take a look at Arkansas. 31 delegates at stake. Bernie Sanders, 24.5% of the vote, only 8% reporting so far. Joe Biden, 23.8%. Michael Bloomberg, right now in this early vote count, above that 15% threshold. And over in Maine, you see a very similar story. Joe Biden, look at that, 38.7%. Bernie Sanders, 30.2%. And here we are again, that magic number, 15%. Michael Bloomberg right now, only 4% in. I mean, we got to see if this is where the vote ends up. But he's at 15.8%. So across all these states, if more than two candidates are splitting the delegates, that changes the delegate math. We just got to keep watching as the votes come in. It's very early, Wolf.
We will get back to you, Jake and Dana, based on what we just heard from David. What's your takeaway?
Well, first of all, while there are a lot of people that are trying to make this a two-person race just between Biden and Sanders, even though obviously there are 5 candidates, the results that we have so far with what David just went through shows that Mike Bloomberg is earning delegates, and that is going to, at least in his mind, I'm sure, encourage him to stay in the race. There are 2 more Super Tuesdays just this month, the next one and the one after that. So that's one. 2, and one of the other things we're seeing is a lot of these late deciders go for Joe Biden overwhelmingly. And I think that this really has to do with the fact that, as Anderson noted earlier tonight, and we've seen other people note this before, so many of the voters out there are so determined to focus entirely on who can beat Donald Trump and nothing else. Not who do I like the best, not which candidate shares my values the most, but which one of these people can beat Donald Trump. And that really has seemed to help Joe Biden in these contests with all these people making their decision today or in the last few days.
And one of the questions going into tonight, looking at the map, is how well will each candidate do with all of the demographics that are representative of the Democratic Party? And when it comes to Joe Biden, he obviously won very big with African Americans, but it wasn't just African Americans in some of these key states. In Virginia, North Carolina, he also did well with white voters, with Hispanic voters, and so forth. So that is really key for the Biden campaign to grab onto, looking ahead to the rest of the states as they, try to climb their way to the magic 1,991 delegates.
And the other thing that's interesting, Dana, is, and this has really been the story of the race so far, the Democratic race, is younger voters overwhelmingly are with Bernie Sanders.
Yep.
And older voters are overwhelmingly with Joe Biden. Mm-hmm. There is such a generational divide, more so than any other divide, although tonight we're certainly seeing African-American voters go for Joe Biden, really saving his campaign to a large degree, and Latino voters to a large degree going with Bernie Sanders. But that schism, the idea that younger people love Sanders and older people love Biden, is one that actually potentially bodes ill for the Democratic nominee, because one of those guys probably is going to win. Well, where do those other voters go for?
Well, or do they go? I mean, that was the question that got answered in a negative way for Hillary Clinton 4 years ago, because you had the same generational divide in 2016, and a lot of those voters were so disaffected that they stayed home.
5 million people who voted for Obama twice did not vote, according to one study I saw. Let's go to Wolf Blitzer now. He has a key race alert.
All right, we're getting a key race alert. The first number is coming in from Minnesota right now. Very, very early. Joe Biden is ahead, 43.4%. Bernie Sanders in second place, 23.6%. Elizabeth Warren with 16%. Bloomberg and Amy Klobuchar, her home state, she dropped out. As you know, they trail. Anderson, over to you.
Wolf, thanks very much. Vin, Jake was just talking about a generational divide, and you see that in the African-American community, certainly with Bernie Sanders and Joe Biden.
Yeah, it's very, very interesting because there's passion on both sides. Older African-American voters, especially older African-American women, they resonate with Joe Biden. They've gone to a lot of funerals. They've buried children. They've buried spouses. They understand that he understands. And that's meaningful to them, and they have not moved. Bakari Sellers said from the very beginning they weren't going anywhere. They have not gone anywhere. But there is a younger generation And for them, there is a sense that, Bernie represents a lot. And that there's an urgency that he has. And there's a real pain and frustration. In a sense, this system is rigged against us, and nobody wants to fight for us. And so they see in Bernie a fighter. And so this is, and so again, we also the black vote's going, and that's true because older black voters vote more than younger black voters. But don't lose track of those young black voters. Those young black voters see something in Bernie that they're excited about, and they don't see it in Biden.
So let me. Sorry, go ahead, Jess.
Oh no, just both of those impulses come from the same place. Like they both come from the place where they understand that our country is off track, and they want somebody who is able to consolidate it and get it back to a place where people feel like they can take care of each other. Where I think where I have the most concern is that whatever comes out of this contest, we won't be reaching out to the other side.
Yeah.
There is no reason for those older black voters that you're talking about to not feel comfortable with Bernie if he does that outreach. There's no reason for the younger folks to not feel comfortable with Biden if he's willing to listen to them a little bit about the urgency that they're feeling and what they need from him. I am concerned that the camps are as polarized as they are, and no one
But it's not just about feeling comfortable. It's about being enthusiastic and actually coming out and voting. And the question is, will each other's supporters actually come out and vote?
I think Democrats do best when we believe in hope, when we believe in a future and we come together to embrace that future. And I worry that on both sides of what is ultimately an electability argument, there's just a lot of fear. That guy can't win, that guy can't win. And I just think that no matter what happens at the end of this primary, we have to find the hope that we have for an after Trump and go and build that. And I think everybody agrees that that's the future.
Let me just speak to one at a time. When Pete got out yesterday, Sanders called him a corporate establishment. That is not the way to build and unify this party. We've got to bring young people in, but he did. He said it yesterday.
So are you?
So I'll just say
unifying now by pointing that out.
Yeah, chastising a younger person who's talking about bringing the party together is not what's going to do it. And I do worry. I do worry a lot. Let me finish my point. I do worry a lot that there is this attitude of if you all knew better,
exactly.
If you knew what we knew, then we'd be okay, right? You just need to follow us because we know what's going on. And I think our generation, who graduated into the worst recession in the past century, right, or the past 50 years, who could not find the jobs that we were promised, who took on $1.5 trillion in debt, who couldn't find health care on the back end of it, we just don't want to be lectured to. And so there's a space right now for us to have a conversation that says, what is the future we want, the future we want to raise our kids in? And it's not going to be wagging fingers at younger people.
Do you think Joe's lecturing to you?
I think that in a lot of ways, Joe's supporters are. Joe's surrogates are. And that's what's frustrating.
We're going to continue at the top. I mean, at the end of the day, it's the person running for president who's out there with the message. Joe shows, I believe, empathy every day, generosity. I mean, obviously, you look at the states today.
The young people don't feel so. The young people are not voting that way.
All right, this is an important discussion. We'll continue it. We are awaiting remarks by Joe Biden and by Senator Sanders. We want to bring those to you. Bernie Sanders expected to speak soon. Some of the biggest prizes of the night still up for grabs. Texas, California, huge number of delegates. It's all ahead.
Of the 8 states we're watching right now, Bernie Sanders is ahead in 2 of them. Biden is ahead in 6 of them. Let's get a key race alert right now, starting with the second biggest prize of the night. 228 delegates at stake in Texas. Right now, with 24% of the vote is in. Bernie Sanders is ahead. 28.8%. Joe Biden in second place, 22.3%. Bloomberg in third place, 18.5%. Elizabeth Warren, she's getting close to that 15% threshold that is required for delegates, 14.2%. Tulsi Gabbard not showing much at all. In Colorado, 67 delegates are at stake right now. 8% of the vote is in. Bernie Sanders is well ahead, 39.1%. Bloomberg, 22%. Biden, 21.9%. Warren is close to 15%, 13.9% right there. Tulsi Gabbard, only 1.2%. Let's go to Massachusetts right now. 11% of the vote is in. 91 delegates at stake. Biden seems to be ahead rather comfortably, 31.9%. 26.9% for Sanders, 23.7% for Elizabeth Warren. Remember, this is her home state. Right now, she's in third place. The rest trail right there. In Minnesota, right now, 14% of the vote is in. Biden is ahead, slightly ahead of Bernie Sanders, 35.1%, 32% for Bernie Sanders, 19.7% for Elizabeth Warren. The rest not competitive right now. In Tennessee right now, almost a third of the vote is in. 64 delegates are at stake. Biden is ahead comfortably, 35%. Bernie Sanders, 24.9%. Bloomberg, 18.4%. The rest not competitive right now. Oklahoma, 10% of the vote is in, 37 delegates at stake. Biden is ahead, 30.7%. Bernie Sanders, 21%. Bloomberg, 18.2%. Warren is close to the 15% threshold, 13%. Tulsi Gabbard not doing well. Arkansas right now, 31 delegates are at stake. 11% of the vote is in. Biden is ahead here as well. 26.1%, 23.3% for Bernie Sanders. Bloomberg, 19.2%. Elizabeth Warren below 15%, 12.4%. In Maine, right now, 9% of the vote is in, and Bernie Sanders is Joe Biden is slightly ahead of Bernie Sanders, 35% to 33.5%. There's only a 230 vote difference. 9% of the vote is in. Elizabeth Warren approaching 15%, 14%. Bloomberg, 12.6%. Let's go over to John King at the Magic Wall. We're walking over. John, you're looking at the outstanding vote right now in Texas. That's the second biggest prize of the night.
It's the second biggest prize, and Senator Sanders has opened up a lead. We're at 24%, but as you can see, a lot of openings. Still waiting on a lot of votes in Texas, which is why we haven't called this race. You look at the major population centers. You start in the largest population center. That's Harris County. That's Houston and the fast-growing, sprawling suburbs around it. Joe Biden giving Bernie Sanders a run for his money. Ahead right now in Harris County. Very close, though, essentially a tie. But this is the fastest-growing area, one of the fastest-growing areas, fastest-changing areas in the country. Big competition here. Mayor Bloomberg getting above 20% in Harris County. Elizabeth Warren not. If you pop this out and just bring it back in, after Harris County, you come up to Dallas County. Interesting that in both of the major urban centers with the big suburbs around them, Houston and Dallas, it is Joe Biden at the moment in the lead. Again, very competitive, very close. But Joe Biden with a late push in Texas, leading in both of the big major urban areas. Again, Mayor Bloomberg viable here in the county. You pull it out now. So how is Bernie Sanders in play? Bernie Sanders has the lead, even though Joe Biden is leading in the two biggest population centers. You're starting to see these smaller rural counties still early. Number one, they're light blue for Bernie Sanders so far. Number two, in the fifth largest population center, Travis County, which is Austin, Texas, Sanders running it up. In the places where he is leading, he tends to have a bigger gap, which is one of the reasons offsetting the Biden leads elsewhere. Webb County was one of the first ones to come in. Senator Sanders with a healthy lead down here as well. So we're going to watch. We're close to 25%. Again, what are we looking for? Beto O'Rourke endorsed Joe Biden late in the race just last night. His former congressional district was right down in here. Does that help? This is an area where the Latino vote is heavy. Bernie Sanders is counting on it. We'll see as the votes come in there. But it's interesting to watch. This is competitive, but I would say Sanders stretching it a little bit. We got a long way to go, but starting to stretch. When you start to see the lead build up, you get around 25%. You start to see a trend, but with so much still to come in, we have to wait and see. Let's just move up to Oklahoma and look at this state. Biden on top. Again, only 10%. Biden, Sanders, Bloomberg. Sensitive to my moving the arm by it. Bloomberg next there. Warren not viable in the state right now, in the state in which she was born. That's Oklahoma is where she was born. Right now, Joe Biden with the lead at 10%. Interesting to watch some of this Bloomberg fill-in. Bernie Sanders won this state by a big margin 4 years ago. Mayor Bloomberg competitive in the state. Again, early on it appears, only 10% though, he may get some delegates out of the state of Oklahoma. Let's just keep coming east. States we have not called yet. Arkansas, Joe Biden, 11%, 26 to 23. Still pretty close. What's happening here? We have nothing. Absolutely nothing from Pulaski County. This is Little Rock. It's the largest population center in the state. One of the reasons it's a close race. You wouldn't call a state until you get more votes from the first. You move over here to Hot Springs. Joe Biden putting up a lead here. This is the 8th largest county in Arkansas, pulling up a lead. But we got a ways to go here. Only at 11% in Arkansas. Fayetteville, College Town. It's a pretty much of a pattern. Jake was talking about this earlier. Bernie Sanders tends to do well where you find the younger voters. You certainly see it happening there. Let's move over to Tennessee. This one had been seesawing all night long. Bloomberg was ahead at one point. Sanders was ahead at another point. Biden has been ahead consistently now for a bit. We're up to 31%. He's beginning to pull away a little bit, 35%. 10-point lead, pulling away significantly right now. Again, this is one of the states where we see Mayor Bloomberg is viable at the moment. If it ends up that way, he'll get some delegates here. It's a disappointing third, but he would get some delegates here. And even more disappointing is Elizabeth Warren below viability right there. We've already called Alabama. Just take you a look down here. Joe Biden with a big lead here in this state. We've We've already called it. And Wolf, as you come back over through.
We're hearing it's very close in Maine right now.
Very close in Maine. It just went from Biden to Bernie Sanders in terms of the color. So let's look. We just jumped from 4% to 10% as well. Bernie Sanders is ahead by 94 votes. I think we could call that close, right?
That's close.
That's close. 34. Well, that changes. Now it's 73 votes. Just hang with us a while. This one might jump around while we're here. That's what makes it fun on election night, especially when a state is close and competitive. You watch the votes come in. So this is Maine. It's not a huge prize. Only 24 delegates at stake. But with the big prizes still to come, we haven't called Texas. The California polls are still open. With the big prizes still to come on a night that's all about delegates, you want everyone you can get. So the contest in Maine matters. Bernie Sanders on top by 73 votes at the moment. Joe Biden right behind him. Elizabeth Warren at 14%. Michael Bloomberg at 12%. So it looks like a Sanders-Biden race in Maine at the moment, Wolf, but we got a ways to go.
We certainly do. We'll get back to you, of course, John. You know, David Shelling, clearly it's a good night for Biden, but with Sanders and Bloomberg, as far as delegates are concerned, they'll pick up some delegates as well.
And in some places, Elizabeth Warren, too. Let's tick through some of these states you were just looking at here. I'm going to look at Texas in a moment. And just remember, the magic number is 15%. You need to win 15% of the vote statewide to get some statewide delegates. And you have to remember that 60% of the delegates, roughly, are allocated based on districts, congressional districts, or in Texas' case, state Senate districts. You need 15% there to get viability and collect delegates. So 228 delegates at stake in Texas. And take a look. Bernie Sanders, well above that 15%. He's at 28.8%. Joe Biden right now, only 24% of the vote is in, Wolf. We still have a lot of vote to come in. He's at 22.3%, clearly above 15%. Michael Bloomberg at 18.5%, also going to collect delegates. And by the way, Texas has a lot of delegates to distribute. And look how close Warren is. She's at 14.2% right now. That she could eventually be at the 15% mark. And remember, if she's 14.2% statewide, she probably is above 15% in a lot of state Senate districts. Therefore, opportunity to collect delegates. Look at Colorado, 67 delegates at stake in Colorado tonight. Bernie Sanders, 36.4%. 68% of the vote is in. So if this is where it ends up in Colorado tonight, look at that. Bernie Sanders, Michael Bloomberg at 24%, Joe Biden at 20.4%, Elizabeth Warren at 16.8%. That is 4 candidates above 15% collecting delegates.
What about Massachusetts and Minnesota?
Let's take a look there. So up in Massachusetts, 91 delegates are at stake, Wolf. Joe Biden, 32.5% of the vote right now. Remember, only 12% is in. We have a lot of vote counting to do in Massachusetts. Bernie Sanders, 26.4%. Elizabeth Warren in her home state, she's in third at 23.1%. 3 candidates splitting delegates there. In Minnesota, 75 delegates at stake. And you're seeing a similar story here. You've got Joe Biden, 35.6%. 30% of the vote is in. So lots more to go here. But if this were to be where it landed, Bernie Sanders close behind, 32.5%. Elizabeth Warren, yet again, above the 15% threshold. She's at 18% statewide. 3 candidates splitting delegates there.
What about Tennessee and Oklahoma?
Good question. 64 delegates at stake in Tennessee. Here you go. You got Joe Biden, 36.1%. Bernie Sanders at 24.7%. This time it's Michael Bloomberg again above 15% at 19%. 3 candidates, 42% of the vote in. If this is where it ended, multiple people, 3 people, not just Biden and Sanders. Bloomberg also collecting delegates. In Oklahoma, you have 37 delegates at stake. You've got Joe Biden with 30.8% of the vote, Bernie Sanders, 21.1%, Michael Bloomberg at 18.1%, and look here again, Elizabeth Warren in her native state, 13%. If she can get up to 15% there, that'll be 4 candidates splitting delegates.
You've been keeping track of the delegates tonight so far. What are we seeing?
Well, as you know, 1,344 delegates are at stake tonight, about a third of the delegates. And look at where we are so far of what we've been able to allocate. 85 for Biden, 30 for Sanders, 4 for Bloomberg, 1 for Tulsi Gabbard from American Samoa, where she was born, and 1 for Elizabeth Warren. And that one is one of those congressional district-based delegates. It's Virginia's 8th congressional district by Alexandria, Virginia. She was getting roughly 20% of the vote. So Elizabeth Warren got a delegate, even though she wasn't getting statewide delegates. So you see how the picture's emerging. You see so far in what we've been able to allocate that Joe Biden is having a pretty good night.
What about delegates to date, all of the contests so far?
1,991 delegates is what you need to win the Democratic nomination. This is the scoreboard that matters. This is how you win it. Biden right now with 138 delegates, Sanders with 90, Pete Buttigieg had 26 delegates, he dropped out, Elizabeth Warren with 9 now, Amy Klobuchar, who also dropped out of the race, she's got 7, Mike Bloomberg with 4, and Tulsi Gabbard with 1 delegate.
Even though Biden is ahead right now, as we can see right now, with the delegates being split up as they are, does this mean this is going to go on? It could be protracted going into the convention?
Well, certainly, if at the end of this night, we are seeing multiple candidates winning delegates, it increases the chance that no single candidate, Wolf, can actually achieve that 1,991 number to secure a majority of delegates before getting to the convention in Milwaukee in July.
Yeah, it's an important point, Jake and Dana. If they're dividing up the delegates, because it's not winner take all, it's proportionate, this could go on.
It could go on through the convention.
Yeah.
It could go on into Milwaukee. I mean, what we're looking at right now is a very potentially protracted nomination fight. I remember it was February and March 2008 when Barack Obama really began to go ahead of Hillary Clinton, and it became clear that he was going to have the delegates as long as the race kept going the way it is. The way it is right now, I can't anticipate. I have no idea what's going to happen. And if the odds increase every time these results come in, that there will be a protracted nomination fight. And it's obviously entirely possible that neither Sanders nor Biden nor anyone else will get 1,991 delegates before the convention.
That's right. And, the question that the Biden people keep asking is, what would the conversation be like if Michael Bloomberg didn't get into the race? Would those Bloomberg, what appears to be the delegates that he's picking up, the few delegates he's picking up in a lot of these states where he's just meeting the threshold so far of 15%, would they have gone to Joe Biden? And at this point, every delegate does matter. We are still early. There's so much more to be looking at tonight. Texas and then California in particular, because as far as Super Tuesday goes, almost half of the delegates that will be awarded tonight will be from those 2 big states, and of course they are proportional. And we'll see what the delegate count is for each candidate there. But the fact of the matter is, as good as it looked for Joe Biden getting wins on the board early in the night, we were saying, whoa, you have to wait to see where the delegate count is, and this is exactly why.
And, the thing is, with Biden's resurrection, one of the things it does, obviously, is it gives him a new lease on life. It has one moderate person, and all the people who are part of all the Democrats who are part of the Stop Sanders movement were looking for some coalescing, and there is that coalescing going on right now. You have that with Klobuchar and Buttigieg dropping out and endorsing him even before Super Tuesday. But one of the other things it does is it makes it less clear who's going to be the nominee and whether or not it's going to be early, because a week or 2 ago, it looked like Sanders was going to possibly walk away with this. Possibly even Sanders was going to do really well in South Carolina, if not win South Carolina. Jim Clyburn came in and endorsed, and a bunch of things changed. And then you have the moderates coalescing around Biden. But it was possible that this was going to be a night where Sanders was going to kind of make it very clear that he was going to be the nominee. We have no such clear evidence as to what's going to happen now. This becomes murkier.
That's such an important point, because people looking at the numbers in the non-Sanders campaign were telling me that it was possible that at the end of tonight, Bernie Sanders would be unstoppable.
Prohibitive favorite, in fact.
Yeah, and impossible, not necessarily because he would have the delegates to win the nomination, but that there would be no one behind him who could catch up.
Right.
And we don't know that that's the case now.
We don't know that that's the case. And also, just one last point is that it still remains difficult to see how Biden gets to 1,991 delegates before the convention. And that doesn't change tonight. It just makes it more likely that this is going to be a floor fight.
And if no one has a majority on the first round, they go to the second round. Then the so-called superdelegates come into action. We're standing by to hear from Joe Biden and from Bernie Sanders on their wins so far, as the battle for delegates is still unfolding. We'll be back in a moment.
Desire in him to fight for those who cannot fight.
We have another major projection right now. Take a look at this. CNN projects that Joe Biden will win the Democratic presidential primary in the state of Tennessee, where there are 64 delegates at stake. Biden wins Tennessee. That's the CNN projection. So far, Biden has won Alabama, North Carolina, Tennessee, and Virginia, doing incredibly well in the South following South Carolina on Saturday. Biden wins once again in Tennessee. Let's go over to John King. Take a closer look. Big picture right now. Biden is doing well, but we're still waiting for Texas, the second biggest prize, and California, the biggest prize.
The biggest prize, and we're going to have to wait a bit on California. A, for the polls close tonight, then B, for the count tonight, and then let me give you C. Especially at the congressional district level, it could take days to get the final results in California. We'll have the headlines. Stay with us. We'll have the headlines, the big headlines, in a couple hours. You mentioned big prize number 2, the state of Texas. We're up to 30%. Notice much more of the map filling in since the last time we visited the state of Texas. Senator Sanders, again, stretching it out a little bit. 30% reporting, 29% if you round up, 23% if you round up, just shy of 40,000 vote lead there. Sanders, Biden, and Bloomberg in play for viability statewide, above 15%. Don't count Senator Warren out of that just yet. About 14% if you round up. Again, we're only at 30% of the vote in Texas. Number 2 prize of the night, 220-plus delegates right there. You see the mix. You see Bloomberg. Let's just check in on a couple of counties. These are very small counties. Mitchell County, tiny slice of the population. But you just look. You got some Bloomberg on the map. You got a lot of Sanders on the map, a lot of Biden on the map, too, as we go through it. Just want to check in the merge. One of the things that was interesting here is that in the big urban centers, large population centers, Joe Biden is ahead. Dallas County, Dallas and the suburbs around it, he's ahead. But note how close it is in the major population centers. Lead for Biden, still at 5% there, so we got a ways to go. You come down to the number 1 population area in Texas, which is Houston, Harris County, and the suburbs going out. Again, Biden ahead, but very, very close, right? And so then you move to some other places. You go to Austin, which is both a liberal stronghold and a college town. This is a strength for Senator Sanders here, a much bigger lead there. So while Biden is leading in the urban areas and the suburbs right around them, it's very competitive. You can move to more liberal areas and college towns. You see that play out there. I want to just take you over to Tennessee. We just called it a few moments ago. I just want to show you something in Tennessee that's interesting. Biden has the lead here. We've now called this race. Sanders second. Bloomberg third. We haven't seen a lot of this tonight, Wolf. I just want to show you something as we go through this right here. If you look at where Bloomberg is winning in the state, you see those counties. Look at where he's coming in second. See all that Biden blue? Add in the third. More Biden blue here. There's a possibility at the end of the night Joe Biden might say, you know, Mayor Bloomberg, in the state of Tennessee, you cost me some delegates, Wolf.
He might say that. All right, we have another major projection right now. Take a look at this. CNN now projects that Bernie Sanders will win the Democratic presidential primary in Colorado, where 67 delegates are at stake. Bernie Sanders, the winner in Colorado. So far tonight, we've projected he wins Colorado and his home state of Vermont. So far, we've projected that Joe Biden wins Alabama, North Carolina, Tennessee, and Virginia. That's where it stands right now. Let's walk back to John King one more time, taking a look at the bigger picture as we see it.
Right, as we start to move, now we have Colorado. We're just waiting on Utah and California, where they're still voting. But you mentioned we've called Colorado. Let's just take a look at what we have so far. Votes coming in very quickly here. Denver in the suburbs. If you win big in Denver in the suburbs, you're pulling away. And look at all the Sanders blue. When we come in here, let's pop this out a little bit. Denver County. Very healthy lead right here for Bernie Sanders, 41-24 for Mayor Bloomberg, Elizabeth Warren, Joe Biden down here. This is one of the places where you do see Joe Biden had to focus on South Carolina, didn't have a lot of money to spend on Super Tuesday, did not spend time campaigning in Colorado. He got a bounce in those southern states, in the states over there. This is a place where you see you don't campaign, you pay a price for it. Sanders, who did very well here 4 years ago, winning. Bloomberg, Warren, again, that'll help her. It's been hard to find places where she is viable to look for delegates. You just stretch it out. I just want to wander around a little bit and see. Big lead there. Arapahoe County there. Another lead for Senator Sanders. Denver in the suburbs is where the action is in Colorado in terms of population center. Jefferson County here, very critical to the swing vote statewide. Senator Sanders running it up. You just pull it out and you look. It's pretty obvious right there. Some Bloomberg counties right here along the Kansas border. One Biden county up here along the Wyoming border. Tiny population center. So you see it. It's very impressive for Senator Sanders. Just to go back and show you, 2016, he won the state quite handily. So you come back to 2020. The question is it a trend in the sense that Joe Biden, Sanders wins in Vermont, Biden currently leading in Maine, not with 94 votes, so stay tight. We're going to keep going through Maine. Biden leading in Massachusetts, about 14,000 votes and change there, but we're only at 16%. You see all the opening. We just got Last time we were here, we had no votes from Boston, just a tiny slice from Boston. Look at the competitive. Biden ahead there, but early on, competitive here in Massachusetts. The point I was trying to make earlier, though, is we do see Biden performing well in the East, through these southern states and across to Arkansas and even Oklahoma. The question for Bernie Sanders is, Joe Biden starts off with a strong night here. Sanders is counting on Texas, Colorado, Utah, and California to more than even the night out, especially when you get out to California and the biggest prize. Anytime you're here, Wolf, I'm just going to keep checking here. 31%. Again, Senator Sanders, 38,000 vote lead. You're optimistic in the Sanders headquarters? One thing you're thinking about, though, remember, tonight is all about delegates, right? Democrats have proportional rules. We talk about congressional districts. In Texas, it's state Senate districts, how they do it after the statewide vote. But if you look right here, that's good. You're leading with 28, 29%. But the competitive nature of this means the delegates are going to be split. It's the second biggest prize, and you're going to have to split some here. Sanders was hoping for a bigger Texas win. He may yet get it. We're only at 31%. But one of the things to watch because of the Democratic Party rules.
Show us once again, John, who's winning in the biggest population centers in Texas?
In Texas, you can look at it this way. Number one, you can just look at the population. Where do the people live? You see right here. You see the bigger circles down here. You see the different shades, too, right? You see the shades. But the bigger circles here, that's the biggest population center. That's Houston, Harris County, and the fast-growing suburbs around it. Dallas and the suburbs around it are number two. That's one way to look at it. Where do the people live? The larger the circle, the bigger population center. And then you see the candidates' colors. Bloomberg is purple, light blue is Sanders, the darker blue is Biden. That's one way to look at it. Or you just zoom in, say hello, and take a look at it. Harris County, again, Houston. If you haven't been to Houston in the last 10 years, go visit. It's a lot different than it was 3 weeks ago, let alone 10 years ago. It just continues to grow. It's one of the fastest growing, most dynamic, fastest changing places in America. It's fascinating to visit. Look at this. Just look at this fight. For one of the most dynamic pieces of America, you have a dynamic fight right here, 25% to 25%. Round them up, 26% to 26% right now. So a Biden lead here, Bloomberg competitive, Senator Warren not as much. But you have Houston here. This county is sprawling, if you know Harris County. You get miles away from Houston, you're still in Harris County, and you're watching it play out. So it's great to watch there. And again, if you come down here, we haven't seen, these votes weren't in earlier. You come down here, smaller county here, but Biden ahead. Corpus Christi is here. Biden with a more healthy lead here, down here. And you come down around and look for some more of it right along the border, a little bit of Bloomberg here. The thing I'm waiting for is up here. Again, Senator Sanders was very much hoping for a sweep right up through here in the border areas of Texas, South Texas, the Latino community, organization, endorsements and support. Again, Beto O'Rourke did come on for Team Biden at the last minute. Let's see if it makes any difference up here. Julian Castro was for Elizabeth Warren. We'll see if that's in his area as well. San Antonio and up this way, we'll see if that makes a difference as well. But at the moment, 31%, Senator Sanders with that lead. But again, a place where we're going to share the delegates because of the closeness of it. We just pop through some others while we're here. And one of the places I wanted to go look at before is this is Amy Klobuchar just dropped out of the race. Her state, Minnesota, is on the ballot tonight. See this green? That's Amy Klobuchar. Now, there's early voting in some of these states. That's likely where a good source of this voting is as well. But you look at this right here, and this is up on the Iron Range. These are smaller, less populated areas. Oh, this is the sixth largest up here in St. Louis County up here. You see Amy Klobuchar running ahead. Again, it's hundreds of votes, 228 to 156. So we're not making too much of this, but just looking at the idea that you get out late, right before your state votes. It had early voting. She was just back there the other night. If you come more into the population centers, though, Joe Biden winning in the Minneapolis area. Hennepin County. But again, it's close. You look at the tight race there. Senator Sanders just had a late rally in Minnesota as well. Nothing across in St. Paul. We don't have that yet. You keep moving around here. You just see that in a state, 75 delegates. Not a ton. It's not as big as Texas. It's nowhere near as big as California. It's not even as big as North Carolina or Virginia. But 75 delegates matter on a night that's all about delegates. So how will they be split up here? Joe Biden would be happy to come out of Minnesota with a win tonight. That would be a bit of a surprise. Senator Sanders there at 35%. Senator Warren viable here in Minnesota. We'll see.
Let's go to Maine.
Let's go to Maine. Minnesota, across to Maine. We're touring America tonight because this one's a big one. It's coast to coast. Up to 24%. This has been a slow count. Joe Biden holding this lead, but 156 votes. Again, we have a number of states that are giving us a bit of a seesaw tonight in very close races. Just changed again up to 158 votes. Hang around, Wolf. Things change when you're in the neighborhood. 158 votes. Again, you get back into the proportionality here. Elizabeth Warren right at the cusp. Mayor Bloomberg below it.
Are you surprised Biden, at least right now, only 158 votes with a quarter of the vote in, that Biden is leading right now in Maine and Massachusetts?
The conversation a week ago, even 72 hours ago, would have been that Maine would go for Bernie Sanders, or maybe for Elizabeth Warren if she were viable in the neighborhood. But we do see evidence. You can call it the South Carolina effect. I call it more like the moment of choosing. That after the South Carolina primary, with the dropouts of Senator Klobuchar, Tom Steyer, Mayor Buttigieg, the Democrats seem to be framing it in their own minds as a two-candidate race. That doesn't mean, Senator Warren's competitive here. Mayor Bloomberg's competitive in some places. But the South Carolina win and then the remarkable 72 hours, 48 hours after when people just dropped out and consolidated around Biden has definitely changed the dynamic.
All right, so let's take a look big picture right now, where Biden has either won the state or is leading in the state, as opposed to Bernie Sanders, who's won the state or leading in the state right now.
Right, so you come off this. These are the states that we have called, right? These are the states that we have called. You come in here and you see the leadings as well. So if you just want to use it out here, you see, now South Carolina was not tonight. Of the states that were tonight, I'm going to draw neatly around that if I can, as neat as I can. I could have continued all the way out here. This red is Biden, leading up here, and leading up here. We have not called all these states, but 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Right? 9 right
out of
there.
14.
Right? So you got 9 out of 14, but we're not done yet. But 9 leading right now. So if you want to check this, take a screenshot of it if you want. Come back in an hour. We'll see if that holds up. So 9 out of 14 if you do that. So if you want to switch colors here, Bernie Sanders is winning his home state of Vermont. Bernie Sanders is leading in Texas. We have called Colorado for Bernie Sanders. So he has 3. That gets you to 12. There's 13 and there's 14. And Mayor Bloomberg gets American Samoa. So Bloomberg gets 1. If we want to pick another color here, there we go. Bloomberg gets 1.
But I just want to point out, not all states are created equal. The biggest prizes are Texas and California.
The biggest prize is right here. And we don't know that at all yet. The second biggest prize is right here. And again, just for the math at home, 1,344 delegates at play tonight, 48% of them in 2 states.
Yeah.
California and Texas. Again, North Carolina, don't undercount it. You want all you can get. The fact that Joe Biden started off the night with this swath right here is great for Joe Biden. The question is, as we go through, can he sustain that? And the longer you stay, the more I'm going to check. So there we go, just checking again, still at 31% there. Let's just check up here, 18% here. Biden opening this up. You see that? Again, it's not a ton. We're only at 18%, but it's been moving up there, and you move back over as well. Remember, we spent a lot of time in Arkansas back in the day.
You and I did.
That was a long time ago. But Little Rock was not in. Last time we checked there, Joe Biden with the lead there. Mayor Bloomberg, relatively competitive here. Arkansas, one of the states that Bloomberg had hoped, if you went back a week or two, to win tonight. Again, this is evidence of the South Carolina bounce, the consolidation around Joe Biden, helping him in the state of Arkansas tonight as we look at the results where we are now, but still some counting to do.
We're doing a lot of counting right now. Anderson, over to you.
Yeah, let's go from micro on each of those states, kind of big picture, macro. David Axelrod, what are things?
Well, I mean, there's more evidence of how dramatically this race has moved in the last 48 hours. You know, this Colorado result is really interesting because they have a big mail-in program. So 500,000 Democratic votes arrived before Pete Buttigieg, who was getting some votes out there, quit, and another 100,000 before Amy Klobuchar quit the race. And so Bernie Sanders and Bloomberg probably did better in Colorado than they would have if more of the vote came in on Election Day. The other thing is, you look at states, we're looking at the struggle going on in Maine and Massachusetts, in Oklahoma. Bernie Sanders got 64% of the vote in Maine in 2016. He got 62% of the vote in Minnesota. He got 52% of the vote in Oklahoma. And the question has always been, how much of that vote came to him as a result of antipathy toward Hillary Clinton, and how much of it came to him on the strength of his own message? And we're getting something of a test of this here.
You pointed out before that he has been underperforming his 2016 results. Obviously, it's different. It was, a binary contest.
I mean, I don't want to understate it because he is going to get a lot of delegates tonight. And when California comes in, he figures to be a big winner there. And when we don't know where we're going to total up. But one thing's clear. This is going to be a much closer race than was anticipated a week ago when people were anticipating a big Bernie Sanders win. And so there are two things that we want to watch coming in. Will Biden be close to Sanders? And the second was, where would Bloomberg finish? And both those are answering in a way that should give the Biden camp encouragement tonight.
Right. Yeah, we saw, I think, Biden start to do well in South Carolina among some of these white working class voters. Those previous contests in Iowa and New Hampshire, he wasn't really doing well among white voters. So now you see some of that happening, first in South Carolina and then in some of these other states. The whole purpose for Bloomberg to be in this race was to eat into Biden's strength with white voters, also with African-American voters. A lot of those ads were targeted to African-American voters, and you see that faltering tonight in some of these states throughout the South and some other states as well.
I think Democrats can be happy with three dynamics that we're seeing tonight. One is that it seems like it was not possible to come in with just air war, just $1 billion, skip the first four contests, disrespect the voters in the process, and get the presidency. So it seems like we put that to bed, which is lovely. The second one is all of the people who are deciding who to vote for in the last couple of days. This is a very nervous electorate. Everybody wants to beat Trump. Everybody knows that that's an existential threat to the country. We have to do it. Nobody really is sure how to do it. What that means is that, for the large part, these are not entrenched voters for one particular candidate. If you just decided in the last 3 days who you were going to support,
Or 3 hours.
Your support could be malleable. It could go to somebody who you did not cast your vote for, and that's, frankly, in a field this divided, what we're going to need in November.
And that's a question for Joe Biden, because if he comes out of tonight doing very well, and I think we can see that is already occurring. I think the question is whether there's some sugar high here and puts a lot of pressure on him to perform at the next debate, which happens to be a CNN debate, but to perform at that next debate, not a plug, but true, but a plug.
You wouldn't do that.
But to perform at the next debate, because one of the reasons people decide late is because they're trying to figure out who can beat Donald Trump.
Yes,
It's not because
absolutely.
they love this person so much, is they want this person to beat Donald Trump. And the debate is going to matter to them when they see him, so they don't have buyer's remorse afterwards. One other point I want to make is what is going on inside the Bloomberg camp tonight.
Yeah.
And Jeff Zeleny, and you can talk about how it feels to, before you get out, sorry, Andrew.
No,
But,
not at
Oh, wow.
but
Cold.
Andrew, do you think Bloomberg, I mean, you talked about before, he's a data guy, he's going to look at the numbers. I mean, the numbers are not good.
I think Mike is going to have a tough decision tomorrow, and I think the numbers are going to drive him in a particular direction. But I do want to say that Mike Bloomberg is going to be a big reason why the Democrats win in the fall if they do win, because he has over 2,400 staffers, 200 offices.
And you said his data operation is very impressive.
Now, people think of Mike Bloomberg as a Wall Street guy. He's actually more of a tech and data guy. And his New York HQ is like a spaceship come to life. His election dashboard is like a miniaturized version of that. It's incredible what he's already assembled, and he's going to put that to work for the nominee in the fall. If the Democrats win, he's going to be a big reason why, because his operation is much more robust and sophisticated than anything the DNC has.
I want to talk about
his operation, though, can move very quickly. He could do an IE the next day. And if he wanted to support a candidate, he could transfer all over the ID. Every single one of those people who work for him could go work for him. In the Biden campaign, who's needed help.
What's an ID?
What are you talking about?
Independent expenditure. Oh, okay.
But,
Would
we've
he do
needed to
that
build
for
up the
Bernie
infrastructure.
Sanders?
He would do whatever he's going to do. But, I mean, for Biden, who I think has needed help on the ground game and building the organizers, this would be an overnight blessing.
But explain what an independent expenditure is.
So, you wouldn't be directly affiliated with the campaign. It would be an independent expenditure. Michael Bloomberg can spend as much money as he wants. He would fully fund all the staff, all the offices, but they would be there, obviously, working on behalf of Biden.
Or Sanders, if Sanders is the nominee, would he do the same thing?
I think he's going to do whatever.
He has said he would.
Michael Bloomberg wants to beat Trump as much as anyone, if not more than other people. And he's got good ads.
I want to talk about this, just the state of the race. I mean, we got to almost the end of February and had 8 Democrats in the race. The fact that this is a fluid race shouldn't surprise us, right? I mean, this has been one of the most loaded, longest campaigns where we would have seen the field whittled down far earlier. The interesting question, I think, is we raised Bloomberg. The other interesting question is where did voters who left Amy and Pete go, which I think is a really interesting question. And then also, where is the piece of the vote that Warren is earning? Where is that coming from? Who would that go to otherwise? And I think that, there's a lot of questions if we sort of boil this down to, a race in two lanes, the progressive lane and the more centrist lane. Who's taking votes from where, and what are the implications on a night where we're delivering 34% of
As you were speaking,
delegates?
we're looking at numbers on the screen. Joe Biden a week ago was nowhere in the state of Minnesota. Amy Klobuchar got out. He's now leading in the state of Minnesota. He was nowhere in the state of Massachusetts. He's now leading in the state of Massachusetts.
Unbelievable.
And nowhere in Texas. And
It is, I think, a fair surmise that at least in those places, Klobuchar getting out, Buttigieg getting out, was helpful to him.
I just want to say there are two big scenarios. Let's say Mike Bloomberg does get out. There's a scenario where he endorses Biden relatively promptly, and then this massive operation goes to Biden. And then there's a world where he says, I'll wait for the nominee and support that nominee.
Let's go to Wolf.
All right, thanks very much. It's 10 o'clock, so we have a key race alert right now. Utah. The polls have just closed in Utah, 29 delegates at stake. Too early to call in Utah right now. We're watching Utah very closely as well. We're also watching 6 other contests very closely right now. Let's first of all take a look at the second biggest prize of the night, Texas, with 228 delegates. Bernie Sanders is ahead with 34% of the vote in, 28.2% to Joe Biden, 23.3%, Bloomberg 18.9%, Elizabeth Warren under 15%, 13.3%. She needs to be 15% to be viable. In Maine right now, almost a third of the vote is in, 24 delegates at stake. Bernie Sanders and Joe Biden very close. Only 587 votes separate the two. Sanders on top, 34.3%, Biden 33.3%, Elizabeth Warren 16.3%, Bloomberg, Tulsi Gabbard below in the state of Maine. Let's go to Massachusetts right now. 21% of the vote is in. Look at this. Joe Biden is ahead right now with 33.5%. Bernie Sanders is in second place, 25.9%. This is Elizabeth Warren's home state. She's in third place right now with 21.4%. Let's go to Minnesota right now. Minnesota, 75 delegates at stake, 38% of the vote is in. Biden is ahead, 36.5%. Sanders, 31.5%. Elizabeth Warren, 17.2% in Minnesota. Biden is ahead right there. In Oklahoma, Biden is also ahead. Almost a third of the vote is in Oklahoma, 35.5%. Sanders, 23.9%. Bloomberg's just above 15%, 15.8%. Elizabeth Warren is below, only 13.3%. Arkansas, let's look at Arkansas right now. Almost a third of the vote is in, 31 delegates at stake. Biden is ahead by 8,902 votes, 30.9%. Bernie Sanders, 20.6%. Bloomberg, 20.4%. Elizabeth Warren below 15%. Let's look at states won so far by these candidates. And we'll put them up over there. States won by Joe Biden, Alabama, North Carolina, Tennessee, and Virginia. Pretty much of a sweep in the South. States won by Bernie Sanders, Colorado, and his home state of Vermont. Let's go over to David Chalian right now. You're looking very closely at the all-important delegate picture.
That's right, Wolf. We are taking a look to see who's getting delegates, how that's amassing. Remember, you need 15% statewide, 15% in districts. This is what we've been able to do. In Colorado, as you know, we've projected that race for Bernie Sanders. 67 delegates are at stake in Colorado. We've been able to allocate 8 delegates to Bernie Sanders to start with. We've got 59 more delegates to allocate as the vote comes in Colorado. District by district, we'll be able to assign those out. Right now, Sanders has 8. In Tennessee, 64 delegates at stake tonight, Wolf. And we've been able to give Joe Biden, who's projected to win that state, 12 delegates so far. Sanders gets 4 delegates. And there are 48 remaining delegates to allocate in Tennessee. So again, we'll watch the vote come in. We'll watch it come in statewide and district by district. Want to show you delegates tonight where we are. Remember, 1,344 delegates are up for grabs tonight. Here we are. This is the way the night is going. Biden with 97 delegates so far, Sanders with 42, Bloomberg with 4, Gabbard with 1, and Warren with 1. Wolf, over to you for a projection.
We got a major projection right now. And CNN projects that Joe Biden is the winner in Oklahoma. He's the winner of the Democratic presidential primary in Oklahoma. 37 delegates at stake. Biden wins in Oklahoma. Here are the states he's won so far tonight: Alabama, North Carolina, Oklahoma, Tennessee, Virginia. Bernie Sanders, so far tonight, he's won Colorado and his home state of Vermont. Right now, let's go over to Jake and Dana. So far, a very big night, very impressive night for Joe Biden.
Absolutely, and we can't overstate the fact that a couple weeks ago, a lot of people thought that he was going to have to drop out of the race. He came in fifth in Iowa, I think in fourth in New Hampshire. I mean, he had been doing really poorly. He came in second in Nevada, but long way between him and the first place finisher, Bernie Sanders. And he's having quite a night. You can attribute it to any number of things, including the fact that he won South Carolina so overwhelmingly. African-American voters are really coming through for Joe Biden this evening in all these states. And also a lot of late deciders. I think the fact that Buttigieg and Klobuchar dropped out before Super Tuesday, and both of them, we're going to listen to Bernie Sanders right now.
Thank you, Vermont. You know, it's a funny thing. 31 years ago today, we won the mayoral race in Burlington, Vermont. And we won that race against all of the odds. Everybody said it couldn't be done. And when we began this race for the presidency, everybody said it couldn't be done. But tonight, I tell you with absolute confidence, we are going to win the Democratic nomination. And we are going to defeat the most dangerous president in the history of this country. We are going to win. We are going to defeat Trump because we are putting together an unprecedented grassroots, multi-generational, multiracial movement. It is a movement which speaks to the working families of this country who are sick and tired of working longer hours for low wages and seeing all new income and wealth going to the top 1%. It is a movement which says the United States will have health care for all as a human right. It is a movement that says we will bring major reforms in education, making sure that all of our kids can go to college without coming out in debt. Now, what makes this movement unique is we are taking on the corporate establishment. We are taking on the greed of Wall Street, the greed of the drug companies who charge us the highest prices in the world. the greed of the insurance companies, and given the existential crisis of climate change, we are saying to the fossil fuel industry, their short-term profits are not more important than the future of our country and the world. But we are not only taking on the corporate establishment, we're taking on the political establishment. But we're going to win because the people understand it is our campaign, our movement, which is best positioned to defeat Trump. You cannot beat Trump with the same old kind of politics. What we need is a new politics that brings working class people into our political movement, which brings young people into our political movement, and which in November will create the highest voter turnout in American political history. So we're going to beat Trump because this will become a contrast in ideas. One of us in this race led the opposition to the war in Iraq. You're looking at him. Another candidate voted for the war in Iraq. One of us has spent his entire life fighting against cuts in Social Security, wanting to expand Social Security. Another candidate has been on the floor of the Senate calling for cuts to Social Security, Medicare, Medicaid, and Veterans Programs. One of us led the opposition to disastrous trade agreements which cost us millions of good-paying jobs. And that's me. And another candidate voted for disastrous trade agreements. One of us stood up for consumers and said we will not support a disastrous bankruptcy bill. And another candidate represented the credit card companies and voted for that disastrous bill. So here we are. We have two major goals in front of us, and they are directly related. First, we must beat a president who apparently has never read the Constitution of the United States. A president who thinks we should be an autocracy, not a democracy. But second of all, we need a movement and are developing a movement of black, white, Latino, Native American, Asian American, gay and straight. Of people who are making it clear every day they will not tolerate the grotesque level of income and wealth inequality we are experiencing. We will not give tax breaks to billionaires when 500,000 Americans sleep out on the streets. We will not allow 49% of all new income to go to the 1% when half of our people are living paycheck to paycheck. Now, I don't know what's going to happen later tonight. We're doing well in Texas right now. We won Colorado. And I'm cautiously optimistic that later in the evening, we can win the largest state in this country, the state of California. But no matter what happens, if this campaign, and I don't know what will happen, but if it comes out to be a campaign in which we have one candidate who is standing up for the working class and the middle class, we're going to win that election. And if we have another candidate who has received contributions from at least 60 billionaires, we're going to win that election. And if there is another candidate in the race who is spending hundreds and hundreds of millions of dollars, we're going to tell him, in America, you cannot buy elections. So I am excited about where we are. We have come a long, long way. And I want to, once again, thank the great state of Vermont and all of the people in the state. Not only for the victory you gave our movement tonight, but for the years and years of love and support you have given me and my family. So Vermont, from the bottom of our hearts, thank you all very much. Let's go on to the White House. Thank you.
All right, we have another major projection right now. Take a look at this. CNN now projects that Joe Biden is the winner in Arkansas, where 31 delegates are at stake. Joe Biden will win the Democratic presidential primary in Arkansas. There are now 6 states that he has won. They are Alabama, Arkansas, North Carolina, Oklahoma, Tennessee, and Virginia. 6 states. Biden wins Arkansas. Bernie Sanders so far tonight has won Colorado as well as Vermont, his home state of Vermont. We have several more states to go, but that's where it stands right now. 6 states for Biden, pretty good. Bernie Sanders so far has won 2, but we're still waiting for Texas. We're waiting for Utah. We're waiting for California, the biggest prize of the night.
You wouldn't know that from Sanders' speech, which was kind of like pulling a Klobuchar, coming out early, giving your campaign address, giving your stump speech, taking advantage of the prime time and the gap in the space right now. Although Senator Sanders right now is trailing in terms of number of contests that we have called at this point, 6 for Biden and 2 for Sanders.
A southern sweep for Joe Biden, but the thing that we have to keep in mind is that Texas and California are still out. They make up almost 50% of the delegate haul tonight on Super Tuesday. And I was just texting with the top Sanders aide as we were watching the senator speak, saying that they feel really good about Texas. But more importantly, that was their goal to try to win early. I mean, it's obviously already 10:18 Eastern at this point, but compared to California, which could take a while to count because of not just the delegates, but also the narrative. They understood from the beginning that it could be what we're seeing, a good night for victories for Joe Biden, and they wanted to show that at least a very big, important state like Texas could be a win for Bernie Sanders. It's not there yet, but as we're seeing the numbers come in, it's looking good for him, and that's a really
And if you look right now at the map, right now those dark blue states, those are the states that we projected Joe Biden, the former vice president, will win. The light blue states, including Vermont, Colorado, and then Nevada from a few weeks ago, are the ones that we have projected that Senator Sanders will win. The other important thing is, of course, since the Democrats do this proportionally, that if you win a state, it's not winner take all. You don't get all 228 delegates or whatever. They're chipped off according to what your margin of victory was. We don't know who actually is going to end up on top because we don't know the margins yet. So even if Joe Biden wins a state, unless he wins by a lot, he might not have that much of a delegate edge. You might recall, we mentioned this earlier tonight in New Hampshire. Bernie Sanders won the New Hampshire primary. Pete Buttigieg came in second place, but it was just a slice behind him. They both left with 9 delegates. This ultimately is a race for delegates. 1,991 delegates. 91 delegates will get you the nomination, and we still don't know if it's going to even be possible for either Sanders or Biden to win that number of delegates before the convention.
That's why going into tonight, both the Sanders and Biden campaigns were telling me that their main goal was to drive up the votes in the areas where they thought they had the best chance of winning because of the delegates. For example, we were talking about Texas, which is still open right now. The Biden campaign were trying to get as many votes out as possible in Dallas and Houston with big African-American voters, where obviously he's already shown tonight that that is where his support is. And for Bernie Sanders, college campuses across these states. Younger voters, as you mentioned, are his bread and butter. They are the backbone of his support. It was in 2016. It continues to be now.
Yeah, but the important thing is also 60% of the delegates are allotted according to the congressional districts. So in other words, the Democratic primary process rewards those who have as much of a support as across the state and not just driven up in the urban areas for Biden or the college towns for Bernie Sanders. You're looking right there at Los Angeles, California. We're expecting for Vice President Biden to come out and address the crowd. We expect that he will give something of a stump speech and declare victory himself as well. He is in California, which is the biggest prize. More than 400 delegates will be allotted from that state this evening. We still do not know how they are going to go, but let's take a look and listen in as the former vice president addresses the crowd in California.
It's a good night. It's a good night. And it seems to be getting even better. They don't call Super Tuesday for nothing. By the way, this is my little sister, Valerie, and I'm Jill's husband. Oh, no, this is oh, you switched on me. This is my wife. This is my sister. They switched on me. Folks, it's still early, but things are looking awful, awful good. For those who've been knocked down, counted out, left behind, this is your campaign. Just a few days ago, the press and the pundits had declared the campaign dead. And then came South Carolina, and they had something to say about it. And we're told, well, when you got to Super Tuesday, it'd be over. Well, it may be over for the other guy. Tell that to the folks in Virginia, North Carolina, Alabama, Tennessee, Oklahoma, Arkansas, Minnesota, and maybe even Massachusetts. It's too close to call. We're still waiting for Texas and California, a few other small states to come in. But it's looking good. So I'm here to report we are very much alive. And make no mistake about it, this campaign will send Donald Trump packing. This campaign is taking off. Join us. To those folks, listen, go to JoeBiden.com. Sign up, volunteer, contribute if you can. We need you, we want you, and there's a place for you in this campaign. People are talking about a revolution. We started a movement. We've increased turnout. And the turnout's turned out for us. That can deliver us to a moment where we can do extraordinary things. Look, our agenda is bold, it's progressive, it's a vision where health care is affordable and available to everybody in America. Where we bring drug prices down under control with no more surprise billing. Access to hospitals in rural areas as well as urban areas. Access to care. A bold vision where we invest billions of dollars to find, and I promise you, cures for cancer, Alzheimer's, and diabetes. Standing up to and beating the NRA and the gun manufacturers. And leading the world to take on the existential threat of climate change. I'm going to start by rejoining an outfit I helped put together, the Paris Climate Accord, and we're going to move it a long way. A country where the quality of education will not depend on your zip code. Where we triple funding for low-income school districts, providing raises for teachers, full-time school for 3, 4, and 5 years old, and increasing exponentially the prospects of their success. Free community college, providing credentials for every job of the 21st century. And significant reduction in the cost of going to college and your student debt. If you volunteer, you pay nothing. Folks, we can do this. And let's get something straight. Wall Street didn't build this country. You built this country. The middle class built this country. And unions built the middle class. And the neighborhoods we come from, the three... Well, let's see. We're going to go. Look. The middle class is getting clobbered. The middle class is getting clobbered. Too many people in the neighborhoods that Jill and Val and I grew up in. So they're getting hurt. They're badly hurt. And guess what? They're the places where we come from, many of you come from. It's where we were raised. The people. They're the reason why I'm running. There's the reason why I'm a Democrat in the first place. These are people who build our bridges, repair our roads, keep our water safe, who teach our kids. Look, who race into burning buildings to protect other people, who grow our food, build our cars, pick up our garbage, our streets, veterans, dreamers, single moms. And by the way, every dreamer, have hope because I'm coming and you're not going anywhere. And we're going to provide a pathway for 11 million citizens. If the other guy had voted for well, I shouldn't get into that. I won't get going. Look, the iron workers, the steel workers, the boiler makers, the plumbers, the electrical workers, these are the people that have been forgotten. I agree with you, man. Look, the people Trump forgot, the people I will never forget, and I will always remember. Folks, that's why we need an economy that rewards work, not just wealth. Reestablishes the middle class, and this time brings everybody along. Everybody. Regardless of their race, their ethnicity, whether their gender, their disability, their economic state. Democrats, Republicans, Independents, every stripe. Look, like we did in South Carolina, like we did across America today, like we'll do all the way to the White House. Look, that's why I was so proud yesterday being embraced by Amy Klobuchar. We won Minnesota because of Amy Klobuchar. And we're doing well in Texas because of Beto O'Rourke. And that's why I was so proud, so incredibly proud to have Mayor Pete's endorsement as well. There's a man of character, intellect, and courage. And by the way, I was proud to be endorsed by Jim Clyburn. Man, he is something else. Look, our campaign reflects the diversity of this party and this nation. And that's how it should be, because we need to bring everybody along. Everybody. We want a nominee who will beat Donald Trump, but also keep Nancy Pelosi the Speaker of the House. Win back the United States Senate. If that's what you want, join us. And if you want a nominee who's a Democrat, a lifelong Democrat, a proud Democrat, an Obama-Biden Democrat, join us. Look, this all starts with a revival of decency and honor and character. Trump has fanned the flames of hate and sought to divide us. He's insulted, demonized, and actually just the way he talks about people. He has not a single sense of empathy. He doesn't have any compassion. No regard for the values that made this country who we are. Not the way you were raised by your moms and dads. He looks at honesty and decency and respect, and he views it as a sign of weakness. He doesn't believe that we're the beacon to the world. He doesn't believe we're all part of something bigger than ourselves. That's why I've said from the moment I announced for this candidacy, we're literally in a battle for the soul of America. Folks, winning means uniting America, not sowing seeds of division and anger and hate. We got to beat Donald Trump, and we will, but we can't become like him. We can't have a never-ending war between the parties. We need a president who can fight, but make no mistake about I can fight, but look, we need as badly, someone who can heal. Look, just look what we did when we passed Obamacare, or what President Obama and I did saving the American automobile industry, or what we did to pass the Violence Against Women Act. But it's not enough. This is just a start. We need a president who can heal the country as well. And that is what I will do as your president, I promise you. It's about delivering real results for you, your family, and the community. It's not about me, Jill, or Valerie. It's about you. It's about our families. To paraphrase the English poet Robert Browning, he said, our reach should exceed our grasp. And my reach does exceed our grasp, because there's no doubt in my mind we can grasp whatever we reach for. Ladies and gentlemen, I quoted an English poet. Well, let me quote a real poet now. An Irish poet. Seamus Heaney, who wrote a poem called The Cura Troy. And here's what he says, and I believe this to the bottom of my being. He said, history says, don't hope on this side of the grave, but then, once in a lifetime, the longed-for tidal wave of justice rises up, and hope and history rhyme. We can make hope and history rhyme because of what we've seen. There's nothing we can't do. This is about the future. It's not about the past. It's about our children and our grandchildren. It's about leading this country and leading the world once again. Folks, we just have to remember who we are. My Lord, this is the United States of America. And it's time for America to get back up. And once again, fight for the proposition that we hold these truths to be self-evident. That all men and women are created equal, endowed by the Creator with certain inalienable rights. We say it so often in school, we don't realize how profound it is. We've never lived up to those words, but until this president, we've never walked away from it. Ladies and gentlemen, I believe with every fiber of my being, that's who we are. So let's get back up. We are a decent, brave, resilient people. We can believe again. But we are better than this moment. We are better than this president. So get back up and take back this country, the United States of America. There's not a single thing we can't do. God bless you, and may God protect our troops. Thank you, thank you, thank you.
All right, we have another major projection right now. CNN now projects that Joe Biden will win the Democratic presidential primary in Minnesota, where there are 75 delegates at stake. Biden wins Minnesota. So far, he's won tonight. Alabama, Arkansas, Minnesota, North Carolina, Oklahoma, Tennessee, Virginia. Bernie Sanders, so far tonight, he has won Colorado and Vermont. Vermont, once again, his home state. Let's get a key race alert right now. All right, take a look at this. We're watching 4 states right now, and Bernie Sanders is winning in 3 of those states. Let's go to Utah first right now. 29 delegates at stake in Utah. 62% of the vote is in. Bernie Sanders is winning Utah 31.5%. Bloomberg, 19%. Elizabeth Warren, 15.3%. Biden right now is in 4th place in Utah, 12.8%. In Texas right now, 41% of the vote is in. It's a big prize, 228 delegates at stake in Texas right now. Bernie Sanders is winning with 29%. Biden in second place, 23.8%. Bloomberg in third place, 18.4%. Elizabeth Warren, 13%. In Maine right now, almost half of the vote is in, 24 delegates at stake. Bernie Sanders right now is slightly ahead of Joe Biden by 604 votes, 34.2% to 33.4%. Elizabeth Warren, she's down 16.3%. Bloomberg is trailing right now. In Massachusetts right now, remember this is Elizabeth Warren's home state. Biden is winning with 39% of the vote in. He has 33.5%. Bernie Sanders in second place, 25.9%. Elizabeth Warren, 21%. Bloomberg trailing behind. Let's go over to Jake and Dana. When you take a look at the map behind you right there, Biden is doing very well east of the Mississippi. Sanders is doing very well west of the Mississippi.
Yeah. First of all, we should take a moment to acknowledge that Senator Klobuchar's endorsement probably meant quite a deal.
Yes.
Quite a big deal for Joe Biden. I don't think Joe Biden even necessarily contested Minnesota much. I'm not even sure if he went to Minnesota during the campaign. And so the fact that that he won Minnesota after Amy Klobuchar, who until tonight had won every statewide election she'd ever run, and I guess it counts because she withdrew before tonight. Yeah. So, I mean, that was probably an endorsement that meant a great deal. But then second of all, we should just talk about the fact that the speech that Vice President Biden gave, which first of all, was on teleprompter, and so he did very well, I thought, and he doesn't necessarily do as well speaking extemporaneously. Second of all, the message of Biden was right there, which is, I will fight for you, but it's also a time for healing. Now, that's not where a lot of the Democratic electorate is, but it is a winning argument, at least tonight, with a sizable chunk of the people who voted.
I got a text from a disaffected Trump Republican saying, oh, this guy can win. If this guy shows up all the time, he could potentially win. Teleprompter, yes, but obviously the adrenaline of what a night that he is having so far. But I totally agree with you on Minnesota. It's important to take a beat and talk about that state because 4 years ago, Bernie Sanders crushed Hillary Clinton in Minnesota. That was Sanders' territory for a whole bunch of reasons. And it wasn't the case tonight. Now, in part, there's no question, at least coming into tonight, a top Sanders aide said that they did think that Amy Klobuchar's endorsement, because she is so popular in Minnesota, would help Joe Biden. But it helped a lot more, I think, than even the Sanders campaign even dreamed.
Yeah, and we'll talk about that and how in some ways Sanders is underperforming in a second. But let's go to Jeff Zeleny right now, who can shed some more light on Joe Biden's Minnesota victory. Jeff?
Well, Jake and Dana, you're absolutely right about Minnesota. Joe Biden had not even thought about campaigning in Minnesota. He didn't have the bandwidth to do so. But I am told by a Klobuchar advisor that today, just hours after that endorsement last night in Dallas, the entire staff of volunteers, the Klobuchar army, if you will, turned out and helped get the vote out for Joe Biden across the state, from the Iron Range down to the Twin Cities. They turned out this vote. The senator also recorded a radio ad, a television ad. So this is clearly the effort from the Klobuchar campaign to show what they could do in Minnesota. And Dana was mentioning that Bernie Sanders won considerably 4 years ago. One thing changed since then. It was caucuses then 4 years ago. So certainly a primary was a little bit easier for the masses. But no doubt Klobuchar helped considerably Joe Biden tonight. Wolf?
Absolutely. All right, the two biggest prizes of the night, they're still outstanding. Texas, it seems to be close right now. We're watching that very closely as well. The biggest prize of the night, California. The polls there close right at the top of the hour. We'll take a quick break. We'll be right back. All right, let's get a key race alert right now. We're watching these states very, very closely. Let's start with Texas, the second biggest prize of the night, 228 delegates at stake. Bernie Sanders is ahead right now. 42% of the vote is in. Bernie Sanders has 29%. Joe Biden in second place, 23.9%. Bloomberg, third place, 18.4%. Sanders is also ahead in Utah right now, where there are 29 delegates at stake. 62% of the vote is in. Look at this. Bernie Sanders with 31.9%. Bloomberg in second place, 18.8%. Elizabeth Warren, 15.1%. Biden in fourth place, 13.5%. In Maine right now, 24 delegates at stake. 47% of the vote is in. Bernie Sanders is ahead by 504 votes, slightly ahead, 34.1% to Biden, 33.5%, 16.3% for Elizabeth Warren. In Massachusetts right now, almost half of the vote is in. Joe Biden is ahead, 33.5%. Bernie Sanders in second place, 26.1%. Then Elizabeth Warren. This is her home state, 21.3%. 91 delegates at stake in Massachusetts. Let's go over to John King. He's looking at all these states very closely, and it's shaping up to be competitive.
It is competitive. Senator Sanders pulling away a little bit in Texas, 47,000 plus vote lead with 42% of the vote in. That translates to 29% to 24%. If you round up for the former vice president, Michael Bloomberg running third there. You see, as you look through the counties in Texas, a lot of Biden, a lot of Sanders, a little bit of Bloomberg sprinkled in as well. What's interesting here is that Joe Biden is winning, not by a ton, but winning quite narrowly here in Harris County, the urban areas, the central areas, winning there, and also up in the Dallas area right here. But Senator Sanders keeping it close in the urban areas and the close-in suburbs, in the Houston and the Dallas area here. And you see him winning in other places, including San Antonio. Putting up a pretty impressive win down here right now in the San Antonio area. That matters a lot. And in Austin, college town and liberal stronghold within Texas, Travis County here, Senator Sanders winning big here. As we watch, we're at 42% now as the count comes in. Texas looking okay for Senator Sanders, looking strong for Senator Sanders. However, if you were the Biden campaign a couple days ago, if you thought you were going to be in this race, here's my big question for the night going forward, in the sense that Biden has had so much success so far. Others will get delegates in those states, but can he, not an even split, but can he stay in the hunt here to have a relatively close split with Sanders in Texas? And then the bigger question will be, when we go to the biggest prize of all, 400 plus in California, the same question. Can Biden keep it close-ish, in the sense that the Sanders campaign is banking on a big margin out of California, so that even though right now Joe Biden is leading the night, that they're hoping to get it back there. But if you just look here where we are right now, these are the states we've called tonight, right? And I'll called already in the race. But you see Biden, 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 Biden. Right? And Sanders is out. Sanders is home state, and Sanders, Colorado. But a lot for Biden so far. That's just called.
Seven states for Biden so far.
Right. Plus, he's also leading right now in Massachusetts. And a lot of this, rightly so, Biden wins Saturday in South Carolina. The big story lies in African-American voters have decided they're going to be for Joe Biden, and that is going to help him. And it did help him in Virginia, in North Carolina, in Tennessee, in Alabama, in Arkansas. But there's a bigger story. There's as big a story happening tonight, too, in my view, if you want to look at this. Let's look at the state of Oklahoma right now. That's all Biden blue. That is all Biden blue. This state, tonight, the electorate was 79% white. 79% white in Oklahoma. See all that Biden blue? Let's go back in time to 2016. A 10-point win for Bernie Sanders. That's a lot of Bernie Sanders. That's a lot of Joe Biden in the state of Oklahoma. It's not just Oklahoma. You come up to Minnesota. Jake was just talking about the importance and the obvious importance of Amy Klobuchar coming onto Team Biden late, but apparently in time for this. Joe Biden with this lead here again. 85% of the voters tonight in Minnesota were white. This is not a place where the African-American base is rescuing Joe Biden. This is a place where he is competing across the state. The green is Amy Klobuchar. She's winning some counties in her home state. Joe Biden is competing across the board, blue-collar voters, white voters in the state of Minnesota. Again, to go back in time, it's a 9-point lead, 8-point lead for Joe Biden right now. 4 years ago, this was not at all close. Not at all close. So then you come across the state here, come back to 2020, you come across Maine. We're not there yet. This is much more competitive right now. A fight, though, in Bernie Sanders' backyard. Vermont is his home state. He won New Hampshire. A close fight here in a state where, again, the fight...
82 votes.
82 vote lead right now for Bernie Sanders. This one's gone back and forth a little bit. We're about halfway reporting here. But again, these are voters in Bernie Sanders' neighborhood. 4 years ago, you look at Maine right here. 64% for Bernie Sanders. 64% in Maine 4 years ago. And it's a two-way race then, but you do see here how much of that vote is for Bernie Sanders, how much of it was anti-Clinton. It was one of the conversations you would see. I just want to go down now to my home state of Massachusetts, come back to 2020. If you look right now, Joe Biden is ahead. We're almost at half the vote counted. Joe Biden ahead by 45,000 votes, a little less than that. 33% right here. 79% of the voters in Massachusetts tonight are white. This is not a state where the African-American base is turning out to save Joe Biden. This is a state where he is running quite competitive with Bernie Sanders and the home state, Senator Elizabeth Warren, among white blue-collar voters and suburban voters across the state of Massachusetts. So Biden getting what he wanted from African-American voters in these southern states and across Tennessee into Arkansas, but in a very white electorate in Oklahoma, in Minnesota, and we don't have a call yet here in Massachusetts as well. And in Maine, he's competitive there as well. Wolf, either winning or leading in states where Senator Sanders thought would be in his column tonight.
Very important indeed. All right, let's take a closer look at the delegates. David Chalian, you're watching this very closely. Biden so far has won 7 states, according to our projection. Bernie Sanders, 2. Tell us about the delegates so far tonight.
Yeah, well, a similar story to what John was just showing with the vote count. Look at the delegates tonight. 1,344 delegates at stake. But look at the lead that Joe Biden is now stacking up because of these victories. Beyond just the base states that he expected to do well in, he's got 120 delegates. That's 66 delegates now ahead of Bernie Sanders, who has 54. That's now... Bernie Sanders, if he's going to do well in Texas and well in California and make up that delegate lead, he's now working from a deficit tonight, and a significant one. He has to make up that and then try to build a big lead. He could do it. We'll watch. Bloomberg has 4 delegates tonight, Gabbard with 1, and Elizabeth Warren with a single delegate as well.
What about to date so far, the all-important delegate count, given all the states that have had elections so far?
That's right. Add them all up, the 4 early states plus Super Tuesday, what we've been able to allocate tonight, 1,991 is what you need to win the Democratic nomination. Here's the scoreboard. Biden with 173, Sanders with 114, Pete Buttigieg had gotten 26 delegates before he dropped out, Elizabeth Warren with 9, Amy Klobuchar with 7, Michael Bloomberg with 4, and Tulsi Gabbard with 1.
Very, very interesting indeed. Just minutes from now, polls close in California. That's the top Super Tuesday prize. Will we be able to project a winner? And Texas, still close. We'll see what happens in Texas. Those are the 2 biggest prizes. We'll find out after a break.
CNN.
We're closing in right now on the grand prize of this Super Tuesday at 11 Eastern. In a few minutes, voting ends in delegate-rich California. The state has more delegates than any other, with a whopping 415 at stake tonight. That's a huge portion of the 1,300-plus delegates the Democrats are competing for tonight, about a third of all delegates. Jake, California is clearly a gold mine.
It is, in fact, a gold mine, Wolf, with all the candidates still in the hunt for delegates. California, with its more than 400, is especially important. Bernie Sanders is counting on a win in California. He's hoping to boost his delegate count in a big way. Joe Biden is in California this evening, and he's hoping to stay competitive with Sanders in the more moderate or conservative pockets of the Golden State. Now, with so many delegates at stake, Mike Bloomberg, Elizabeth Warren, Tulsi Gabbard could also make gains, and shrink the pool of delegates available to the leaders of Biden and Sanders. Let's go to Ryan Nobles now. He's covering Bernie Sanders. And Ryan, the Sanders campaign is filing a complaint to keep the polls open longer in California.
Right. That's absolutely right, Jake. And it's indicative of just how important California has become to the Sanders campaign, especially because of how bleak the rest of the map looks on this Super Tuesday. They not only need a win in California, they need a big win. And to that end, they filed a complaint to keep some of the polling locations in Los Angeles County open later because the campaign was hearing reports of voters standing in line for as long as 4 hours at a time. They want to be able to give every voter the opportunity to cast a ballot. Los Angeles County considered to be one of the most important areas for Bernie Sanders in California. Jake, they need every single vote they can in that county and in that state, and that's why they're taking this action. Jake?
People in line for hours there in California. Let's go to Gary Tuchman, who's in Sacramento. Gary, tell us more.
Jake, the polls close in California in less than 5 minutes, but this poll here in Sacramento County will not be closing in 5 minutes because there's still a long line, and the law is that as long as you're in line before 8 o'clock Pacific time, you will be able to vote. And get a look at the folks in this line. At this point, these people have won in 45 minutes. Fortunately, here in Sacramento, it is an absolutely beautiful night to stand outside and wait to vote. It's 70 degrees, and it's been very busy here all day. It's very easy to vote in the state of California. You don't need identification. You say your name, you say your address. You can vote with touchscreen. You can vote with paper and pencil. You could also take your mail-in ballot and drop it in. They make it very easy. And also, if you're not, and this is you're the end of the line.
Yeah.
What an honor.
Hey, hold on, Dad. I'm on the news.
He's talking to his dad. He's on the news on CNN.
I'm trying to get him to come vote.
Okay. Well, it closes in 2 minutes. He has to come quick.
2 minutes? Never mind.
Never mind for his dad. Either way, people can come here and register when they walk in. They can even switch parties when they walk in. California makes it very easy, and they've been very busy here all day. Jake, back to you.
All right, Gary Tuchman in Sacramento County, California. Wolf, over to you.
Thanks very much. California, that's the big prize of the night. 415 delegates at stake. And what are you going to be looking for?
Right. Well, number one, you're looking for the math because, as you know, it's the biggest prize of the night. Joe Biden having a good night so far. The question for Senator Sanders is in this biggest prize. 1,344 at stake tonight. Look at that. More than a third of them right there in California, about a third of them right there in California. 48% between California and Texas. Sanders leading in Texas at the moment, but not by as big a margin as he had hoped. We'll see how the final result is. So when we get out to California, can Bernie Sanders win, and can he win big? This is the biggest math equation of the night. We should warn our viewers. We'll get some votes late tonight into the early morning hours. Some of this count could take several days because of mail-in ballots and the like. So what are you looking for? Number one, the power of the Sanders campaign, they believe, will be the Latino vote. The darker the shading, the higher the percentage of Latino voters in these counties. And you see it throughout the state, certainly down here in Southern California, but all the way up through the central and up. The Latino vote is absolutely critical to Senator Sanders. We'll watch as it plays out there tonight. If you're Joe Biden, you're out there today. You're hoping some late endorsements help. You're hoping to get the same kind of a boost you had in these other states as you look out. Places where we did not expect Joe Biden to perform so well, places like Minnesota, places like Oklahoma, places where he hadn't campaigned much. The question is, does this effect that we're seeing somewhere else in these other places carry over in California? The basic population math, Wolf, is pretty simple. Los Angeles, by far, the largest part of the state. The question is down here. And one of the things we're going to have to do much later in the night, after we get the vote throughout the state, is then go through the congressional districts because you have so many delegates at play here. Little flashback to 2016. This was a Clinton state, 53 to 41. You see Senator Sanders, though, did very well in the rural northern parts of the state, did do some well down here. This is one of the lessons. He has worked and worked the Latino community over the years. The question is, he had a strong showing out here 4 years ago. He needs a stronger showing and a win tonight, and we'll start to get those votes, Wolf, relatively soon.
We're going to see what happens in the next few seconds. We're watching very closely the biggest Super Tuesday prize. Voting is about to end in California. A huge haul of delegates, 415. We got a key race alert right now. We cannot make a projection, but Bernie Sanders is the early leader in California, according to our CNN exit poll. Bernie Sanders, the early leader. Remember, 415 delegates are at stake in California. Bernie Sanders, the early leader. Let's check in with David Chalian right now. Tell us what we're seeing based on our exit poll information.
Yeah, we're getting a sense of how the electorate is splitting up in California. Take a look. The Hispanic vote, Wolf, makes up about 28% of the Democratic primary elected in California. This is a Sanders strength. He's got 55% of Hispanics versus Joe Biden's 21%. That's a pretty significant margin there, 34 points, with nearly 3 in 10 voters. Take a look at young voters, 18 to 29-year-olds, also a huge part of the Sanders base. They only make up, though, about 14% of the electorate. He wins them huge, 72%. Warren gets 14%, and Biden is down at 5% with the youth vote. But again, they make up 14%. So big Sanders group, but they don't make up a ton. Look at older voters. They're twice as big a size of the electorate. 28% of the electorate in California is 65 and older. That's a Biden strength. 37% of those senior citizens are voting for Biden. Sanders gets 18% of them, and Bloomberg gets 16% of them. You see how age is crucial in this Sanders-Biden fight, Wolf.
Very interesting, Jake and Dana. There's a race underway right now. Biden has done very well in the East, but Bernie Sanders is doing very well in the West, and we're saying now he's the early leader in the biggest prize of the night, California.
That's right. And again, just because it's important our viewers understand this, these delegates are allocated proportionally. So you can win a state and really only end up with 1 or 2 more delegates than the other competitors, just depending on how big your margin of victory is. And so what we need to see here in Texas and in California is how big the margins of victory are for whoever comes in first.
And what we see tonight could be very, very different with regard to the margin than in a couple of days or maybe even a week, because California tends to take a while to actually count the votes. We saw a big change, not in the winner 4 years ago, but in the margin of the win for Hillary Clinton back then in California. But Bernie Sanders' campaign, they were feeling very bullish going into tonight about California and Texas, particularly Texas, but California was the one that they were most focused on for obvious reasons. It has the most delegates. And there was a concern early on that among the Biden campaign, that Michael Bloomberg would because he spent so much money there, $77 million in just TV ads alone in California, $77 million. That there was a concern that he would eat into the Biden share of the vote there. That's going to be, we saw that it happened a little bit maybe, but not to a degree that really mattered that much when it came to Biden's victories across the South. It's a much different equation when you're talking about how many delegates are at stake in California.
We should also, give Senator Sanders his due here. He's really performing very well in some of these states as we move to the West. But there are some warning signs here, as I noted earlier, when it comes to just how much of a chasm there is between Biden supporters and Sanders supporters. When you look at the exit polls in California, and you see that Bernie Sanders is winning young voters overwhelmingly, more than 70%, and Joe Biden is winning 5% of young voters, 5%. I mean, if Joe Biden ends up the Democratic nominee, and that is a huge if, he's going to have to do a lot to get out the voter enthusiasm among younger voters. Just showing up and being a Democrat and getting Sanders' endorsement is not going to be enough. Conversely, we also see Senator Sanders, really, as John was noting earlier, underperforming with the white voters in places like Oklahoma and Alabama and Minnesota, people who voted for him last time. They are not turning out for him this time.
And the problem, as David was noting in the exit poll, just in California alone, and this is true across the board, young people don't tend to vote in big enough margins compared to older voters, and that does tend to help.
Yeah, and so there's going to be a lot of reconciliation that's going to need to happen for whoever is the nominee. But the truth is that we have a long way to go before then. I still have no idea what's going to happen.
Yeah, I don't think any of us does. We're watching it closely. No one's watching it more closely than John King right now. Let's take a look at the outstanding states right now.
Watching the states that are still in play, if you just want to look at the basic dynamic, I'll step back a little bit. We haven't called all of these states, but you see Senator Sanders wins at home in Vermont, but Biden leading in Maine, leading in Massachusetts, 1 Virginia, 1 North Carolina, 1 Tennessee, 1 Alabama, 1 Arkansas, 1 Oklahoma. You see Biden. Then we get to the middle of the country, we move west. Haven't called it yet. Sanders leading.
Minnesota, too, by the way.
Minnesota. Thank you very much. Minnesota up there. Sanders leading in Texas. Sanders won Colorado. Sanders leading in Utah. Nevada was previously voted. So let's just start west, and we'll come this way as we wait for California. In Utah right now, a pretty healthy lead for Bernie Sanders, 31%. Mayor Bloomberg at 19%. Senator Warren, statewide viability here. This is the only state I've seen so far tonight where Joe Biden is under 15%. He didn't campaign here. He was focusing on South Carolina. That was the rebound of his campaign. If you look at Utah, if those numbers hold up and we're at 64%, that'll be a place where he likely falls underneath the viability. Let's come back to Texas. We're up to 44% now. You see the competition here. You see some Bloomberg on the map. You see a lot of light blue Sanders. You see an awful lot of darker blue Biden. Yet Senator Sanders now, it's been about 44,000 votes, somewhere in the ballpark of 45,000 votes from about 38 up to 44% here. So 29 if you round up, 24% there. 5-point lead. We're still counting votes here. Bloomberg getting some viability here. Warren, 13%. So at the moment, below.
If it stays like this, they'll split up the delegates.
They'll split up the delegates. There's two ways we have to do this. Number one, the first split comes in statewide delegates, which would be proportional to anyone above 15%. Then we talk about congressional districts a lot. In Texas, Democratic Party does it through state Senate districts, but it's the same kind of thing. You overlay the district map, and you see how they do in the districts, and then you allocate the delegates that way. It's a more complicated process. We have a great team. They work on it all night long. We update it as we can throughout the night. We're at 44%, which tells you we have a lot more math to do in that regard. Senator Sanders, I said earlier, you want to see how he did here right along the southern border. Most of it looks good for him. We're still missing some of it there. Joe Biden has won in the big urban areas. Dallas is number 2. Senator Sanders has kept it relatively close. So in the urban areas and the close-in suburbs, Biden is performing quite well, especially in a place where he did not spend a lot of time before the election because he was so focused on South Carolina and reviving his campaign. Harris County, the largest county in the state, Biden winning, but very narrowly here. This is essentially a tie in Harris County. There's a big fight there. Houston, the close-in suburbs, major Latino vote, professionals as well, the healthcare sector there. So we're still waiting on Texas. Then you want to come over here for a minute. You come up to Maine. This one has been fun, roller coaster all night long. 860 votes right now. Joe Biden ahead at 33.8. Senator Sanders right behind him at 33. Elizabeth Warren dropped down to 17 there. We got a ways to go. You see a lot empty on the map. Maine traditionally counts slowly. We may be here tomorrow still counting this one. But right now we're up to 61%, but a very, very close race. 860 votes. Looks like we're going to have to count them just about all here. Let's just dip down to Massachusetts now and bring it up. Joe Biden has stretched his lead out here. We're up to 56%. He's at 33.8, so if you round it up, it's 34. 52,872 vote lead. Senator Sanders second at 26.5. Again, round up to 27. This has to be the shock of the night. Elizabeth Warren running third in her home state of Massachusetts with just above 21% of the vote. She will get delegates at home, but she has no wins. She has no wins on the map, and she wanted her first win to come at home in Massachusetts tonight. She is currently running third. We're at 56% of the reporting right now. And if you look at the map, Elizabeth Warren is the lighter blue, Wolf, but very disappointing performance. Again, we're not at the finish line yet, but a very disappointing performance at home.
We have a projection right now. The state of Utah right now, CNN projects that Bernie Sanders will be the Democratic presidential primary winner in the state of Utah, where 29 delegates are at stake right now. Sanders wins Utah. That means he's won 3 states so far tonight: Colorado, Utah, and Vermont. On the other hand, Joe Biden, he has won Alabama, Arkansas, Minnesota, North Carolina, Oklahoma, Tennessee, and Virginia. Impressive wins right there, but Bernie Sanders right now on a roll out west, Jake and Dana, as we're watching all of this unfold.
Yeah, and this is just adding to more of the confusion as to what's going on here. Look at the map here, and you see Joe Biden just having a great night when it comes to the Mid-Atlantic, all the way through Tennessee and Arkansas and Oklahoma. Senator Sanders potentially will have a good night up in the Northeast. We don't really know that. We don't have Maine and Massachusetts yet, but he wins his home state of Vermont. He won New Hampshire. And now we have Senator Sanders doing really well in the West. And as we head out to the big prize of the night, California. We're still waiting for Texas and California results to be called. That is 48% of the delegates up right now, and it is potentially going to be that they go to Sanders. We don't know as of right now. We're still waiting for that. But the bottom line is it's increasingly a race between 2 candidates, Bernie Sanders and Joe Biden. And if they continue to split the vote this way, then it's going to continue to get more and more opaque as to who the nominee will be.
And for the biggest prizes, Texas and California, Texas, with the actual votes coming in, he is the early leader. Sanders. And in the exit polls, Bernie Sanders is the leader in California. And so that's even more, if that continues, that trend continues, it's going to fill in light blue. And so the east-west trend is going to be even more stark by the end of the night. Even more important for Bernie Sanders when you look at the number of delegates in Texas and California. We cannot emphasize that enough, that how many delegates there are. I mean, it's almost half of the total haul, which is a third of the complete delegates possible to get the nomination.
And again, it's really important people understand that Democrats allocate their delegates according to the proportional representation. So what really matters is the number of delegates that they get from each one of these states. We're going to go to Wolf Blitzer right now. Wolf?
All right, we have another major projection right now. CNN can now project that Joe Biden will be the Democratic presidential primary winner in the state of Massachusetts, where 91 delegates are at stake. Joe Biden wins Massachusetts. That means he has now won tonight Alabama, Arkansas, Massachusetts, Minnesota, North Carolina, Oklahoma, Tennessee, and Virginia. So far tonight, Bernie Sanders has won Colorado, Utah, and Vermont. We're still waiting for Texas. We're still waiting for California. Those are the two biggest prizes of the night. But another win, you know, Elizabeth Warren was supposed to win in Massachusetts. It looks like she's going to come in third in her home state.
That's not good for Elizabeth Warren, but we should also just note the unbelievable accomplishment. Joe Biden did not campaign in Massachusetts. I don't think he campaigned in Minnesota either. He is winning states that he did not actually even attempt to win. And one of the reasons for that, I have to believe, is just the coalescing around him. People, Democrats, are so focused on who can beat Donald Trump. Overwhelmingly, poll after poll indicates who can beat Donald Trump is more important to voters than supporting a candidate that they actually believe in or that shares their values and their priorities and their principles. And here you have him defeating Elizabeth Warren in her home state, the Commonwealth of Massachusetts, without having set foot in the state.
And just to add to that, so Massachusetts is a big one. Tennessee, Arkansas, Minnesota, Oklahoma, also states where Joe Biden did not campaign, and CNN is projecting that he is winning.
But what does this mean for Elizabeth Warren? She's got to take a very close look at what's going on. She finishes third in her home state.
It's not good. I mean, in any scenario, it is not good.
I think you're right.
Particularly because part of the thinking was, well, you could argue that if she loses to Bernie Sanders, it's a neighboring senator. And you know, maybe there's more of a Sanders flavor in Massachusetts. That didn't happen. She lost to a man who never campaigned in that state, and she's a senior senator from Massachusetts. And look, even though the Klobuchar campaign insists that she wasn't worried about Minnesota, I was told by Democratic officials that they were worried about winning Minnesota. She avoided the fate that we are seeing Elizabeth Warren see tonight by getting out of the race last minute, endorsing Joe Biden, and saving face. And Elizabeth Warren doesn't have that tonight. She has a very, very big defeat, an embarrassing one, in her quest for presidency.
And we should look, there are going to be books written about why Elizabeth Warren, why she's having the election cycle that she's having. And certainly there are all sorts of factors, and we cannot pretend that sexism is not one of them. But when she announced that she was running, there were polls in her home state in which voters indicated they did not want her to run. The Boston Globe, a very powerful and well-read newspaper in Massachusetts, basically told her in an editorial, do not run for president. We do not want you to run for president. Ultimately, I think they endorsed her, but it was very late coming. So, like I said, it's a much more complicated issue than I think we have time to discuss right this minute. But there was not a lot of support for her from early on.
Anxious to hear what she has to say. Anderson, over to you.
Yeah, Wolf, obviously she's got some decisions to make. There's so much to talk about. First of all, Governor McAuliffe, you've been involved in this. And Gloria, you've been looking at the numbers,
Yes.
the money Biden actually spent in a state like Massachusetts. What was it?
Let's see, Anderson. Massachusetts, the grand total of $11,672.
And what about the ground game in Massachusetts?
Anderson, I've been helping the party for a very long time. I have never in my life seen anything what we're seeing tonight.
No.
You got to understand, a week ago, Joe Biden was dead.
Yeah.
Then the issue, could he win any states?
Yeah.
Then he could win maybe some of the southern states. But the idea that we're sitting here tonight, that he's won Minnesota, he's won Massachusetts with no money. I cannot stress this point. No staff, really, no money. In Virginia, not a single television ad was purchased by the Biden.
There were no TV ads no TV ads in Virginia.
Zero TV ads, nothing. So it's extraordinary what's actually happened. And there is a lot of enthusiasm. Our turnout tonight in Virginia was up 68% from 2016. 1,322,000 voted. Up 68%, and the one who walked away with it never spent a penny. And, you know, it's an erring lesson for all of us.
Can I just add?
Who's running for office? Maybe we shouldn't.
Look,
spend this much.
it's a kind of a test here. You know, what's it better to have? Is it better to have a movement like Bernie Sanders? Is it better to have money like Bloomberg? Or is it better to have momentum like Joe Biden? It's apparently better to have momentum, but I think what's so remarkable, we've seen in a 72-hour period, Joe Biden go from being a joke to a juggernaut. That's what's happened. And I've not seen anything like this ever. I mean, it could come from this far back with no money, no machine, no organization, just based on this idea that he can get it done is unbelievable. I think it's a moment of truth for Bernie Sanders.
That was actually Bloomberg's slogan, wasn't it? Like to get it done.
But we still don't know how he's going to do in Texas and California.
Right.
Yeah.
He's struggling in Texas.
We could see Bernie Sanders make up some ground really, really quickly in California. All those delegates there, 415 delegates, Latino voters going there strong for him, and a lot of the early.
But it is true that what we're talking about now is who will end up as the delegate leader tonight. That would have been an inconceivable discussion a week ago. The notion that the faint hope of the Biden folks, even a few days ago, was if we could just hang close within a couple of hundred delegates of Bernie Sanders. And so, it doesn't mean that. I mean, this just means that we're at the beginning of a new phase of the race, and it's a two-person race.
No doubt that this is momentum. This is momentum, as Van was talking about. We've all been talking about that tonight. This is also about those endorsements, Abdul, you were talking about earlier, because there were two that really mattered in this race so far, and that's, of course, Jim Clyburn and Amy Klobuchar. Amy Klobuchar helped, and this is also an electorate that was searching for something. And it didn't take much, but once Joe Biden looked like a winner, suddenly they just flipped. Now, it could be a sugar high, as we were talking about before, but they flipped. Now, he has to continue to earn that in the debates and everything else. But I've never seen this kind of consolidation, as Van was talking about, ever.
There's
in
no
presidential race.
factor in Minnesota that we haven't talked about, which might also be playing out in Maine, which is the switch from caucuses to primaries.
Yes.
Bernie did very well in caucus states in 2016. He fought really hard to keep them, even though it sort of goes against the more people voting progressive platform that he wants to champion. He did not do well in the states where they switched from caucuses to primaries. So I want to give credit to Amy Klobuchar for doing the smart thing and doing what she did. And Minnesotans love her. I'm sure that factored a great deal. But the switch from caucus to primary not only increases turnout, which is fabulous, and a very good thing for Democrats, no matter who you support. It also seems to have thrown a couple of states.
I want to go back to Elizabeth Warren, because I think she's the most interesting decision maker in many respects going forward. If you'd asked me at the beginning of the day, I thought Elizabeth Warren was going to be here for the duration. She just raised $29 million in February on the back of a couple tremendous debate performances. She has $14 million in a super PAC that's now come in. And her entire brand is she persisted. You know, it's like this is the fighter, smart, substantive, serious. But this was a really adverse night for Elizabeth Warren. And so I'm rethinking even now what her path can look like moving forward. And if you look at what happened in the other part of the candidates, Pete and Amy drop out, endorse Joe, and then their support goes to Joe. But Elizabeth seems to be heightening her contrast with Bernie instead of trying to consolidate. And that, to me, is one of the most important dynamics in the race, because if you have two front runners in the form of Joe and Bernie, and Joe's consolidating, and then Elizabeth stays in the race, I think it's going to be tougher for Bernie. And it's unclear to me whether Elizabeth's support all naturally flows to Bernie in the same way as...
Well, what about an endorsement from her? Who do you think she would... I mean, you would think on paper it would be Sanders, but as you said, people consolidating behind Biden.
Yeah, that's the big question. And I think Elizabeth has been doubling down in terms of saying, look, Bernie has a lot of these great ideas, but I can get things done. And that's been the opposite of the movement in the other with Pete and Amy and Joe. So to me, the decision that Elizabeth makes moving forward is one of the most important decisions in the race.
Yeah.
And what happens to her support. If she were to endorse Bernie wholeheartedly, that's a very, very different dynamic than if she decides to drop out and does not
endorse. And that's
endorse.
could she endorse Biden? I mean, would that be shocking? Because it's more predictable, say, if she were to endorse Sanders in a way. Coming from the same wing of the party. At first, during this whole campaign, they were loath to criticize each other. That's not the case anymore from her point of view. But well, yeah.
Isn't it sad, though?
What does she do, though? This is kind of an existential
self-fulfilling
question.
prophecy. We have been. I mean, she has been hearing. Her supporters have been hearing since the very beginning of this race that she's not electable, that she can't win. My feeds have been full of Warren supporters in the last few days saying, we can't vote for her as much as we love her. We care about progressive values. We got to vote for Bernie. Or a few of them, a smaller number, but a few of them saying, we love her, but we can't vote for her. We need to beat Trump. We're going to vote for Biden.
Just a point. I mean, she beat Biden 3 times.
Oh, she won those debates. She won every one of those debates.
I mean, she beat him in Iowa.
Yeah.
She beat him in New Hampshire. I mean, she beat him. I mean, so you have somebody who was at least doing as well as he was. And now we're just talking about who do you get out, who do you support.
She also almost single-handedly took out
and she took out Bloomberg. So,
totally. We haven't talked about that, but when you talk about what happened today, what Elizabeth Warren did to Mike Bloomberg on that debate stage has a lot to do with it, because he was on a trajectory up. And she took the air out of that balloon.
I want to go to Abdul, and then I got to go to Wolf.
Yeah, I mean, there's no doubt that Joe Biden's had a great night. A lot of that is because of the public service that Elizabeth Warren did by taking out Michael Bloomberg. I think, the other, just to accentuate this point, you've got a guy, there's this sort of unsaid conventional wisdom that, in lower races down the ballot, self-funders, folks who put a lot of their own money in races, just don't often win as much as you'd think they would. And that's proven true up here. A lot of that is because of Warren. She's brilliant. She's got some incredible policy chops. I really do hope that she lives to fight another day. My hope, however, is that, in this race, she thinks quite carefully about where she goes, because she's got this relationship with the left, and right now that's starting to consolidate. I worry because in some ways she's got a lot of Bernie's positions with a little bit more of an institutional empathy, we'll say, and Bernie's always sort of been an outsider, politicking from the outside.
I gotta go to Wolf. Wolf?
Anderson, thank you. David Chalian, so far, by our estimate, Biden has won 8 of the states of the 14 tonight. Bernie Sanders 3, but Texas still very much up in the air right now. Let's take a closer look.
It doesn't get much more up in the air than this, Wolf. Texas, 228 delegates are at stake tonight. We have 46% of the vote in. Take a look. Bernie Sanders in a close race. He's got 28.7%. He is followed by Joe Biden, about 35,000 votes behind him at 25.2%. And Michael Bloomberg is at 18.3%. So he's above that 15% threshold that you look for to see who's going to accumulate delegates. But remember, delegates are awarded both based on this statewide vote, which looks like it could go to either Biden or Sanders at this point. We have more than half the vote to count, but also based on how districts vote. In Texas, it's state Senate districts. There are 31 of them in Texas. And so we're looking now to see who has more than 15% within the districts. Take a look, 31 state Senate districts. That's how the state is broken up. And look at the candidates who have 15% or more in districts. Biden is at that level in 14 districts. I know he was behind in the vote count, but he's actually ahead in a number of districts where he is viable for delegates. Sanders at 13 districts at that viability threshold. And Bloomberg has 12 districts. Warren has one of the 31 where she's at 15% or more. But that means 4 candidates here are going to be, if this is where the vote ends up, again, we only have 46% of the vote in, are going to be collecting delegates. And it just shows you in a close race, where you are in each of these districts matter, but it is unlikely in a close race that you can amass a big delegate advantage.
It's clearly complicated in Texas right now. So explain it one more time for our viewers why Biden, as far as the state Senate districts, would have one more delegate, at least right now, than Bernie Sanders.
Well, no, it's not a delegate. These are numbers of districts, right? So there are 31, see here on the left, there are 31 state Senate districts. What we're doing is looking how many of those districts is Joe Biden at 15% or more in the vote? How many are Bernie Sanders in? Because that's where they're going to collect delegates. Now, some of these, take a look. Biden has 14 of those 31 districts where he is at 15% or more. Sanders is at 13 districts with 15% or more. By the way, some of those could be the same district. They could each have more than 15% of the vote in a given district. Bloomberg has 12 state Senate districts where he is viable for delegates. He has 15% or more of the vote, and Warren has 1. It shows you that you saw how close the race was statewide. It is also close as to who is viable for delegates in these districts and how many districts. It means that somebody is not right now, if this is how it ends up tonight, is going to emerge from Texas with some massive delegate advantage.
So the 228 delegates that are at stake in Texas potentially, based on what you're explaining to us, could be split relatively evenly.
If not evenly, close to it. That there's not going to be somebody who can amass a big advantage over the competitors.
That would be, presumably, that would be very good for Biden right now if they are split relatively evenly in Texas. All right, we got a key race alert right now. Let's take a look at what's going on in California. 3% of the vote is now in. Remember, this is the biggest prize of the night. 415 delegates at stake in California. Right now, Bernie Sanders is ahead. 25.6%. He's winning by more than 8,000 votes over Michael Bloomberg, who's in second place, 20.9%. Biden's in third place, 17.4%. Elizabeth Warren and Tulsi Gabbard, they trailing. Let's go over to John King, who's looking closely at California right now. This is, as I keep saying, the biggest prize of the night.
By far the biggest prize of the night, and we're just beginning to count. We're at 3% statewide. Senator Sanders with an early lead. Mayor Bloomberg in second place early on. Joe Biden at 18%, 17.9%. Senator Warren, 10.5% if you round it up to 11%. Again, as David Chelling was just going through this, number one, you're looking at the statewide totals. Number two, then you're looking at, are they at 15% to get it statewide delegates? And then we go through the 50-plus congressional districts as well. If you look at the map right now, Senator Sanders has the lead. We have no major population centers in yet. The closest we have to a significant population center is here, San Mateo County, where Senator Sanders has a very narrow lead over Mayor Bloomberg here. But it's the only major population center we have, mostly smaller counties. As you go through, you see that one purple. Michael Bloomberg at the moment, with 28% in, is leading in Napa County, California. Known tourist destination, very important to the wine country in the United States and in the state of California, with a very tiny lead from Michael Bloomberg in this one county. He invested a lot of money in California. The question is, does he get a significant piece of the delegate basket tonight? We're only at 5% statewide. At the moment, he's above viability, but we have a long way to go. I'll just tap on these counties just to show you. Senator Sanders is leading early. This is Riverside County. It's about 6%. This is a decent population center here. 6% of the statewide population. He's starting to run it up a little bit here in this county. The question is, we're still waiting on Los Angeles, where Joe Biden was tonight. Late push for Joe Biden. He did not campaign a lot in California. That's your number one. Then you come down here. We just got some votes in San Diego. I said we hadn't received population center, big population center, but San Diego, 27% to 18% to 16%. So as the votes are starting to come in more quickly now, this is important for Senator Sanders. We saw in the Texas example, Biden winning the urban areas and the close-in suburbs, Sanders winning more out. This is, if Sanders is on the way to a California victory, this is the way to do it, by running it up where the people live. You start moving up the coast a little bit here. Santa Barbara County here, Sanders winning. Again, smaller population, but they're up to 35% in this county. Just to pull back out and take a look at it. Sometimes when we're here, things pop in. You just see it's filling in light blue. It's a lot of light blue right now. Sanders expects to win this state. The question will be the margin. That's how we divvy up the delegates, based on the margin, also based on the viability of the other candidates. But to open up early out of the gates with 27% will keep the Sanders campaign happy. Just going to tick through to see what the margins are in some of these places. Pretty close up here with Biden. Close with Bloomberg here. Just keep moving across a little bit. Come on in. More of a bigger win here. It's a very tiny county, rural county up here as you start moving up to the northern part of the state. Sanders did very well up here 4 years ago. If you go back in time just to look, remember, California was a fight. Hillary Clinton ultimately winning by a pretty healthy margin, but California was a big fight between the two candidates then. You see how well Hillary Clinton, the dark blue is Hillary Clinton. San Diego, I just showed you, Sanders is leading. Los Angeles, she won. Hillary Clinton won big in the big population centers 4 years ago. So as you watch the map fill in this time, the question is, Sanders thinks this should be his state tonight. He hopes it's by a healthy margin. Just starting to count. Have some fun.
We're going to watch California very closely.
Yeah.
Texas also very closely, the two biggest prizes of the night. Texas shaping up to be a nail-biter right now. We'll update you on that when we come back. All right, let's go to a key race alert right now. The two biggest prizes of the night, California and Texas. In California right now, 9% of the estimated vote is in. Remember, 415 delegates at stake. Bernie Sanders is leading 26.4%. Michael Bloomberg in second place, 19.7%. Joe Biden in third place, 17.5%. He's above that 15% threshold. Elizabeth Warren, 11.2% in California. Let's take a look at Texas right now. It's very close in Texas. Less than half of the vote is now in, 48%. Remember, 228 delegates at stake in Texas. Bernie Sanders is ahead. Look at how close it is, 28.6%. Joe Biden in second place, 25.9%. Nobody else close right there. There's a battle going on. It got a little closer right there, 28.5% for Bernie Sanders, 26.7% for Joe Biden. Let's go over to John King. Let's take a closer look. Less than 20,000 votes separate Bernie Sanders and Joe Biden in Texas.
And this was 35,000 plus just minutes ago. So as they're counting the votes in Texas, it's getting closer. Senator Sanders still ahead, 28.5%. But Joe Biden on his heels, 26.7%. Mayor Bloomberg just shy of 18%. Senator Warren. So you look at it and it's filling in. Again, light blue is Bernie Sanders. The darker blue is Joe Biden. One of the things our desk and reporters are just sending around is that half of the polling places in Harris County are still open because of lines at polling places to get people to vote. So we're still counting votes. This is the largest county in the state, fast-growing Harris County. It's a great competition. You have Houston proper, the city. There's a medical community there. There's a biotech community there. There's a big college community there. Giant Latino population growing out into the suburbs. Some of these suburbs quite affluent. This is a great mix of voters, a great competition in Harris County, where Joe Biden currently leads. And this lead's gotten a little bit bigger. When we were here earlier tonight, it was very close. Biden was ahead. It's close. This is 4 points now, a little more than 4 points now. So if there's still people voting here, and we're still counting votes in a place that has a big population and where Joe Biden is ahead, that's one of the reasons you keep watching as you go through it. Now you come back out. I just want to show on this here, I'm going to be a little wary of this number, 81% of precincts reporting, but we know that some are still open, so we're going to keep track of this one as we go through the night to see what is still out there. So then you want to come back. Your other big population center is Dallas and the suburbs right around it, 63% here, so still more than a third of the vote out. Again, this is a place where Joe Biden, it's 3,000 votes. So you're starting to think, okay, you're down 19,000 votes. Where do you make them up? Here's a place where, as the rest of the vote comes in, if these percentages hold, Biden will make up some of those votes. Is it enough? That's why we have to count them until we get to the end. It doesn't look like he could make them all up there, but he could make up a decent piece. So now you're looking around the state. You're saying, where is Biden? If you're Biden and you're behind by just shy of 20,000 votes, where are you running well, and can you get more votes? Well, down here, Corpus Christi, it's medium size when it comes to the population center, but only 28% of the vote in. So a Biden stronghold where there's still a lot of votes out, a decent margin there percentage-wise. Not a lot of votes, but a decent margin percentage-wise. It's an area of potential growth for Biden there. We'll just check in next door. They're up to 100% here, so there's no growth to come there. Then you look out here, though, the other thing to look at, the counterbalance to that, if you will. I just showed you some places where Biden can make up some votes. You see a lot of empty in here, right? You see we have no votes at all here in an area where so far, doesn't guarantee that it'll continue that way, Senator Sanders doing quite well. 35% here in Webb County, running up margin. So you don't have any votes next door. The question is, do you have a trend? And you're going to see this continue through as you go through. Will what we see down here continue all the way up these southern counties in Texas? So there's plenty of room for Sanders, too. I've just been watching since you've been here. We've been stuck at 49. You come over, let's just check where Sanders is getting 71%. Lubbock County, again, not giant numbers, but Sanders winning there. As more votes come in, he could add a little bit. What that tells you is, especially in these big population centers, we'll come back again to Harris County, the biggest of the population centers. We still have some counting to do. Biden has the lead there. That's what, 8,000 votes right there as you come through. So room to grow. Is it enough room to grow? That's a lead. Now it's down to 17,000. You see, so think about where do the people live? The larger the circle, the larger the concentration of population. That's why you see Harris County down here in Houston. This is the biggest area.
Yeah.
Dallas, number 2. San Antonio and Austin. In San Antonio and Austin, Senator Sanders is doing quite well. El Paso out here, we're still waiting, I think, turn this off for some votes out there. We have El Paso proper. Let's see how that one's going. Only 9% in there. Sanders ahead. So again, you're looking and you're saying Sanders is winning here. If that trend continues with the margins, he'll gain votes here. You come back here, we're down to 16,200 votes here now. So the more you come over, the more it gets competitive. So maybe we should just get you a chair and camp out here a little bit.
51% of the vote is now in, so there's still 49% outstanding. So it is conceivable. Look at how close it is.
Yes.
28.5%, 27.1%. Conceivable Biden potentially has a chance of winning.
He has a chance. We're going to count these votes and see what's out. One of the interesting things you're seeing happen, just if you're just watching at home without any math, there's more Biden blue. Now, these counties are tiny when you go through them. They are tiny. Here, 14 votes to 6 votes, right? So you're not talking about major, 22 votes to 15 votes. Come over here. Oops, so we'll skip a state. That'll do that to you. If you skip over to the next state, that'll happen to you. 98 votes to 77 votes. So you're going through some of these smaller counties. Not a lot of votes there, but there's still some out. And so that's what has happened, too. Biden's running it up in the big population centers. He has leads. I shouldn't say running it up, but he has healthy leads in Houston and Dallas. But as some of these smaller counties have filled in, Biden has been chipping away at this Sanders lead. We're up to 51%. We're counting votes in California. It looks like we're going to be counting for a long time in Texas. Just want to check. Come way back over here. I wanted to check just for this reason. This one's been going back and forth all night. Senator Sanders now ahead in the state of Maine by a whopping 112 votes. This is what we've had. We've had a seesaw in Maine all night long, 33.2 to 33.1. Just again, for context, though, Senator Sanders walked away with Maine 4 years ago. He is having to fight for it tonight, and we have a long way to go. Still a third of the vote to count there. So we're still counting in Maine. We're still counting 16,000 right there in Texas. And, of course, you move over here to the biggest prize of all in California. We're up to 12%. Senator Sanders with a lead there. Again, a long way to go at 12%. Joe Biden viable, Mayor Bloomberg viable, but nothing. Well, like I said, we have some votes in from San Diego, up to 38% there. That's the source of the big Sanders lead right there in San Diego. We're still waiting. Joe Biden's biggest hope is a big performance in Los Angeles. We're waiting. We'll count them when we get them.
Are still early in California. 12% of the vote is in. Getting closer and closer in Texas right now. Those are the two biggest prizes. We'll be right back.
And welcome back. It has been a fascinating night so far. We're still awaiting, obviously, Texas and California, among other states. So far, Joe Biden has won 8 states. Senator Sanders has won 3 states, and 3 are still too close to call. I want to check in with our Jeff Zeleny, who has some reporting tonight. Jeff?
Anderson, good evening. A couple different things here. Michael Bloomberg, as he is flying back to New York City, he is questioning his investment in this campaign and if he's actually gotten a good return on his investment. We are told that advisors are saying they are going to reassess the campaign coming tomorrow. We do not know what the Bloomberg campaign is going to decide to do, but we do know that this was a very disappointing evening for them. And one thing is clear, talking to several of his supporters and advisors, that he does not want to be in the position to help Senator Sanders. This is a quote from a supporter. It says, no, he does not want to help Sanders become the Democratic nominee. So that is one front there, the Bloomberg campaign reassessing in the wake of a very disappointing finish this evening. And also Elizabeth Warren, of course, winning third place in Massachusetts. She was pinning her hopes on that as well as on California, and those votes are still coming in. But now her path toward the nomination is narrowing even more than it was. Talking to a close confidant of hers as well, says this: there is no path forward for her. So, of course, this is up to Senator Warren to make her decision. She was hoping going into Super Tuesday that she would emerge as an alternative candidate to Bernie Sanders and Joe Biden. She wanted to appear on that debate stage later this month as an alternative, but it's unclear if she'll be able to do so. They are still, of course, holding out hope for California, but the viability for Texas seems to be slipping away for them. So certainly a disappointing night for her. We'll keep our eye on her campaign to see what she decides to do tomorrow.
Jeff Zeleny, appreciate that. I want to go with our experts here, particularly those who have run
campaigns or been in campaigns. Andrew Yang, let's start with you. Talk about a little bit about what the thought process, or at least the situation that Mike Bloomberg finds himself in tonight, and Elizabeth Warren.
For Bloomberg, he's a data-driven decision maker. He looked up and he had a case that has frankly not come together for his campaign. He expected Biden to falter, and Biden has actually done the opposite of faltering. Biden is genuinely the new comeback kid. I'm not sure we've seen a campaign gain momentum as quickly as Joe's campaign has the last several days.
Especially with no money. I mean,
yeah, it does make you question. Terry was joking. It's like, why are we hiring all these people in these states? Like, what are we spending all this money on? Like, it turns out.
Next time around, Andy.
I used to be in that. Burst of Joe momentum, and it just takes off on its own. But to me, Mike's a very, very data-driven decision maker, and I think the numbers are going to drive his decision tomorrow. To me, the real question is whether he decides to throw his weight behind Joe Biden as part of a decision, or whether there's some interim period.
And do you think that's an emotional decision, or just kind of letting time pass to make that decision?
I think Mike's going to make his decisions pretty quickly. He's got a very, very advanced team. They have probably already mapped out these scenarios. I think we're going to get decisions from him very quickly.
And his team is employed either way, apparently. I mean, they're paid through November.
They're paid through November, and I got to say, having the Bloomberg operation behind you is one of the greatest assets for the nominee heading into the fall, because you cannot say his operation is anything but first rate. It's some of the most impressive group of people, impressive technology, and they've taken a lot of my team, given them 150% pay raises, and they're good to go through the fall. They've done that with many of our teams, honestly. Like, they went around. It was almost like a corporate roll-up. It was like the Bloomberg machine came and just did like M&A on all of the campaigns.
Hey, you don't win American Samoa by doing that.
You're being rough. But as a candidate, though, I was kind of grateful, because you have all these hardworking, excellent people working for you, and then they have this very, very soft landing on the Bloomberg campaign that takes it through the fall.
But he can turn around and position that to help Biden or to help the party. For me, and I want to hear the other people, but I just think if you're Bernie Sanders, this is your worst case scenario, because you're now seeing the logic of the revolution begin to break down. The idea you're going to have young people coming out in large numbers, that doesn't seem to be happening yet. And you're going to hold all these Latinos. So you've got a firewall in Texas and California. So it's tough.
Wait a minute. Look at this right now. 5,762 votes separating Joe Biden and Bernie
One thing
Sanders.
we ought to point out about this is that Texas, they have an early voting tradition there. The early vote is reported first. The early vote would not have captured this momentum for Biden. So the fact that Sanders jumped out to a lead doesn't necessarily mean that he was going to hold that lead. And now you see the race tightening.
But if you're looking at the Warren number here, and if you're Sanders people, you're not happy with Elizabeth Warren right now, because you believe that throughout this evening she has helped Joe Biden.
Right.
And Texas is clearly one place. And so talk about the decision that Bloomberg has. There's a big decision that she's got.
She has certainly helped Joe Biden in the sense that she kneecapped Mike Bloomberg, which, as Abdul
Yes,
said,
that
it was
too.
a public service that happened to help Joe Biden. I don't think we can at all assume that her supporters are going to go immediately to Bernie. I think if that was going to happen, she would have to really make that case, and a lot of them would go because they still love her.
He is now 500 votes closer than he was.
Let me tell you
2
this.
seconds ago.
It's enough that Joe Biden's won 8 states, but if Joe Biden tonight wins the state of Texas, if we see that in the next hour, that is devastating.
Devastating.
Several of the Bernie supporters have said the Texas Latino community is the firewall. That firewall will go up in flames. I mean, this would be extraordinary if Joe Biden wins Texas tonight. I think it changes the whole dynamics of the race going forward.
And do you see Bloomberg getting out quickly? Do you see him putting his forces behind Biden quickly? And what about Warren?
I do, but listen, Michael Bloomberg does not fool around. He's a very decisive individual. He had a great staff put together. He had a plan. I think the process was hard for him, got in late after people had relationships. Listen, as I say, the guy has been an absolute champ to many Democrats around the country on the issues of climate change and gun safety. He has been so supportive. That's what people want to remember Mike Bloomberg in. I don't think he wants to change it, and he doesn't want to do anything.
So let's focus more
It's gonna hurt the
on
nominee.
Texas, because I mean, this is just an extraordinary
Yeah, I mean,
story
even
right
if
now.
Biden doesn't win, if he comes close,
Nuts.
that's extraordinary.
It's
I mean,
unbelievable.
Sanders was running all over Texas, had huge crowds in Texas, and the Latino vote there. He did very well with the Latino vote last time, about 30%. He'd run there before, and so if he's not able to pull this out tonight by a fairly large
Abdul, what do
margin,
you think went wrong? Because earlier tonight you were saying you were really looking forward to Texas. What do you think went wrong here?
Well, look, there's no doubt that Texas will be really, really important, and whoever wins it will have picked up a tremendous number of delegates. I will say, we still have yet to hear from California, which is still the biggest jewel in the crown tonight.
Right, but what do you think went wrong for Sanders in Texas? I mean, he was there a lot.
It's to be honest, it's hard to say. He was there a lot. There is a momentum shift that we've seen signaled in the last couple of days, and that momentum shift definitely has meaning. And I think you had a lot of late-breaking votes.
But this isn't just African American voters. That's the difference. This is Hispanic
I hear that.
voters in Texas.
Although I still want to say that if you look at how Biden's performed among young folks, it's still really, really a problem, especially when the goal here is to win the presidency.
Absolutely.
And then the other thing I'll say is that we've still got about 2/3 of this race to go. And I do think that as this race slims down, the clarity and the contrast is going to become a lot clearer, and that may have some impact. So I still think
it's
pretty clear that
I just don't think we can change. I don't want to change. I don't want us to.
And we got 2/3 to go.
But to the point, to be fair, think about how fast this race has changed. I wouldn't be surprised if it changed again.
But just
It's fun when everybody switches sides.
just to be here where we are tonight.
And I'm not seeing Terry McAuliffe this happy, and he's always happy.
I'm always happy.
I don't want to move the goalposts. We said at the beginning that in order for Sanders to have the kind of night that was going to hold, we said, listen, at the beginning of the night, we said, Biden's going to do fine in Alabama and Tennessee. Who cares? Half the vote is Texas. Half the vote is California. Wait till you get there. Sanders is going to have this big stand. And that's not turning out to be true. So I think
it's now 4,357.
Yeah, I mean,
he went back
it's going to be split. Looks like.
But I mean, but look at the difference between what we thought might happen and what will happen. Which means, if you're Bernie Sanders, you got to look in the mirror tonight and figure out now what's the argument to say that you're going to be able to overcome all this.
We're watching the two biggest delegate prizes of the night, Texas and California. Bernie Sanders, Joe Biden now running neck and neck in Texas. A remarkable turn in that race. Get more results after a quick break.
We got a key race alert right now. Look at this. Wow. Bernie Sanders and Joe Biden, for all practical purposes, right now they are tied in the Democratic presidential primary. 56% of the vote is now in. 28.6% for Bernie Sanders, 28.6% for Joe Biden. Bernie Sanders is ahead by 450 votes. 450 votes. What a surprise this is. I don't think anyone was expecting it to be this close in Texas. Last time he was ahead, 16,000 votes ahead, 20,000 votes ahead. Now only 450 votes.
In some ways, and we're going to count them, we're only 56%. In some ways, if this margin holds up close to this, no matter who's on top, this in some ways is already a win for Joe Biden in Texas, in the sense that California and Texas being the two biggest prizes, the whole Sanders strategy was based on a big delegate lead here, take away way more delegates here, take away even more delegates in California to stretch it out. The drama of this, we've been talking throughout the night, Joe Biden doing well, winning in many cases tonight. 8 states tonight? Some of them he never campaigned in. Some of them he spent tens of thousands of dollars on television ads. And if you pull out to the entire map of the night, leading in Maine, come across this, Biden, still Sanders, but 450 votes when you come into Texas, the second biggest prize of the night. So is the amazing Biden night that we're having, and what other word do you want to have for it, going to continue as we come this way? So what's happening here? Number one.
Well, look at this now. Just changed.
There we go.
Joe Biden is slightly ahead.
1,200 votes now ahead, up to 57%. So we went from 56 to 57 as they're counting the votes. What's happening is we're watching this play out. All right? We'll just watch it as it jumps here. This is Harris County down here, the largest county in the state by far, 81% reporting. We talked earlier, can Joe Biden keep this lead and stretch it out a little bit? You'd like it to be a little bit bigger, but where the people live, the close-in suburbs, you pad a lead and you go up there. Then you come up to the number two in terms of population up here. Again, Dallas and the suburbs, a little over 9% of the state population. winning by a healthy margin there, 10,000 votes right there if you look at it there. Where are you finding Senator Sanders? You find it down San Antonio. This matters. 10 points there. That matters there. In a population center, more to the Latino vote. I'll show you more about that in a minute. Here, Travis County, Austin, Texas, liberal stronghold, big college town. This is where you see a more traditional Sanders margin in a college town. You take it out. Often, the counties that get overlooked, these little tiny places, not that many people live, right? Joe Biden is winning a lot of them as you wander across Texas, right? 66 to 25, you think that doesn't matter. Well, when you have a race that's going to be settled by a couple hundred votes, guess what? That matters. These little tiny counties as we go through them. So you keep filling out. Early on, when Sanders was ahead, most of this was empty, the smaller counties up here. Look at what's happening. I just want to show you this over here, what's happening right here. All right, again, not a giant population center. Let's take a look at the state. Let's bring in here. Move this up a little bit here. The Latino and African-American population in Texas. This will slide across for you in just a second, and we can get in here. African-American, see the African-American population right here? That's the orange shading or the pink shading, depending on your look at home. Let me get this out of the way so you can see more of it. If you come into this now and just take it, I want to take this away. Just remember this part of the state right here where Biden is running it up, right? We'll take this off. You see a lot of Biden blue over here. It's the same Arkansas here, the African-American population here, and then you come in back to the Latino population. Let me take this out of your way and bring this in here. These are the population centers where the people live. The larger circles are where you have more people. The shading tells you Sanders is winning here, leading here. Sanders leading here. Biden up here. More of a battle outside when you get more to the west, away from Dallas. One more demographic I just want to bring in here. We'll turn this off for you. Is the Latino population here, right? So we bring this across. Let me close this out for you to give you some more room on the map and just come across here. This is where Senator Sanders was counting on running it up, right? Where you have the heaviest. You see Latino population is everywhere in Texas, of course, but the heavier concentrations where you see the deeper right here. So let's come out and see what's actually happening when you come out of the map tonight. This has been, we've got a lot to fill in. So you're looking at this right now. Joe Biden now 5,000 votes ahead in the state of Texas, 5,000 votes as we get up to 58%. So the lead right now, the momentum right now, the count right now is moving Biden's way. So the challenge for Sanders is, can you get that back? Can you get that back? As we see these smaller counties, most of them filling in Biden blue, can he get it back? Can he match numbers like this in Webb County with a big healthy lead with Biden actually in third place here? Can he match those kind of numbers as you move across here? The question is, can you match the margins, but also, do you have that many people, right? I just went through those counties where Joe Biden was winning, and you say small votes don't count. A lot of these also are like those. They're pretty small when you get through them. Tiny percentages. Bloomberg having one county over here. So let's pop back out and see 5,023 votes, Wolf, at 58%. Again, not that long ago, Sanders' lead was in the 30,000s. Even before that, it was closer to 40,000. As they keep counting them in Texas, on a night full of surprises, this is the biggest one of all. Still to count in California.
Be the biggest story of the night right now. If Joe Biden were to upset Bernie Sanders in Texas, that would be huge. As it goes right now, it's very close. So they would basically divide the delegates up roughly fairly evenly.
Right. I came out. I didn't mean to take you away from the conference. I just wanted to come out to show this, that if just look around the room you're in right now, wherever you are at home watching, and look, did anybody say 3 days ago that we were going to have a map with that much Biden blue? Anybody? Anyone say that 24 hours ago? Now, we're not done here in Texas. But nobody. There's not, I don't know many people who said, oh, yeah, Biden's going to win Maine. He hasn't yet. Biden's going to win Massachusetts. He's going to win Virginia and North Carolina and Tennessee and Alabama and Arkansas and Oklahoma and Minnesota, and he's going to be 5,243 votes ahead of Bernie Sanders with 58% of the count in Texas. You're right. If this ends this way, either way, an even split for Biden in Texas is a win.
Yeah. All right, let's go back to Jake and Dana. This is a huge upset for Joe Biden. A lot of people looking at the polls coming in did not expect it's an upset win for Joe Biden. Even if he comes in second right now, it's close.
It's close. And, of course, the way that they allocate delegates proportionally, it's not just according to also the proportion by which you win the state. It's also according to what congressional districts you win. So the more land you cover, the better. So this looks like it will be a very successful end for Joe Biden in Texas, even if Bernie Sanders ends up winning. It's a big upset. And you have to think, Dana, what is the reason? Like, what has happened in the last week? John was talking about how a week ago nobody anticipated this. A day ago nobody anticipated it. Obviously, you go back to Jim Clyburn endorsing Joe Biden, and that huge rout in South Carolina. But there are other things going on. I think one of the reasons you're seeing this consolidation and so many people voting for Joe Biden, including a lot of white people in states that 4 years ago Bernie Sanders won, like Minnesota, like Oklahoma. One of the reasons you see that is fear among Democrats that they're going to nominate Bernie Sanders. Now, obviously, Bernie Sanders supporters think that their guy, their candidate, has a much better chance of not only delivering the kind of change that they want, but defeating Donald Trump. But a lot of Democrats do not feel that way in these states that Biden is winning. So what is exactly setting in that is causing this, other than the fact that Biden is now the alternative, the non-Sanders alternative? I think Bloomberg kind of collapsing as a candidate once he emerged from the TV ads and actually became a real person. And then also there was that interview that Anderson Cooper did with Bernie Sanders on 60 Minutes a couple Sundays ago, in which Bernie Sanders was asked about comments he'd made praising Fidel Castro in Cuba. Although he criticized Castro too, he did talk about education and health care in Cuba. And I think that there were a lot of people in the Democratic establishment, and it looks as though among Democratic voters, that were concerned by those comments.
So that was, I'm hearing the same thing, that was a big problem for Bernie Sanders. But more importantly, it was the positive for Joe Biden. Remember when Joe Biden had this extraordinary day yesterday, two of his competitors had dropped out. They both went to endorse him. Where did they go? Texas. Biden was in Texas when that happened. And it wasn't just his recent competitors, Amy Klobuchar and Pete Buttigieg. It was a guy who was in the race at the very beginning, who is still very popular in his home state, and that is Beto O'Rourke.
Who almost beat Ted Cruz for the Senate race.
Yes, so he is incredibly popular among Democrats there, and that is no small thing. So all of that happened. It converged almost simultaneously in the state of Texas. But I can tell you, just texting with people in the Biden camp, they're as surprised as anybody else. I mean, they were really hoping to get the vote up in the major population centers of Dallas and Houston, hoping that would put them in the game for a big delegate win, at least pulling in a lot of delegates in Texas, but not actually winning. And the flip side is going on in Sanders' campaign. I mean, I was talking to a senior advisor earlier today who was saying how critically important a win in Texas is. We don't know what's going to happen if he's actually going to get a victory or not. But like John said, it's almost irrelevant at this point because Joe Biden is doing so well. And the delegate numbers will look good for him.
And the days going forward, there'll be more time to talk about Joe Biden and the fact that he remains a fairly fragile establishment candidate when it comes to his strengths and weaknesses. But he's having one hell of a night tonight, Wolf.
An amazing night. All right, we're going to walk over to David Chalian. Oh, David Chalian's over there. Yeah, David, you're looking at the exit polls and you're getting a sense of why Biden is doing so well in Texas.
And why it's so close. I mean, take a look at the Hispanic vote in Texas today, Wolf. It makes up about 31% of the electorate. This is a Sanders strength. He gets 45% of Hispanic voters in this Texas Democratic primary compared to Joe Biden, 21 points behind him at 24%. That is a good category, and it's 31% of the electorate. But look at black voters in Texas. It's a smaller share of the pie. It's 21% of the electorate. But Biden has such a bigger victory margin here. 60% of black voters today in the Texas Democratic Party primary go with Biden, 17% for Sanders, 15% for Bloomberg. So that 43-point gap, even with a smaller slice of the pie, matters. Take a look at age. It also is very telling. 65 and older, senior citizens. This is a key Biden group. They make up about a quarter of the electorate. He's winning them 46% to Bloomberg's 22%. Sanders is down at 16%. The flip is true of young voters, but it's a much smaller slice of the pie. They make up 16% of the electorate. And look at this. Sanders wins them 65 to Biden's 11. Again, a weakness for Biden with young voters, but they're not turning out in greater numbers. The revolution among younger voters that Sanders is counting on isn't showing up yet. Wolf?
All right, David, thanks very much. And John, take a look at this right now in Texas. 23,995 votes. Joe Biden with 30.1%. Bernie Sanders 28.3%.
That is a flip within a matter of the last hour of a Sanders lead of that size to now a Biden lead of that size. The Sanders lead was actually a little bit bigger. And so what's happening is more votes come in. You see more of the Biden blue filling in the map in Texas, and we're still only at 59%. But the last couple of big dumps have gone decidedly for Joe Biden. We have a ways to go. You see down here places where around them Sanders is winning, where we're still waiting for votes, so we have places to go. But you go through this and look, and again, we start where the people are, so I'm just going to go through this path again. Harris County, we're still at 81%. This is a place where Joe Biden is leading by a decent margin, still votes out the highest population center of the state. So there is reason to believe Joe Biden could still grow, assuming the trend line continues in this part of the state. You come out all around it, too. All around it. I keep focusing just on Harris County. This is the fastest growing area of the state, so I just want to touch on some of these counties around it. They're nowhere near as big, but this is an expanding part, suburban and then the exurban parts. And you get to these smaller places, but by percentages, Biden lead is even bigger. And you come back over here, touch on the line, come back over here again. Tinier, a tiny location, but bigger lead. So in the Houston area, defined broadly, Biden is running it up, and that's the largest area and the fastest growing area of the state. Again, incredibly diverse when it comes to the population, the economy, the growth of the city. Biden winning there, and again, going to be very happy, not just for Senator Klobuchar and Mayor Buttigieg, but Beto O'Rourke. Last-minute help in Texas has to be a factor in this. There's no other. It's the Whataburger vote. We'll call it that way. You come up to Dallas here, 9%. Second largest population area of the state. Again, 10,000 vote margin here for Joe Biden. We're at 99% here, so maybe a little more to come in. If you're in the Sanders campaign and you're thinking, can we get this back? You're relieved to see that, knowing that in a place where Biden is winning by a healthy margin, most of the votes are in there. So you come on out and you're looking across. I'm going to be a broken record here, but I'm going to say it a lot. You see all this blue. These places are pretty tiny. They're pretty tiny, but when you just start adding them up and you tick through them, Biden is winning so many of them as you come across. And so if you go back in time, just want to show you, remember, this is 2020. This is tonight, a 23,000, just shy of 24,000 vote lead for Joe Biden at 60%. If you go back in time to 2016, when Hillary Clinton won by a much bigger margin in a two-candidate race, but again, you see all the smaller counties, Clinton blew. It matters when you're stretching a lead or building a lead. You have to win in the population centers, as she did. She won in Houston. She won in Dallas. She won in Corpus Christi, which Biden's doing. She also won in San Antonio and El Paso, which Sanders is doing tonight, including Lubbock. But all these small counties, 50 votes here, 20 votes there, they do add up in a close race. So we come back to it. We're still there. It was still where we were. And so you see the one difference this time is Sanders is winning in San Antonio by a decent margin, very good margin there. So we'll see if there's more votes to come in there. He is also winning in the Austin area, Austin and the circle around it, a more liberal part of the state. Again, college town, government institutions, the liberal base of Texas, if you will. But this is a wow. Joe Biden now up by 24,000 votes, if you round it a little bit, with 30% of the vote as we keep counting them in Texas, a state that we began the night almost assuming was in the Sanders column. We were debating what would the margin be. Right now, we're debating who will the winner be.
Very exciting contest in Texas right now, the second biggest prize of the night. We're watching California very closely as well. Much more of our special coverage right after this. All right, got a key race alert. The two biggest prizes of the night, Texas and California. Let's take a look at Texas first. The second biggest prize, 228 delegates at stake. Almost 60% of the vote is now in. And look at this. Joe Biden is winning with 30.2%. Bernie Sanders in second place, 28.3%. Biden is ahead by almost 25,000 votes right now. Bloomberg 16.8%. Let's take a look at California. Bernie Sanders is ahead. He's got a comfortable lead right now with a quarter of the vote in, 26%. Bernie Sanders, 28.6%. Michael Bloomberg in second place right now, 18.8%. Biden in third place, 17.3%. Bernie Sanders is ahead by 140,000 votes over Michael Bloomberg in California right now. Jake, this is a significant moment for both of these candidates.
Indeed it is, Wolf. And joining me now from Philadelphia is Kate Bedingfield. She's the deputy campaign manager for Vice President Joe Biden. Kate, congratulations on a night that I don't think many of us expected the vice president would have. To be completely candid, did you expect that the vice president would have this kind of night?
Well, look, I mean, I think this is one of the greatest comebacks, one of the greatest political comebacks in modern American political history. So, but, you know, you saw tonight an overwhelming response to Joe Biden's message. You saw people say, you know, we want results. We don't want revolution. And you saw Joe Biden was the enthusiasm candidate. We had turnout in places like Virginia and North Carolina that was higher than turnout in the primary in 2016. So people were coming out in droves to vote for Joe Biden because they know him, they know his heart, they have a sense of the empathy and the dignity that he will restore to the White House, and they believe in his vision for the country. And he won African-American voters tonight. He did incredibly well in the suburbs, which, you know, those are the voters who made Nancy Pelosi Speaker of the House in 2018. So he showed tonight that he is the only candidate in this race who can put together the Obama-Biden coalition.
Except, of course, you might have some trouble with the younger voters that Senator Sanders appears to be winning overwhelmingly in certain parts of the country, and Latino voters as well in California. There will need to be outreach, assuming that you get that far, to those voters. And, you know, Hillary Clinton had trouble winning all of the Sanders voters over to her side in 2016. How can you achieve that?
Well, you know, for Joe Biden, this race is about bringing people together, uniting people. You know, he's got into this campaign on a message of uniting the country, which, you know, a lot of pundits said at the time wasn't the right message for the moment and not what people wanted to hear. But they do. They're looking for somebody to bring the country together. So he will work hard to win the vote of every person who believes that Donald Trump should not be president. And I think we saw, you know, for example, in South Carolina, Joe Biden won younger voters. So, you know, I think people all across the spectrum, across the electorate, are responding to his message. We saw an overwhelming win for him tonight in, you know, essentially every corner of the country. And he showed that he's the candidate in this race. You know, there's been a lot of talk about turnout and enthusiasm. And he's shown that he's the candidate who can turn out the coalition that we need to beat Donald Trump, because people are excited about what Joe Biden's offering.
The vice president carried 5 states tonight that he never even held an official campaign event in: Massachusetts, Tennessee, Oklahoma, Minnesota, Arkansas. How did he achieve that? How did that happen? Is it because the coalescing around him by Mayor Buttigieg and Amy Klobuchar, the resounding endorsements from people like McAuliffe and Bobby Scott and others? Like, how did that happen?
This is the power of Joe Biden. People know him. They love him. They believe that he understands their lives. They believe that he has a sense of what they're going through, what their struggles are, and that he has the plans and the ideas and the vision to make those problems better, and an ability to get things done. So, you know, of course, the endorsements were incredibly, incredibly important, because those are people like Senator Klobuchar, like Beto O'Rourke, like Pete Buttigieg, and so many others, too many to even name in this interview, who came forward and said, we know Joe Biden and we believe that he will be the best president of the United States. Of course, that's incredibly important and validating. But, you know, at the end of the day, I think this is people responding to the person Joe Biden is and them saying he's the guy that we want to take on Donald Trump.
Kate, a Sanders surrogate, one of the few candidates who dropped out of the race and endorsed him, Marianne Williamson, earlier tonight tweeted, Jake Tapper, referring to me, referred to the resurrection of Joe Biden's campaign. This was not a resurrection. It was a coup. Russiagate was not a coup. Mueller was not a coup. Impeachment was not a coup. What happened yesterday was a coup, and we will push it back. What's your response to a Sanders surrogate saying that this consolidation, coalescing, whatever you want to call it, is a coup?
Well, I'm not sure that the overwhelming support of hundreds of thousands of American voters all across the country, I'm not really sure where that is a coup. I think that is people rising up to say that they believe in Joe Biden's vision. They're excited about what he's putting forward. They want somebody in the Oval Office who is going to restore a sense of dignity to the office, who's going to once again lead, you know, have America lead on the world stage in a way that we can be proud of. And so, you know, I think what we saw across the country today was voters saying, this is the vision for the country that I believe in. This is the person that I want to see take on Donald Trump and restore a sense of dignity to the White House.
Kay Bedingfield, Deputy Campaign Manager for the Biden campaign. Congratulations again on a night I think it's fair to say even you didn't see coming. Thanks so much. And Wolf, back to you.
All right, guys, thanks very much. We have a key race alert, and look at this. In Texas right now, Joe Biden is expanding his lead over Bernie Sanders with 60% of the vote now in. Joe Biden has 30.4%, Bernie Sanders 28.2%. Texas, the second biggest prize of the night. Biden is ahead now by 28,655 votes. That's a major development. In California, Bernie Sanders maintains his lead. He's got an impressive lead over Michael Bloomberg, who's in second place. 28.6% for Bernie Sanders, Bloomberg 18.8%, Biden 17.3%. California is the biggest prize of the night. Let's take a look at Maine right now. It's still a battle. 89% of the vote is in Maine. Joe Biden is leading 33.8% to Bernie Sanders 32.3%. Very close in Maine. Biden is ahead by 2,660 votes in Maine. Those are the states that remain outstanding on this Super Tuesday. But let's take a look at Texas right now. You're studying it. 60% of the vote is in. Almost 30,000 vote lead for Joe Biden.
The last hour has been stunning as the vote count, the percentage count has increased in Texas. We have just seen a shift from a Bernie Sanders lead that was bigger than that an hour ago to Joe Biden now 30.4% to 28.2%, again 60%. So we still have some counting to do, but this is stunning. And if you just look at the map, you don't need to do the math in the sense that there's a lot more Biden blue than there is Sanders blue. You see a fair amount of Mayor Bloomberg, too, sprinkled in there, and I want to talk about that in just a second. But first, how is Joe Biden ahead by 28,000 plus votes in a state that Senator Sanders was expected to win? Well, you start where the people are. Harris County, 16% plus of the statewide population, 81% in, so still more votes coming in here. Still more votes coming in. Biden is ahead. No guarantee the trend continues, but if the trend continues and more votes come in, the expectation is Biden could pad a little bit here. Houston and the suburbs around it, the most dramatically changing area of Texas, voting for Joe Biden. Voting for Joe Biden. He was there yesterday. Just beforehand, he was a late entry into Texas. It is where he did the big endorsements. Mayor Buttigieg, Senator Klobuchar, Beto O'Rourke, very popular, Dana noted, among Texas Democrats. Filling in a map here, you come up to Dallas County, again, number 2 population center in the state. Joe Biden winning it, not overwhelmingly, but 10,000 votes. 10,000 votes right there in Dallas and the suburbs alone. At 99% here, so essentially done. Doesn't look like there's any room for growth for the former vice president there. A lot of these smaller counties, Wolf, again, in a blowout race, you don't even look at them. But in a race that's close, 40 votes there, 30 plus votes there, 40 votes there, 45 votes there. That's what you just see when you're going through these smaller counties where Biden is winning convincingly. Now, Senator Sanders, it's 31,000 votes now. The math is changing as we're here, as we get up to 61%. The count was static for a long time. As it has moved toward Biden. So if you're in the Sanders campaign headquarters, A, you're a little stunned right now. B, you're trying to figure out, can we make this up? Travis County is Austin. You see 72%. Sanders winning by a healthy margin here, and Joe Biden being down here. So if this stays up, Sanders could add some votes here. Just want to poke up above it here. Williamson County, it's a lot smaller, but still, Sanders winning there. There are places on the map and some unfilled areas in here where Sanders, by extension, could do well. Not a lot of population down here. But there are areas on the map where you can say, okay, there are places for Sanders to make up some votes, including over here in El Paso, where at the moment, Biden, is running third to Sanders with only 31% in. So there's more counting to do. Decent amount of votes in El Paso. Let's just check up in Lubbock to see here, 100% here. So Sanders won up here, but just barely, and those votes are counted. So you're looking in at the map, and you see some smaller counties still to come, some decent population centers where Sanders has a prayer. But if you look at this math here, again, you're now up to 61%. The trend line is going toward Biden. We'll keep counting, but this is the shock of a very big, surprising night full of surprises. This is the biggest one.
Very good night for Joe Biden, indeed. All right, we're going to take a quick break. Much more of our special coverage coming up right after this.
And what a night it has been. Fascinating, and it continues. Texas, California, still unresolved. You see there on the left-hand side of your screen, Texas, Joe Biden in the lead right now by some 31,000 votes. California, Bernie Sanders in the lead. With about, let's take a look at that, because I can't actually see it without seeing it. There it is, 144,000 votes. Michael Bloomberg in second place, Joe Biden then in third. Back now with our team. Terry McAuliffe, is this the night you anticipated?
I'm always the eternal optimist, but this is even pushing me to a new level. I mean, we could come out and look at those numbers in Maine. We could also pick up Maine, but we won Massachusetts, Minnesota. It just showed a huge, broad coalition.
Did you expect Biden to be in the lead in Texas?
No, this is astounding. We did not have a penny on television, not a penny. I just can't emphasize no money anywhere. A lot of places, no organ. This goes back to Joe Biden. It does show enthusiasm. We're up 400,000 turnout was up in Virginia over 4 years ago. And now we finish up tonight. I think potentially Biden could actually be in the delegate lead. When we started this process a couple days ago, can we limit it to 200 or 250?
That's crazy.
Delegates was the thought process. We could probably lead. And then March 17th, St. Patty's Day, the holiest of holy days in America, we are going to have Florida and Ohio and Illinois and Arizona. Yeah. And let's be honest, Anderson, we're going to have to go to Dublin for a quick goodness
Terry, let me ask
before
you
the
this.
night's over. But this is exciting.
Terry,
I am really fired up.
Let me ask you this.
Really?
Not to take anything away from Joe Biden and the success he's had tonight. But the question is this so much about people suddenly discovering Joe Biden and saying, God, he's better than I ever thought he was? Or is this really voters facing the prospect of a Bernie Sanders nomination and pulling back and saying, you know what? I don't think we can beat Donald Trump with that, because as we see in the exit polls, that's really what voters care about.
That's what they care about. At the end of the day, how do we beat Trump? And they were worried that Bernie could not beat Trump, and they were worried what that would mean for the Senate candidates and those 44 House candidates. I mean, Cal Cunningham won tonight down in North Carolina. He will be our Senate nominee. That's the best thing could have happened to take on Tom Tillis. We won a Maine legislative seat. That's good against Susan's County. So tonight also showed a lot of enthusiasm.
But he's got to keep them enthusiastic. That's the point.
Here's the
right?
challenge. So, to step back for a second, right? You saw a consolidation on the moderate centrist side of the party. This is a logical response to that. And it's some good momentum for Joe Biden. And I do think that there are some opportunities for the Sanders campaign to retool and make sure that their message is connecting, particularly to older African-American voters, which I know is a really important really important linchpin to trying to win any Democratic nomination. But we can't forget that this has been some consolidation which has led to this. We've got a long campaign, and this doesn't necessarily mean that Joe Biden has found a message. It doesn't necessarily mean that Joe Biden has the capacity to win over those young voters he's going to need to win in November. And I do think that there are going to be a number of momentum shifts as we go through this race, and it's going to be a long one. So I think a lot to learn tonight, but let's not overtell the story.
In the short term, in the next 11 races that Bernie Sanders faces in the next 2 weeks, he lost 8 of those states in 2016. So it's not going to get easier for him.
I agree, but the other part of that is that we did not expect Biden to have this kind of a night. Right? Momentum changes, it moves in races like this. And so, just going back a week ago, we were telling a very different story about what we expected right now. And I do think that there's
I do want to say one other thing, and Van, I know you want to get in. Biden had a spectacular night tonight, and his spokesperson said people were embracing Joe Biden the person. I think they were actually embracing Joe Biden the person. That's different than Joe Biden's message. And, I thought his message was pitch perfect on Saturday. Tonight, he gave a list of stuff that he was going to do, but there is a sense of idealism among these young Bernie Sanders supporters. And the thing that Joe Biden can't do is look like he's crushing their aspirations or doesn't have some sense of appreciation for what they are fighting for on climate change. So it's not enough to say we're going to get back into the Paris Accord. The planet is at risk, and that's the way they feel, and they want a sense of urgency. And they need to hear that from him and not just a list of ideas.
That's really what I want to speak to you as well, because, we have 2 problems just clinically. There were people who just didn't show up for Hillary Clinton in 2016, and that's why she lost. Some of them went from Obama to Trump. Biden might be the answer to that. He might be able to get those back. But those younger voters and some of those younger people of color went from Obama to the couch, or they went from Obama to Stein. And I don't see Biden yet having an answer for that part of our turnout problem. And so when you see people who are enthusiastic about Bernie, who are very afraid now that this thing has been derailed, the Bernie movement has been derailed, these are not people who don't care about the election. These are people who are saying there's a big part of the winning strategy that we don't see yet Biden having an answer for. And please, look, he had an unbelievable night. They're going to study this night for 20 years. But there are still unanswered questions and red flags for him going
And a lot
forward.
of primaries left, so we shouldn't just assume, even though Terry would have us, we shouldn't assume that this thing is somehow over because he had a great night. There's a lot to be concerned about.
But remember, we got to go.
Sanders
Let's never forget. We got to go against Donald Trump in the fall. It's not going to be easy. He's going to have a $2 billion war chest. He's got a lot of data analytics. I mean, he is going to put together a very aggressive campaign. The key is going to be the different campaigns have to unify. Now, it's going to be tough for the next couple of weeks. These have not been overly tough primaries. I mean, I've seen tough presidential primaries. This hasn't been one. But the key is for us is to come together and then to motivate. And that's what a general election, after it's over, for us to come together.
I think it hasn't been tough on the candidate-to-candidate level. It has been tough on the supporter-to-supporter level.
Preach.
And that is something that the candidates really need to get as much of a handle as they possibly can on. That includes senior staff, that includes surrogates. The time for yelling at each other for supporting somebody different is over. Everybody wants to beat Trump.
I don't think it's over
good
yet.
luck with that.
It's not over yet.
Good luck with that.
We don't have that much time. I think from Joe Biden, what I want to hear is an understanding that not everything was perfect under Obama, and that young people especially feel like there is very little hope for an economic future, for security of the planet, for healthcare security. He's not been great at admitting that things did not go exactly as he wanted or exactly as we would have wanted. And I'm hoping that he'll listen to the advice of my friend and colleague here and be able to show a little bit of flexibility.
We're framing this as a need for Joe to evolve and become more inclusive to get some of the young Bernie supporters. And we're framing it this way in part because we don't think Bernie has necessarily demonstrated like a change in tone or a change in message, because Bernie has been very, very consistent, which is both his strength, but also right now potentially a limitation. And if you look at the calendar ahead, it seems to me like the greatest catalyst, not to hype it up too much because it's on CNN, but the greatest opportunity for there to be another change of direction in this campaign is the debate on the 15th.
Yes.
6 states do vote next week, but really the 15th in the debate right before the next set of states on the 17th strikes me as the next big opportunity for Bernie, in this case, to seize a different type of narrative. And the question is whether Bernie can evolve.
Well,
because
but I don't think we saw him tonight, and he did not indicate a change of strategy. He went after Biden on trade. He went after Biden on the bankruptcy bill. He went after Biden on Iraq, and he went after Biden on taking money from billionaires. And I would, if I had $1 billion, I would bet on him doing it again in the debate. Because one thing about Bernie Sanders is everybody's strength is their weakness. He's incredibly consistent, but he's also very predictable.
But also, I mean, as anybody who has a parent knows, we're talking about three candidates, I mean, including President Trump, in their 70s. How many know, like, 70-year-old white males who have really changed a lot in their 70s?
No, I don't know many white males who change a lot, period.
I think we saw that, most devastatingly in some ways for Sanders with the Castro thing, hanging on to Castro, essentially, sort of praising him, criticizing him, but also saying, oh, well, he taught folks to read or whatever. So that was a real mistake. I also think it hurt their campaign a bit, too, when they were so stubborn around his health records. That was a story that wasn't helpful to his campaign. So we'll see if he can change. I mean, his supporters love him so much because he doesn't change, and he's an older guy, as you say. So it's hard to believe
you saw in those speeches tonight the difference that a week makes. It sounded like Joe Biden was running against Trump, and it sounded like Bernie was running against Joe. In other words, Joe turned in a very, I think, positive way to this bigger challenge and what you saw, Bernie, he locked down, he took a blowtorch to Biden. Now, the case he wants to prosecute is an honest case. There is disappointment in this party with that wing, with the things that the Clintons and the Bidens and those guys did back in the 90s. But if the only thing you're going to do is say Joe Biden sucks, I don't know how that grows your movement. I don't think that's enough to even get the young people. The logic of his revolution has been young people are going to come out in big numbers. We have not yet seen it. The Latinos are going to stay with him. They did but not in the numbers that he needed, and it was in some ways offset in Texas by the black vote.
If you look at these numbers tonight and a bunch of these exit polls, Joe Biden has high favorables.
Yes.
So if you're going to be Bernie Sanders and you're going to attack empathetic Joe, which is what he is and which is what Beto O'Rourke talked about and anybody who's endorsed him has talked about
How's that gonna
his nature, how does that work if you're attacking this nice guy?
So we all agree that we need a candidate who can embrace the best argument for the future we want to live in. And I think at best that argument is one that speaks to the real challenges and real pain that people face in their lives, and at the same time articulates a set of solutions and a feeling and an idea of the kind of future we want to build. And I think that there's an opportunity for both candidates to really think about what that message ought to be. And I do think that that opportunity will show itself because we're going to see folks drop out. And I think without that much noise, you're starting to see a real contrast and opportunity to take that future rather than just hit at the past.
We are continuing to watch Joe Biden's surprising lead in delegate-rich Texas, along with the results from the other big prize, California, where Bernie Sanders has a big early advantage. More Super Tuesday coverage right after this.
All right, got a key race alert. Take a look at this in Texas right now with 66% of the vote now in, 228 delegates at stake. Joe Biden, he's in the lead with 30.7%. Bernie Sanders in second place, 28.9%. Biden is ahead by nearly 27,000 votes in Texas. Who would have thought? Very, very impressive moment for Joe Biden right there. In California, very impressive for Bernie Sanders right there. Right now, 28% of the vote is in. The largest prize, 415 delegates at stake. Bernie Sanders has 28.4%. Bloomberg in second place, 18.6%. Biden right behind, 18%. Bernie Sanders is ahead by nearly 150,000 votes right now in California. Let's go over to John King, who's looking at all of this unfold. By all accounts, a very impressive night for Joe Biden. But in California, you want to go to California first or Texas first? California
the boss. California, after a very disappointing night for Bernie Sanders, at the moment, California, you just notice all that Sanders blue. You don't even have to look at the numbers just yet. At the moment, 28% reporting. California is shaping up after several disappointments in the way Senator Sanders would like it. Now, you break up delegates proportionately. So he's at 28%. He'd like a higher number than that statewide, of course. And then we'll go through, and I'll let David Chalian does this math throughout the night with the help of his team, how the delegates get apportioned. But at the moment, after watching all the Biden blue in these other states tonight, the Sanders campaign is very happy to see this fill in. But again, we're at 28%. We're waiting to see, too. We're at 19% in Los Angeles County. This is the largest county of the state. We're told we should get a pretty sizable input of some of the early vote pretty soon from L.A. County. That'll tell us a lot, too. A lot of Californians have already voted. We should remember that, and we'll watch when that comes in. So watch the 19% out there for the county. Watch as we look statewide at 28% to see what happens. But in L.A. County, the largest area, Senator Sanders winning by quite a healthy margin. Joe Biden running third to Mayor Bloomberg there. So that's a good pad there. But for L.A. County, that's a modest number. We still have a long way to go. So then you come out from there, you pop down San Diego County. It's the second largest of the counties here. And again, Senator Sanders here with a pretty healthy lead at 38% reporting. So California is coming in a way that's going to cause some comfort. And we'll see when the more votes come in. Just move on up and keep coming up to Sacramento. Senator Sanders, again, everywhere we're going, we're seeing somewhat similar. Pretty big lead. Joe Biden and Michael Bloomberg fighting for second and third there. Just move over. Much smaller county here where Biden has a lead here. And this here, Napa County in the wine country area, Napa and Lake County is places where Bloomberg is leading. But when you pull it back out and take a look at it, let's come down here to the coast. Marin County, just north of San Francisco, you see Mayor Bloomberg only 6%, but Mayor Bloomberg has a lead there as well. Let's just look in on San Francisco and take a look at that. San Francisco here, Bernie Sanders running up in a liberal stronghold in California. Bernie Sanders running up a pretty healthy lead there early on. Again, it gets complicated later on. You have to look at the 15% viability statewide. Then you go through the congressional districts. But if you just see all this much blue right now, you know Senator Sanders at least off after what has been a struggle for him throughout the night at 28%, off to a good start in California with a lot of important counties still to come. He likes that because he doesn't like that. That Texas is Biden blue, as we're at 2/3 of the vote now at 66%, is the biggest surprise of a big night for the Biden campaign. 28,000 votes plus some change there, 31% if you round up. Oops, sorry about that. It's touch sensitive when you come across. 31% there to 29% there. Bloomberg running a distant third. Again, just as we looked in California, you see all that blue, you almost don't have to do the math, right? The darker blue is the Biden blue, and you run across. Just want to go through it. At 28,000 vote lead at 66%, precincts in Houston, the Houston area, Harris County, it's a pretty big county, it's a big sprawling county, Houston and the suburbs out. 100-plus precincts we're still waiting for reports from. Voting was extended because of lines there and some other issues there, so we're waiting for that. And you come up here as well. I'm also told, Wolf, I want to show you this. I don't want, just ignore this number for a minute. We're told there's been a glitch in Dallas County and how things are being fed, and Joe Biden has a pretty healthy lead here, and there are more votes still out here. So if you're looking, there are places for Senator Sanders to pick up votes, clearly. Come down to San Antonio, for example. It's possible he could pick up some votes in places where he is winning, but both in Harris County and Dallas County, we're told there are still votes to be counted. Joe Biden is leading in both of those. Those are the two biggest population centers. He has a 28,000 vote at the moment. Texas is a wow.
Yeah, it's a very impressive. But let's go over to Jake and Dana. Well, so far on this night, 8 states we've projected going to Joe Biden, 3 states going to Bernie Sanders. This has been a very positive night for the former vice president.
Absolutely. And it's a night that I don't think many of us saw coming, especially when it comes to how close the race is and in Texas and how Joe Biden might actually win Texas at the end of the night. I think, one of the things that's great about covering politics is, the pollsters get their say. They predict what they think is going to happen. The pundits get to predict how they think voters are going to do it. The politicians give their spin. And then ultimately it's left up to the voters. And the voters, for all sorts of complicated and not so complicated reasons, fear, anger, desire to win in November, get to make their decisions. And Joe Biden is having a night that 1 week ago nobody would have predicted. Not Jill Biden, not Valerie Biden Owens, no one. And it's really quite remarkable. Now, by the end of the night, it's possible, once all the votes are counted, that Bernie Sanders may ultimately have more delegates. But it is a real race now.
Over about a week ago, there was a lot of talk about consolidating the moderate lane. And at that point, the talk was about doing it around Michael Bloomberg in a lot of corners. And tonight, it just organically happened that the consolidation is around Joe Biden in a way that is blowing people's mind. And as you said, including and especially the Biden campaign. And I don't think it's overstating it to say that this is probably one of the most historic comebacks that I've ever covered in my time in politics. I mean, we've covered a lot of campaigns. Never seen anything like this. It's not over. Yeah. It's not over. Doesn't mean he's going to get the nomination. Doesn't mean he's going to have a delegate lead. But tonight, the comeback between South Carolina and tonight is historic.
I would say the only thing I would add to that is McCain in 2008 had a Lazarus-like rise. But that was over the course of months. Right. This is over the course of days.
We're going to continue to watch these 2 states, Texas and California. Much more of our special coverage coming up.